And hello, everyone. Wave meteorologist Brian Good. As we are tracking severe weather as we evolve into this evening, I'm on site here with Ryan Hulk and Carson Merritt. They're standing by. We're going to be checking with them as we evolve. This is going to be one of those setups that's going to last for the next several hours, it appears, as these cells move across Illinois into Indiana. Look how many different tornado warnings we have in place across Illinois. And a lot of this action is going to continue to survive a bit more east than what you see. There is some outflow coming in from the actual storms themselves. The tops of the storms are flowing into Lawrence County here. So that may help somewhat on some of the action here on the severe weather in our far northern counties, but we'll see. We'll take it step by step. And the immediate issue right now is a severe thunderstorm warning that is out for the northern part here of Lawrence County. This is just north of Bedford, Indiana, as you head toward areas just north there of Seymour itself. Let me take you up there to that spot. This is going to be around Bedford, just north of Bedford, north of US 50. And this is a tour possible, the attack they put on this officially for this a severe thunderstorm warning, just because of the history that these have had. But this severe thunderstorm warning is going to stay out with us all the way until, I believe, this will go until the top of the hour.
Yes.
Double check with me on that.
7:45. 7:45.
Okay,
yes.
So that will be moving right into, again, just north of US 50, tracking there from the north and west. Let me get into a little bit more of a wider view. And this line, what it's doing here is it's snaking down across the Wabash into Illinois. All these individual cells are rotating and producing several cases now of tornadoes that have already been confirmed, not only by radar, but by visual sighting here, because there's still enough daylight that we're able to track these cells as they move across, triggering these tornado warnings. So this is a big heads up for Lawrence County, Orange County, and Du Bois County. You will be the first three that will likely be in that zone where you can get isolated tornado threat out of these cells as they build slowly but surely more east and approaching a northwest corner here of wave country. For the rest of the wave country, you got some time here, all right? It's going to be a quiet next few hours, especially along the banks here, the Ohio River in southern Indiana. The Louisville Metro, again, we're thinking that's going to be maybe 3.5 hours before we really get this action a bit closer into the metro, and then later for those of you south of Louisville. But in the immediate concern is going to be just these bands of cells moving into our northwest side. I want to check in with Carson Merritt, who's standing by tracking these cells. That we've been tracking this now for a good 3 hours. They first started to pop there into Illinois, especially these southern cells. Carson now producing several warnings.
Yeah, we've had numerous tornado warnings, especially, Brian, for the last several hours. This really got going around, I'd say, 3:30 or 4 o'clock this afternoon. And there's really kind of two parts within this big cluster of storms that we're going to be watching. If we can have Max 2 behind me in the control room, I'll kind of walk you through what we're going to be focusing on in the near term. So let's say over the next 45 minutes to an hour, it's going to be the northern portion of this cluster of severe storms. That's what's going to be potentially, as Brian mentioned, moving into Lawrence County, where we have that severe thunderstorm warning now, possibly into Orange County, maybe even up towards, let's say, Freetown, which was just hit so hard back on Wednesday night. Here we go again. So that initial cluster of storms is going to be clipping our northern counties, Orange, Lawrence, and Jackson, over the next 30 minutes to an hour. But further off to the west, you know, kind of this tail with this cluster of storms that stretches all the way out into southern Illinois, out near Mount Vernon, Illinois. This is where we've actually had confirmed tornadoes earlier this evening. And that tail of this cluster of severe storms is going to be getting closer to Interstate 64, including the metro as the night goes on. But because it has that west to east orientation on the map, it's looking left to right as opposed to up and down. That means it's going to take much, much, much more time for this portion of these severe storms to make their way into our area. So that's the reason why this is going to be a very long evening, it appears. We got this first round of severe storms moving in now, but it may not be until, Brian, 2 or 3 o'clock tomorrow morning before we can finally be severe clear from this latest round of severe weather.
Yeah, it's going to take some time to get that all the way through the area. And again, you see the warnings now bumping up against our counties here. So Lawrence is the only one technically at a very small section there of Jackson, also in that severe thunderstorm warning setup. Now, meteorologist Ryan Hulk is also with us here for tonight. And Ryan, thanks for coming in. Appreciate it. And you're going to be tracking a lot, too, of what's happening, especially some of these ground reports we're going to be getting in the next several hours.
Yeah, that's right. You know, the reason we're going on the air so early before any sort of tornado warning has occurred here, at least least on our streaming channels, Wave Now, Wave Weather Now, is because of the reports of what's happening to our west here. You see, we've at least had a funnel cloud near Patricksburg, Indiana. I think they may have had debris on radar with that. That may very well have touched down. And then you'll see the two other tornado reports here. These were what we call TDS, tornado debris signature. Whenever you see TDS, just remember that means debris on radar from a tornado that's doing damage. Here in 2026, our radar technology allows us to detect the debris as it's suspended inside the storm or inside the tornado using those radar scans here. So we've had at least two additional reports of debris on radar out in eastern Illinois. And boy, oh boy, you can see all of these tornado reports all up and down, a little closer to the I-55 corridor of central Illinois, just north of Carbondale here. These are the very storms that we're going to be tracking into our northern counties here, guys, over the next several hours. And unfortunately, this may be a very long night for us here, not reaching the metro area until a little later this evening, maybe 10, 11 o'clock. We'll see how the timing goes.
I know, and I know that's going to be very exhausting because you're going to be hearing so much about these storms, these cells moving in for so long before you actually see anything out your window. And let's hope we get the tamer version of that. I will say the Weather Service did provide a bit of an update as well. They're monitoring the setup and just talked about how the environment is still very much favorable here for more rotating storms and that tornado threat as we head along, especially US 50 across Indiana and really even another tier to the south. Notice these cells right here east of Evansville, small little showers, not even lightning with them, but they're quickly developing. They're tracking northeast. The cells that have now become tornadic and around areas of Vincennes all the way back in southern Illinois, they are now developing a right turn to them, which is very classic and very strong spinning motions, a strong mesocyclone, the driver's seat of these thunderstorms, basically. The rotation on that can certainly overwhelm the storm, and you get more of a southeast jog to them. So there's going to be a bit of a collision here. Some of these cells that form around Evansville and feed into that line, if we were to look at this just by the sample alone, that will put Du Bois County in a spot we got to really watch, Carson, as we evolve through the next couple of hours. I know it's kind of speculating at this point, but that's how the environment is looking over the next couple of hours in Indiana.
Yeah, especially that's really, Brian, the main concern we have through the evening, quite frankly, is southern Indiana, especially now through about midnight tonight. And again, because of the weird orientation of these storms, for lack of a better term, it's going to take a while for these storms to get closer to I-64, closer to the metro. It may not be until closer to 10, 11 o'clock, maybe even midnight tonight. I've got our radar behind me zoomed in on a tornado warning just outside of our area, just to our west by maybe 20 miles. The National Weather Service in Indianapolis is watching this particular storm. And at this point, they think that rotation is broadening out just a little bit, which means it's not as tight, it's not as strong as it was a little while ago. But you notice they still keep that tornado warning in place. And we're focusing on this particular rotation because it's moving due east. It's going to cross Interstate 69 probably in the next 3 to 5 minutes. And then if it holds together, heads up western Lawrence County, if you live west of Bedford, would not be surprised if we get a tornado warning for Lawrence County, Brian, in the next 10 to 15 minutes. But again, for now, that rotation, it's kind of broad, but it's still there. So we obviously need to pay attention to it.
All right. Thanks, Carson. Appreciate it. And again, a reminder for those you watched on streaming right now, you can comment on the social media side. I know especially our team is going to be monitoring your comments and try to get some of your questions if we have time to get to those before we get into the core of the tornado warnings. But you can do so on YouTube, X, Facebook, and on Twitch, or your options if you want to chime in here tonight. And Ryan, have you talked to anyone so far? What are the questions everyone's asking? I'm sure it's about timing, right?
Yeah, the questions are always about timing, right? You guessed it correctly, and that's why I'm over here. We're going to at least show you a little bit of what Futurecast looks like. Everybody's like, hey, what about Louisville here? We're talking about US 50, Lawrence, Jackson, and Jennings counties a lot because they're the folks that are going to get hit first. Here with Louisville, this is going to be a late night. This is what the radar may look like at 9 o'clock this evening. Notice these storms cutting through Bedford and Seymour by that point. And of course, by about 11 o'clock this evening, that's when storms will start to threaten the Louisville area here. Would we have tornado warnings at this point? It is possible. A lot of these will likely be severe thunderstorm warnings, though, as these storms coalesce together more into sort of a horizontal band here. The bad part about that is flooding. And flooding could be a real big problem for us here along I-64, midnight, 1 a.m. if Futurecast is to be believed here. Here's 4 o'clock in the morning, starting to press the south of Louisville. But count the hours here. We've spent like almost 3 or 4 hours in the rain here in Louisville with this particular run of Futurecast. That's a problem. That's why flooding is one of our #1 concerns with this event. And we could still have some severe weather ongoing by 4 o'clock in the morning south of the city in southern Kentucky. There's 7 a.m., still some storms around. And then, holy moly, by noon, guys, we may very well still be seeing southern Kentucky storms, maybe just not as powerful as they were. But that's the reason why that risk area continues for tomorrow. This may go overnight and a little bit longer than that, too.
Yeah, there's like a second wave around 2 to 3 o'clock. I saw on Monday afternoon that moves across Kentucky that brings back an enhanced round of rain. So something we'll be monitoring. All right. So again, here's the warning that we're talking about that's going to be located as you head into sections there of Lawrence County for another about 15 minutes or so. It's a big heads up that they're giving these severe thunderstorm warnings. I love that. That gives everyone well advanced notice that severe weather is approaching you. So your weather radio likely went off, especially if you have it just if you're county only in Lawrence and Bedford, even though technically you're not in the warning, you're going to be. All right, you will be under a severe weather warning of some type. And I'm going to throw Jackson in that as well. You will be in the warnings. There's hard to escape that threat as these storms roll on through here, that's for sure. I don't have the lightning on here, but there's a tremendous amount of lightning that is found with these storms as they move in, so kind of be aware of that. Let me get you back to the home view, and we'll kind of show you how this line, again, stretches all the way back to the south and west. Another tornado warning coming out. Kind of filling in the gap. They keep readjusting these and doing updates. I think I don't have any observed. Do we have any observed ones?
Not at this point. It's all radar indicated. I tell you what, Brian, that new warning you're pointing at, that is another rotation south of the original one that we've been watching.
Okay, separate one. Okay, let's get into that. Hold on one second. Let me get right in. This is the one. It's Davis.
Yes, this is a possible tornado right over Vincennes, right there along the Wabash.
Okay, let me try to move this over here. Okay, yeah, right there in Vincennes. Yeah, you see it right there in that second. Little surge, a little bit of a hook right on the back side there, and that crosses over, that's right over the river to the other side there into, so two different states here battling out for this one as the warning crosses over into Indiana. This is going to likely, it's moving fast enough, it's probably already all the way into Indiana now at this point, but that cell looks nasty as it's tracking there. Let's try to bring in the velocity. We'll take a look at that as that bit of an appendage is showing up on the backside. Nothing too overwhelming, but then again, it's got a little bit of that pink, which indicates there's some interference with the radar with the heavy rain that's kind of messing with the signal there. But in general, that's a spot to watch as it moves to the east. And we're only mentioning that, again, the Carson was bringing up because these are tracking into our northwest corner here of our viewing area. So I'm going to keep the wind field up. And you can almost see when this branches out, you can see the little pockets of the wind that are found when all these little tornado warnings are at. This one doesn't have a warning on it, but one that is recently developed, and we'll have to watch it right along I-64 there across the Wabash once again. These warnings will likely keep training, so you're going to see them extend east, but you're also going to see new ones go back west again and reissued for new cells. And you're going to see this repeating look to the warnings, especially west of 65. That will be the case for those of you in southwest Indiana. Evansville, I feel for them because they're going to have a very busy couple of hours because this repeating round of cells, Carson, will likely stay in our northern viewing area for a while. So if you have anyone that you know there in Indiana, around Evansville, northern side, make sure that they gear up for a rough few hours. Like, they're going to hear those sirens go off for a while there. So know your safety plan. Have a way to get to your safe spot. Again, lowest levels key. I know it's tricky, Carson, because I thought about this earlier, because we're talking about tornado threats here where you get into the lowest level of your home, but then we're going to go into a flash flooding risk where you don't want to be in the lowest level. You want to get height. So it's kind of knowing where to go for which type of warning.
And, Brian, that's a great point. When you're in a tornado warning, when you're under a tornado warning, definitely want to get low. But if we get later into the evening and we're still seeing several tornado warnings in the same spots over and over again, not only do we have repetitive risk for spin-up tornadoes, but we've also got that growing risk for flash flooding as the night goes on. So we really want to be on guard for that as the night progresses, especially west of I-65, closer to I-64 here over the next few hours. But the pressing issue, at least for the moment, is that risk for spin-up tornadoes. I mean, look at this. We've got 1, 2, 3, 4 tornado warnings all along and just west of Interstate 69. We do have a new tornado warning just north of Bloomington, Indiana as well, Brian. All of these tornado warnings are radar indicated. That means they don't have any confirmed reports of tornadoes down at this point. But again, this portion of the line of storms, because it's got that west to east look to it, you're going to have maybe 3, 4, 5, 6 tornado warnings in a row or severe thunderstorm warnings. And then it eventually becomes a flooding issue very, very quickly. So it'll be one of those nights, Brian, where folks will have to get low, take cover in their basements, and they'll have to hopefully get up into the higher levels of their homes quickly before any flooding issues may present themselves.
Yeah, we don't always see that overlap, but when it does happen, it's just all about knowing what to do and what type of warning, and we're going to guide you through that. We'll let you know if what's the more immediate threat you need to prepare for as we evolve into this evening. So, and if we don't mention anything like that, make sure to type it in the chat. All right, we'll make sure to get it addressed. But because it's going to be a little while when some of these warnings get issued. But I think the I-64 corridor in Southwest Indiana here, that's just not a good spot right now, because this is an environment where these new cells are going to eventually form and take over as the new leads into this area of Indiana. And so this means that the eastern side here, as you get toward I-65 around Seymour, what'll be interesting here is that we're going to see more of a straight line wind threat develop here. You got these little Boeing segments. Let me get a little closer to you, to the actual cells there, but right into areas just northwest. You get into Monroe County. I know that right now Bloomington had that tornado warning that's out just north of Bloomington itself. You can see that little bit of a S shape right here as we move into areas just around, say, Bloomington itself, east of there, all the way down to the northwest corner. That is more of a straight line wind signal, very strong winds. So could easily get up to 70 miles per hour with that. You can get isolated little notches in that as well that can allow for spin ups. This is mainly a damaging wind signature here that is heading right into the northeast part of Lawrence County and the northwest side of Jackson County. Once again, right around Freetown, you'll have a burst of damaging winds approaching, so you'll likely get another warning now just for that signature alone. Your trail threat's going to be right where the S has the first little kink in it right there, and that should hover roughly around Brown County, Indiana, all the way to the northeast side of Monroe. That looks to be the setup there for that particular tornado warning. These others a little different. This is going to evolve into a spin. You see just west of Olden as you head into Indiana, that's going to develop and track southeast. And if that holds together, I think that's going to be more of a southwest side here of Lawrence County, maybe closer to Mitchell and south of Bedford. That's an area to watch as these cells turn a little bit more right. So there is a chance that Bedford, you may get lucky and squeeze in between the two threats. We'll see. I think you'll get a warning regardless, but you may be in between the two threats. But by all means, just stay close, because Carson, we got to give some wiggle room here. The margins of error that will happen in this kind of a setup. It's like bumper cars. I always say that because they do kind of cause one storm to behave another way when they collide like this.
And that's really kind of thrown things for a loop when it comes to the timing tonight. You know, if you're watching our newscast on Sunrise this morning, I was really saying, you know, hopefully by midnight, the severe weather threat would fade. But the fact that these storms have slowed down, the fact we've got that bumper car action going, this is slowing down quite a bit to where we may not be severe clear until 2 or 3 o'clock tomorrow morning in our southern Kentucky counties. Behind me, I've got the velocity, Brian, of that Bow Echo near Bloomington, about to move into Nashville. I'm just making sure there's no rogue little kinks in that line where we might get a quick spin up. I don't see anything at this point. Just looks like a wall of 50, maybe 60 mile per hour wind gusts at this point. But this is also a whack-a-mole kind of situation too, where these little rotations develop very quickly, and then the next radar scan, they completely go away. So that's very tough to get tornado warnings issued with a lot of lead time and setups like this, where these rotations, quite honestly, they might develop in between radar scans, Brian. That's how quickly they fade and develop and so on. They're
going from, again, it's now a line of supercells what this is likely evolving into. That's still complex because you got the identifying individual cells mixed in there that can still rotate, but it's trying to congeal into more Boeing segments in the line. And we're already seeing that storyline starting to unfold. Carson was pointing that out around Nashville, Indiana, just north of Bedford, that is developing even another band of rain that may be forming already in advance of that. We'll see that. Hope it's not glitching the radar. And then you get back toward, again, Olden, there's that tornado warning. That's one we'll be watching, I think, that may get closer to northern orange and southern areas of Lawrence County, if that particular little kink there, that little spin that's trying to form, if that can hold over. Because, Ryan, I'll bring you into the conversation. One thing that Carson and I noticed, too, is there's another, what we call these little MCSs, MCBs, that may form here into southwest Indiana, and that may approach Louisville later on tonight. Some debate on that, whether it would be West Kentucky or developing around Evansville. Based on this radar image here, kind of suspect we may be dealing with a southwest Indiana kind of look.
Yeah, you can have multiple MCVs. And what does that stand for? Mesoscale convective vortex. It's like a miniature area of low pressure that we've been talking about here. It enhances the wind shear for rotation in these storms. So you never want one of those moving through a juicy environment like we have right now. Speaking of a juicy environment, folks on social media are asking about rainfall. How much are we going to get? What is the threat from flooding? I want to pull up a map here. It's called the 3-hour flash flood rain requirement, or flash flood guidance if you're a nerd like me here. Basically, if you see this blue color right here in the middle, that means it takes about 2 to 2.5 inches within about a 3-hour span to get flash flooding. That's what we see here with Louisville. If you move towards, say, that lighter shade of blue there, almost kind of like that cyan, if you will, that's 2.5 to 3. So you really want to be more in this lighter blue shade near Hardensburg or up near Seymour. Those are areas that can take a little bit more rainfall. Unfortunately, the rainfall totals we'll likely experience tonight, as you'll see here, we could be talking 2, 3, 4+ inches perhaps of rainfall in some areas here. So the flash flooding potential is real. It's at night. That's dangerous. We always say turn around, don't drown, but we really mean that, just because you never know how deep it is in front of you. It may look like a puddle, and then suddenly you're floating. You've got a problem.
You're exactly right. That's excessive rainfall. We had the record daily rain at 3.38 just the other day. So thanks, Ryan. Appreciate that. Sure. One thing that we're getting a lot of questions on, so thank you again for chiming in on the stream. We are paying attention. Timing. What can I expect at my house, in my neighborhood? Well, there's some challenges on that, but we do have a general idea. And here's what we're going to do. We're going to break this up into sections. We'll start with Indiana, and I'm going to go roughly north of Louisville as the spot we're going to watch here. Anywhere north and west of this line, all the way through Clark County into Jefferson County, Indiana, including Madison. Anywhere in that section between really now through the midnight hour, that will be our main worry that we're going to have for damaging weather, isolated tornadoes, straight line winds, and a growing flash flood risk. But north and west of that line, this will include Paoli, Salem, Seymour, Bedford, Mitchell, Indiana, heading all the way to Madison, North Vernon, even into Crawfordsville. You'll be included in that, or Crawfordsville, excuse me, all the way into just north of Corydon. We'll add that in. And then there's another section, and what I'm going to do is draw this a little differently. This is going to go a little bit more east-west, kind of like a V shape, if you will. This will include Carrollton, LaGrange, into Newcastle, Eminence, Shelbyville, Simpsonville, Louisville, Fern Creek, Okolona, Highview, PRP, into Brandenburg. This is going to be basically in the 11 p.m. Window through about 2 in the morning. For now, and we're likely going to adjust that. But I think as we get into 11 to 2, that is going to be the main focus for part of the Louisville Metro for heavy rain and some severe weather. And if you're south of that line, I'm just going to group you all together. South of, say, the Brooks exit on 65 in Beloit County, you're going to be mainly an overnight issue that will linger all the way to daybreak as we head into your Monday. So it'll start to get Indiana first, then tilt, become more of an issue in the Louisville Metro, very much the late evening hours. And then after the midnight hour, it'll shift even more south into southern areas of Kentucky. Carson, you've been looking at that as well. Yeah. Anything you want to add to that? Because I know that's a big issue, is the timing issue, because you got a lot of pretty colors here showing up on this radar coming our way there.
And we'll have a lot more colors, unfortunately, for the next few hours, Brian. But yeah, here in the Metro, 10, 11 p.m. That's when you can expect these storm chances to start to go up. A couple of reports I want to pass along, Brian. The storm that just went over Vincennes. We got a photo in the National Weather Service chat out of Indianapolis of at least a funnel cloud from Knox County EMA. There's a bunch of trees at the ground level, so it's hard to tell if we had a confirmed tornado touchdown, but there's at least a funnel cloud. With this real storm, you see right behind me, that green and red, that rotation right there that just went through the southern parts of Vincennes, may have had a brief tornado touchdown there. Also want to mention south of that Vincennes tornado warning, we've got a new warning along I-64 that is going to impact the northern suburbs of Evansville and Vanderburgh County. The rotation, it's hard to make out, but it's there. Basically along I-64 right as you're coming back into Indiana from Illinois. So that's a pretty rural part of the region, no doubt, but it's taking a beeline down I-64. And as you look at radar, there's no other storms to the south of it. So that particular supercell right there just north of Evansville that has a tornado warning on it, it's in a primed environment all by itself to where it could really get its act together, Brian, here over the next 30 minutes to an hour and maybe cause some bigger problems than we'd like to see.
Yeah, that's what we keep seeing repeat the storyline, right? New one takes over as the lead. And the furthest south side you get, that's the one you got to really pay attention to, especially when it's by itself in a 360 environment. It can look all the way around, and it has free clearance. And these individual ones on the southern side have that free reign for now. Eventually, this is all going to continue to combine into one big blob in a line, and we'll see that threat slowly begin to dial back. It doesn't happen immediately. It is very slow to evolve, so be aware of that. It's going to take some time to get us out of the tornado threat and get more into a straight line wind scenario, and it may not completely all the way fade, even past Louisville into central Kentucky. May still hold on to a low end potential. But I call out these cells that are jetting so quickly here from Evansville, quickly there just south and west of Jasper. It really tells us the shear that is going on in this environment right now is absolutely prime here. We got to look at the wind here in Louisville. We got a southeast wind right now funneling into the city of Louisville. You do not want a southeast wind when you have cells like this that are approaching you from the northwest. That only just feeds the rotation ability that these storms will have as they move in. And I don't know if the wind, I don't have the wind graphic here, but I'm not sure how the wind is stacked up all across Indiana if we have all southeast on the directional side here. But if that's the case, especially in southwest Indiana, that's a problem, because that will continue to feed these cells with that tornado threat for a bit longer. What would help us is if we got more of a west wind or southwest wind, at least, to help us out and try to ease that tornado threat. But right now it's a southeast component, so that is a worry as these cells move into that environment and will likely trigger additional warnings. All right, Paducah issued, it's another one back in Illinois. I think it's just outside the scan. Just want to make sure.
Another warning for Mount Vernon, Illinois.
It's okay.
And that's where the action really got going earlier this afternoon.
Yeah, there they are.
Here we go again.
More of them popping up there, up and down 57, all the way to the forest as you get into southern areas of Illinois.
Here's a new severe thunderstorm warning.
This is going to be the northern section here, Jackson and Jennings. Again, this is so similar to the other night, where we had these warnings that were just grazing on the border. But of course, we had tornado warnings with the last time we went through this. These are severe thunderstorm warnings, but once again, it's triggering the alerts in your phone, your device is probably going off. Severe thunderstorm warning. This is out until 8:30, I believe.
Yes.
For Jackson and Jennings. They do have this tagged as a tornado possible, as it's not a shock. I think every severe thunderstorm warning probably will have that tag as we get into tonight. Ryan, I know you've been checking on some data. What do you got for us?
Yeah, we were talking about the wind earlier. Wanted to show you what that looked like here.
Okay.
Again, a south or especially a southeast wind is bad news bears here. We've got southeast winds, Lebanon, Louisville, LaGrange, Madison, Salem at this hour. And even if they look like they're southerly winds, they may just have a bit of a southeasterly component here. So that wind shear is a big problem for tonight. And I wanted to demonstrate one more time because so many folks are asking about timing for the Metro. Again, now through 11 p.m. north of the city. For the Metro, about 11 p.m. to 2 a.m., as Brian was just talking about. It may take until after 2 o'clock in the morning, close to Bardstown, E-Town, on down south of that for these storms to arrive. So we're going to be here with you for quite some time.
All right, thanks for another long night. Carson, you've been tracking the ones in Illinois earlier today. You mentioned those building down to the south. I have not heard yet of any damage, though, right? I've only seen just pictures of sightings of these, which they have looked very to be very healthy funnels that I've seen so far, and they look to have been on the ground. We've had debris signature at least 3 or 4 times today alone, these cells. But I just want to confirm with you, have we had anything as far as damage?
I have not seen anything either, Brian, so that's good. And, you know, southern Illinois, it's a very rural part of the country. There's just a lot of farmland, a lot of fields. So, you know, if those storms just ripped up a bunch of fields, that's a good thing, I suppose, if they had to tear something up. But the night is young. We've got a long night to go. You just saw Ryan time out hour by hour when these storms are going to be moving in north to south. It's going to be a long night once again, my friends. So it may not be until closer to 4, 5, maybe even 6 o'clock tomorrow morning before all of the severe weather is out of wave country. And we've still got numerous tornado warnings to our west. The rotation southeast of Vincennes, Brian's looking a little tighter than it did a few minutes ago, so we got to watch that.
And it's the angle of the warning, right? Southeast.
Exactly.
Now.
So that would maybe make it towards northern Du Bois County in about 30, 45 minutes, western Orange County. And I'm still watching that Boeing segment for the severe thunderstorm warnings we have basically north of Highway 50. There might be a little kink trying to develop near Nashville, Indiana. That's just outside of wave country.
About there. Okay.
But it's close enough.
And this new development, it's interesting, too, to see that in northern Washington County, that suddenly is popping up in advance of that line. I don't know if it's the outflow made it that far or not. It may be very well that outflow that it's made it that far. I mean, you guys may be able to see more data than I can.
It almost looks like it's the outflow, to be honest with you.
If so, that's a good sign.
Yes.
It means it's outrun the storm there, but I don't know for sure on that. But it just has that look to it, which is possible. Either way, you're getting lift. The air is lifting right in advance of it, so it's not also a surprise to see rain developing there. But look how many warnings we got all clustered together. I know this is nerve-wracking to see that right up against here on the wave country. And I'm not saying this is going to be exactly like this in Indiana, but the environment is supportive that could certainly happen. These are running slightly ahead of schedule in some cases here because the way they're bumping into each other, it's skewing some of the times, especially when they race so fast on the northern side there, US 50. That's skewing some of the times a bit. But you can see on the 64 side, again, that flow is still more south to north in advance of that. So these cells are going to have a little bit of an environment to kind of slow them down a bit as they move there across 64.
To your point, the National Weather Service here in Louisville kind of analyzing the radar like we are, obviously, and they're becoming a little more concerned about the wind profile.
Okay.
We've been talking about kind of have this backed south to southeast surface wind. Yeah. And they're basically saying the environment is becoming conducive, if not more conducive, for this tornado threat to persist through much of the evening. So this is shaping up to be a pretty busy night, no doubt about it, Brian.
I see that warning. That includes part of Vandenberg there.
Yeah.
You may say there, I'm sorry. I just now noticed it.
Northern Vandenberg.
Right on the northern side there. Okay.
Not the city of Evansville itself, but up towards where 64 and 69 meet.
And we've had questions tonight. We had them on the stream earlier about hail. Again, we're not as concerned about hail. In fact, I don't think I've seen any reports of hail so far.
Either.
Certainly not a large hail. The atmosphere is so saturated. When you get a very tropical environment, you don't tend to run into a lot of hail reports. You run into just a lot of very heavy rain. You can get downburst winds mixed in. Sometimes that can look like tornado damage when you look at the aftermath. So you've really got multiple modes here that of severe weather that can evolve. It gets very, very messy. And hats off to the Weather Service tonight, those working the radar, because this is going to be a challenging setup that you have to just constantly watch every little wiggle these storms have.
New severe for basically all of Lawrence.
Yeah, okay. Yep. And they got tour possible in that one too. Mm-hmm. They have the threat considerable because of that. Right there, the wind potential is 70 miles per hour. Once you hit 70, it goes to another level on the tag on that. So again, it's a severe thunderstorm warning that includes all of the Bedford area and Mitchell, and they're just warning in advance of that cell. I mean, you can tell where this is going. Northern orange will be next. This does switch Weather Service offices at this point between Indianapolis into Louisville. So this is where they are likely in the same chat. They're talking to each other right now, deciding how are we going to evolve out of this warning to our next one. That's what they're working on now. So I got a feeling orange will be next for a severe thunderstorm warning as that moves more south and east. Ryan?
I want to address some problems in the chat that folks are having. A lot of folks are very concerned about this event because of what happened a few nights ago and wondering, is this going to be the same thing over and over again? We got some panic, folks. I want to assuage some of your fears here. This is not going to be a carbon copy of what we had. There may be moments where it feels like that a little bit. I'm not going to lie to you on that, all right? But we're going to get you through it. And also, a lot of folks are asking about individual locations. Look how many counties we serve. We've got 34. We could spend like an entire 2 separate live streams concurrently here just answering questions about individual locations. So we're not able to do that. So what you need to do is find out where you live. And I know that seems so elementary, but folks may be new to the area. You might not know exactly in what part of what county you're in. Take a look at a map. Google Maps is easy. You can always just Google it. Where am I inside of X county? It makes it a little bit easier for you to look at our coverage, figure out where you're at here. And of course, the Wave Weather app is a great companion to this as well. You can have Wave Weather now up on your TV. You can have the Wave Weather app kind of on your tablet device or, of course, on your phone. Makes it kind of a dual screen experience so you can see how close things are getting to your little blue dot on the map there. Just want to make sure everybody has the tools they need before we get into sort of the stress of wall-to-wall coverage here. And as always, we will be live on TV when these little red boxes, these tornado warnings, get within our 34 county outline here. That is our policy here at Wave, guys. And that's why we're kind of getting things started a little earlier here on our live stream, just so that we can be in position to be Johnny on the spot when these tornadoes tornado warnings get issued for our counties?
Yeah, this is going to all happen fairly quick on that northwest side there of wave country. So we're kind of getting the groundwork laid. And we're talking a lot about a little bit more of the science on some of these cells than we normally would do. But in this kind of case, we have 3 meteorologists here. So we're kind of going through all the data and giving you a very in-depth look at all these cells to give you an idea of what's happening here first off. And I know a lot of you watching, especially being streamed right now, live in these communities that are not in wave country or on the edge of wave country. So, and you're worried whether or not your community is doing live coverage or not. Well, Indianapolis probably isn't, given the fact that most of the warnings are now south and not really all towards anymore, tornado warnings. So you want to know about your right on the border there. Carson says he's watching Nashville, Indiana carefully. For those of you that are watching, that's a big vacation spot. Folks get away for the weekend there, right? So that's an area we're watching as that cell kind of grazes all the way into Brown County, Indiana. They're heading off to the east and Bartholomew.
Brian, let's look at that rotation just west of Bedford.
Okay.
If nothing else, it is a very intense pocket of wind that continues to strengthen.
Yeah, you got it punched up there.
Yeah, I got it right here behind me. Where you see these bright blues, that's very intense wind gusts, maybe getting closer to 60, possibly 70 miles an hour. And we mentioned that severe thunderstorm warning for Lawrence County has that considerable threat to it, which means there's a potential for 70-mile-per-hour gust. Then right as I say that, here's the tornado warning.
It's tornado warning. So now at this point, I'm asking control room, we need to interrupt on the TV side, please. Let me know when we're ready to go. All right, hello everyone. Wave meteorologist Brian Good alongside Carson Smith and Ryan Hope. We now have the first of what looks to be several warnings taking place. This is a tornado warning that has just been issued for the southwest side here of Lawrence County. Here is Bedford, Indiana. Here is the Mitchell community. Right along 50 is where we've got the warning in place. The storm itself, though, a bit more to your west. Let me take a closer look at that on the wind field. These all have had a bit of rotation with them, but this one, if you've been watching our live stream, we've been on for a while. Carson Meredith was just talking about the rotation signature that is really tightening up here with that cell that is tracking. So they've got a fairly long tornado warning path here on this, and this is going to be out until
8:30.
8:30, thank you. 8:30, it's moving east at about 30 miles per hour. So it's relatively slow speed, but enough that it's certainly going to bring it into Lawrence County. So if you are south of Bedford, you're likely hearing the air raid sirens right now go off. Go ahead and get into your safe spot, lowest level of your home, interior room, get away from windows. That's the key thing. We don't have any confirmation that I'm aware of on this so far of anything on the ground, but it definitely has a rotation signature that's been tightening up, which indicates it may be in the process. It's had a history of dropping one, so it may drop another. And you just want to be on the cautious side, and that's why these warnings are in place. And we'll let you know if we get anything more confirmed than that as it evolves and approaching there into Lawrence County. Carson has been watching this cell along with others, too, that have been rotating. And Carson, this is going to be the theme for those of you that, and again, I apologize for interrupting the match right now, but this is going to be one of those setups that's going to be active for the next bit with several warnings. Carson, this is an Indiana show that we're watching here in the short term, but eventually this is going to work its way into the Louisville area too.
And it's going to take a long time, Brian, for these storms to get closer to I-64 and into the metro area. And the longer it takes for these storms to slide further south, two things are going to happen. One, we'll continue to have tornado warning after tornado warning or severe thunderstorm warnings over the same spots, but we will also increase that risk for flooding first in southern Indiana, closer to the metro along I-64 by about 10 or 11 o'clock tonight, and south of Louisville after midnight tonight. What we've got zoomed in here is this possible tornado right along Highway 231. This is just west of Lawrence County, Indiana, but this rotation really tightened up in the last 5 to 7 minutes, right as we had to come on the air here in the middle of Sunday Night Baseball. But you notice those tornado warning, I should say, goes south of Bedford. So technically, Bedford, you are not in the tornado warning. You're in the severe thunderstorm warning, but not the tornado warning. This includes Spice Valley, Mitchell. You're close enough to be in this tornado warning. And we'll continue to monitor this over the next 45 minutes. This tornado or possible tornado, Brian, moving east at 30 miles per hour. So real quick, I'll do a storm track on this. And again, this is just outside of our area for now, but you notice that general southeast track has it moving through southern Lawrence County. So Spice Valley, we're talking closer to 8:14 this evening, current time 7:55, and getting towards Mitchell by about 8:26, at least for this particular possible tornado, Brian. We've had several confirmed tornadoes to our west so far this afternoon and this evening.
All right. Thanks, Carson. Appreciate it. You got that S signature here showing up on the radar itself, indicative there of a mini little low pressure, if you will, that is forming here. That provides for the rotation, especially right in the point where the flow going right in that little notch where there's not as much yellow and red. That is where you're getting your max rotation on 231 that is going to be tracking just south and east, heading over to a very forest wooded area. So unfortunately, we're not going to get a lot of reports out of this one as it moves over that region. They're going to be a bit delayed. So you just got to be ready to get, and your safe spot already should be really on the southern side here, Bedford, all the way into Mitchell, Indiana. I know we also have that tornado warning to the north that now includes Bartholomew and Brown that we're watching up to the north there. They're watching that cell. We were talking about around Nashville, Indiana. We also have the severe thunderstorm warning now for Jackson and northwest corner there at Jennings, and that'll be for about another 15 to 20 minutes or so for that warning for the that really just for the entire mess to drop down into your area. But for far southern Indiana, anywhere from around Crawford County, Harrison County, Clark, Floyd, Madison, Indiana, this is going to be a bit delayed. We've talked about that. This is going to take some time to build. It will actually build more west of Breckinridge County first than it will into Louisville. So have a bit of a dip here just west of Louisville. But in general, this is going to be now all the way through midnight in our southern Indiana counties. We get to the 11 o'clock news to about 2 a.m., and then right in the core time when everyone's trying to go to bed, I know. But that's when the cells should be making their way into the Louisville metro and maybe in the northern part or right through us, but in that window of 11 to 2 a.m. And then south of Louisville, it'll take until after 2 in the morning, but it will likely still be an issue all the way really into daybreak. It's very similar in that from Wednesday night as far as the storyline was of starting north, building south of Louisville, and then southern Kentucky. The same idea is happening here. It's starting here in Indiana first, and then we'll build southbound. So in Louisville, it could still be another 2, maybe 3 hours before you see much action here. So it's going to take a bit. But in Indiana, you may end up with multiple warnings that will likely be in effect there. And again, our most immediate concern is going to be that one located in the southern part there of Lawrence County. It doesn't technically include Bedford, but it's just south and west of you because it's been holding on for a while. And we're hoping this will cycle through and maybe we'll get a bit of a break here on this. And it still will be producing some damaging winds. But right now, that circulation's still holding on. It's not as tight as it can be, but we don't want it to get any closer. We don't want these light blues and these bright reds here to kind of come together more and basically envelop another circle in the middle. We don't want them to come together more. We have a bigger problem. But there's no doubt this thing is spinning, at least aloft. And with that rotation drifting over, sometimes you can get these wall clouds to form, then you get the funnel. Then when it touches and hits the ground, it technically then at that point is a tornado. So it goes through phases on that. Right now, we've had several funnels poured out of even this cell alone, Carson, back to the west.
Yeah, and it's not just this cell, Brian. I mean, there's been several that have either dropped confirmed tornadoes so far this afternoon, going back until about 4 o'clock earlier today. And we haven't had many more reports of confirmed tornado touchdowns. We've had, as Brian mentioned, numerous reports of funnel clouds, especially with this storm. So we got the tornado warning for Lawrence County. That's the northern storm. This particular tornado warning just south of that along Highway 150, east of Vincennes. We're showing you this possible tornado because if it holds together, heads up Du Bois County, especially north of Jasper, that possible tornado could be a problem for northern Du Bois County by about 8:15 or 8:30. And that storm earlier, Brian, did have at least a funnel cloud. It was hard to tell if it was actually touching the ground as a tornado, but at minimum, there was a funnel cloud with that storm you see behind me. A couple of notes, by the way, the National Weather Service giving us more updates on the environment. They still believe this is an environment that will really support possible tornadoes for the next several hours, especially west of I-65. And there's a good chance that tornado watch that's up for southern Indiana right now will get expanded southward in the next few minutes or hours.
Okay, so that would technically include Louisville, more than likely when that gets issued. So I want to focus again on the Lawrence County area because this is our main worry with the tornado warning that we've got in effect right now, just south and west of Bedford. And this is, again, right along 50 itself. I'm going to go right into the communities right now that look to be the most likely spots we're going to run into as this emerges on the other side here of a lot of the forest areas. It crosses into 50. So this is going to be between Spikes Valley and Bonds, right around Huron itself, heading toward Moorestown, Willow Valley. Scarlet will include that as well. Anywhere really along 50 and where it branches off and heads off to the east as well along 60. That's going to be that corridor. We got to watch for that rotation. It's not quite there yet. It's just west of you, not too far away from the southwest corner there at Bedford. In fact, there's the latest scan. Let me back out just a bit more and get a better look at this because it's just updated. And yeah, it's still a very decent rotation on that coming in, but it does look it's still not quite there to be a very, very tight signature, but it could still drop. It no doubt has what we call the lowering of the cloud. It's got at least that portion of it, and probably already has the wall cloud the way this is looking. But I know Ryan has been watching this too on the scans and looking for any type of signature we're getting from the radar data, Ryan, that something else could be developing out of this. Have you noticed anything unusual with this one so far?
Yeah, not so far. What we've been doing here, this is a little inside baseball here. This is kind of our 3D radar view here. We've got it split into two panes. One is the typical radar that you're used to seeing when you get those warmer colors. That means heavier rain. The second one, of course, is the velocity view, the wind here, if you will, here. And you'll see these bright spots, the one just west of Lawrence County that triggered the tornado warning, which is the reason why we're on the air right now for Lawrence County. And you see additional little bright spots here where the reds and the greens come together. And you can see where those are paired up with the additional thunderstorms there moving in from the west. So we're going to continue to monitor not only this display right here, but also what's called correlation coefficient, which is how we detect debris on radar. We can now detect when tornadoes are lofting debris, and it allows us to radar confirm tornadoes much earlier than we used to be able to here, guys. So we've got a lot of tools at our fingertips as these storms move on in.
Beautiful. Thank you, Ryan. Weather Service is about to issue a severe thunderstorm warning for Orange County. That is up next in a line really that connects all this together as these cells are racing. So we talked about how it's switching from Weather Service offices. So that process is happening. So Louisville has already said they're working on it now. They're typing it out. So there was about to be a severe thunderstorm warning, likely a tornado possible tag will be on this. Once it's issued, we should see it light up here shortly. I don't know if it'll include Paoli or not, but we'll find out here. Now I'm seeing some of the first reports of damage coming out of the ones in Illinois this is earlier today, though. So this is probably one of the cells that's not even really the same look anymore. But again, the storm reports are delayed quite a bit, but extensive tree and power line damage, roof and structural damage there. And again, that is into Blueford, Illinois from earlier on today. So they were much more on the very intense side when they were really firing up initially on the radar. They've merged a bit more. The more they kind of collide together, the more it gets messier on the wind field. It gets a little harder to detect a tornado signature, but you really drop down the strong tornado threat and you get into more of your general wind damage. Don't get me wrong, that's still a problem, and it still can be a problem for those in Indiana over the next 2 to 3 hours, especially as these drop down from the north. Any changes on that circulation? Because I see they were continuing the warning, and it's still radar indicated. I have not seen anything confirmed.
Nothing confirmed yet, but it does. It seems to be tightening just a little bit as it's about to cross into
There's the Orange County and Washington County one.
Yes.
You go ahead and click on it.
Yeah, we'll go ahead and look at this. This, again, a new severe thunderstorm warning that Brian was just talking about. This is going to be for the northern half of Orange. This does include Paoli. Here's Highway 150. This includes Paoli. This includes French Lick and Orleans. It also includes Campbellsburg and Washington County, Indiana. So this severe thunderstorm warning goes until 8:45. Brian has got that considerable threat tag with it, meaning 70-mile-per-hour winds are possible, and a tornado is also possible within the severe thunderstorm warning for Orange, Washington, and also a little sliver of Du Bois.
Okay, thank you, Carson. So this is, again, a big heads up. This is going to be out until 8:45 Eastern time. It will be the official expiration on this particular warning. Let me get right into that. That's where we're watching that cell drop in quickly, moving out of our northwest side here, just west of Bedford, now crossing right in that corner here of southern areas of Lawrence County and to the northern part of Washington. Kind of an odd position there on that particular warning. But anyway, you get the idea. If you're in that zone, just a heads up, it is coming your way. Let's look at the wind field. This is where that spin, I mean, it's still relatively broad, but strong. I mean, this thing's very organized. And at the very least, what this can do is produce, especially in that southern flank here, you can get your strong wind gusts right through here that can get to 70 miles per hour. That is another reason why they drew the severe thunderstorm warning a little more south of even the rotation is because that southern part there, it can gust out and you can get winds over 70, produce wind damage as that flies down 150, heads toward French Lick and Paoli. It hasn't happened yet. It's just that potential is there. Radar certainly indicates that that's an environment where that could certainly happen. So they're giving you a big heads up with that severe thunderstorm warning that is in place. I think we got another warning too, I believe. Is that right? To the north into Lawrence, or is that a
I think that's an update to the storms going just north of Bedford.
All right, so right now our main focus is, again, the tornado warning. It's why we're on here with nonstop coverage on Wave. We're streaming as well on the app. You can check out the Wave weather app and the news app. We're on there as well to provide you guys with coverage. We do take your comments on social media side. We're monitoring your questions you've got. I'm sure you've got a lot, especially on timing. And if you missed it, again, this is going to take some time to get into the Louisville area. This could be another 2 hours or so before it gets closer to us, and even later if you're south of Louisville. So you got plenty of time. If you need to still run out and run an errand or two, you'll be all right. But Indiana, unfortunately, you're going to be in that active zone for the next 3 to 4 hours. So at this point, you need to make sure you're already in your safe spot. If you've been out today at some of the cookouts for Father's Day, whatever the case may be, make sure that you're making plans to get back to your home now and safe spot, or perhaps you're at a safe spot now where you're visiting. Just know where to go in case you were to get a tornado warning as these drop down. Another threat we got to monitor is going to be flash flooding. Flash flood watches are out for all of Indiana. There is a chance this may get extended into Louisville, but Ryan Hoke, not long ago, if you're watching our streaming coverage, was pointing out that some of the radar estimates of what we could get on rainfall is 2 to 4 inches as we head into the late overnight hours, especially. And this is going to include Louisville, maybe in that zone. So we need to watch the flash flooding threat. That's no doubt going to be perhaps the bigger issue that a lot of you watching right now will be facing is flash flooding. Secondary threat is going to be straight on winds, where we get these little bowing segments like we have approaching the northwest side of Orange. That will be a little more common. We're going to see more of those cases evolve as we head into 10, 11 o'clock tonight. The tornado threat, I would say, is number 3 on the list. So it's not number 1, but it is there on the list, number 3. And then the last issue will likely be hail. And we haven't had many reports of that. And that's why it's dead last on its list here. But again, flash flooding is number 1. And that's what I want to make sure. If you got to venture out, some of you have second shift, third shift, you got to get ready for Monday. You've got to venture out some of these roads here. Please take a route you know, you're familiar with. Is what we say, turn around, don't drown. If you see something that's a little off, you can't see the road very well, don't trust it. Just find a different route that you know they can get around that and be safe out there traveling. We'll keep you updated on that, too, as we evolve through the next few hours, Carson.
Yeah, so we have that tornado warning still up for Lawrence County, the southern half of Lawrence County, for another 22 minutes until 8:30. Again, like Brian mentioned, the tornado threat, it's number 3 tonight. Number 1's flooding. Number 2 is wind. Number 3 is tornadoes. But as long as we've got tornado warnings in Wave Country, we will stay on the air here on Wave TV. And of course, we'll be here all night long on our social media platforms as well. Briefly want to mention the tornado watch still continues for the northern parts of our area, the northern couple of tiers of counties. So this includes Bedford, of course, Seymour, Madison, Scottsburg, Salem, Paoli, and Jasper. And that watch for now goes until midnight tonight. And the Weather Service here in Louisville, again, still debating on how far south, Brian, they want to extend this tornado watch. But it's a matter of if, not, or when, not if, when this tornado watch will be extended further south. Of course, we get that information. We'll let you know.
All right. Thanks, Carson. At this point, of course, watches don't really matter as much now as the warnings do once you're in this, right? So we'll monitor that, but likely Louisville will be included. Let's get you back to Lawrence. This is our main focal point, is this tornado warning. And we're watching the circulation. It's been evolving here, heading toward the split of 50 and 60 between Morristown, Hartleyville, and very close to Bedford. All right. So let's take a look at that wind field and see where we're at, because it's been relatively broad so far. We'll see if it's tightening up a bit more. Hard to tell from this particular look. Let me try to get a different angle. Hold on here. This is going to pitch you right along 150, I believe, just to the south and west of Spice Valley, heading toward Morristown. All right, now we're switching between 2 different radars. That's why the colors change a bit. Here's Indianapolis, and I believe this will be Louisville. they'll switch over there. So the colors kind of switch on me. But you get the idea where you have the opposite of the color spectrum. That is where you're getting the general rotation that is showing up roughly there just south of Mitchell Tree, Halbert, Indiana, near Bonds. So right there on 50. And this looks like it's going to continue to drift over Spice Valley and Harleyville here in the next few moments. I am not seeing any updates.
Nothing new on
that particular one. All right. So what we're going to do, I'm going to keep this up because we need to monitor the scans on this. So I'm going to keep it on and monitor this. And so it takes a few minutes for the new updates to kick in. I'm going to switch to where it's on Indianapolis as a radar, as it or Louisville, excuse me, as it tracks a little bit more to the east itself. And right along 50 there, again near Bonds. As we mentioned, if you're in this area, all right, now they're going to upgrade this to a tornado warning for Orange County. So tornado warning now coming out for Orange County. It'll pop on my screen here in just a second. This will likely replace the severe thunderstorm warning that we've got already in place here. So I would say it's going to be French Lick, Orangeville, Bonds, and Orleans, Indiana. Paoli will likely be included in that. As again, we're watching that kind of slither on by to the south and east. We'll know for sure here when the actual warning pops in on the screen in just a second. I'll give it a moment as it takes me a while to get everything typed up and sent out. But again, this will be a severe or a tornado warning that'll be coming out as we get into the northern part there of Orange County. So hopefully with that severe thunderstorm warning that's been out for a while, you've had a big enough heads up that you've already got into your safe spot and you've already notified your friends and family, just let them know. Again, this is still radar indicated, though. We do not have anything confirmed, so I don't want to scare you saying this is things on the ground, but we got to always treat these situations that potential is there. We can track that potential for any type of debris if there's any signal of that.
Haven't seen any so far, Brian.
Yeah, exactly. So that's good, right? We're monitoring that. So that's another tool we've had at our disposal. In fact, I can pop that on as we wait for that warning to kick in. And no, I mean, you see some lowering values, but nothing that really screams to match up. And what we have to do is watch these scans, especially when it gets a little more focused. All right, here's the, now for Gibson, Indiana, they changed that one to confirmed. Tornado into northern side of Evansville.
There was a report with that storm of a funnel cloud a little while ago.
Okay.
So obviously now we've got a tornado down Gibson County, just north of Evansville. So but we got to watch that for Du Bois here in about a half hour. Brian.
Okay. All right. I'll check in with you on that in just a second. All right. So Carson will get you ready for that in Du Bois County. Here's the update on Orange County. This is until the top of the hour. A tornado warning. This includes Orleans, Paoli, along Highway 150 is included in that. And again, we're tracking how this is going to evolve as it drops into that northwest corner of Orange County itself. So Stampers Creek also included in this tornado warning as it moves to the southeast. About nearly 12,000 people are being impacted by this, and it's radar indicated, but you got to watch that little notch right there as it moves in around Bonds. That's where we're seeing that rotation. It's been showing up there for a while. Let me put up the velocity on that and look at the wind field. It's still there. This hasn't really changed a whole lot, to be honest. At times it tries to tighten up, then it broadens back out, tightens back up again, but there is a definite structure to the storm that if one can produce a tornado, this one certainly has the groundwork already in play that can happen. So that's why we got to watch it. You got to take these very much on a cautionary side, right? And take action. And let's hope that it doesn't do that. But I know it's probably scarier down here in these air raid sirens go off into Orange County and Lawrence County. Again, we're going to walk you through it. Just turn the volume up on the TV as you get into your safe spot, lowest level of your home, your basement. And we'll guide you through this. We'll continuously talk and let you know as we get more information. Let's hope it just kind of blows on over and doesn't do anything. That would be really nice. But this is an environment we got to really monitor this just in case. All right, we've had the other cell that is near Du Bois County, so approaching Du Bois County. Carson Meredith is watching that. Carson, what do you got for me there?
Yeah, no new reports other than what we had with that confirmed tornado warning that was just issued. Again, this is for Gibson County, Indiana, which is just north of Evansville, but you could tell very, very clearly where this tornado is right here. This is very close to the Evansville radar, so we're getting a really good look close to the ground of where this rotation is right there.
The difference between that one and the one that's in approaching the southern part of Lawrence County, different. I mean, this is the one approaching. Look how broad that is in circulation. Now look at Carson's feed, and you'll see the one heading toward Du Bois, the signal of the brighter colors much closer together, and that's the reason why that one's a much more of a concerning signal there.
Yeah, we're going to do a storm track on this. It still has a while before it gets into Du Bois County, but it's heading that direction. And this particular supercell is completely uninhibited. It is out there in the environment by itself, which means it can feed in to all of that inflow that's coming into the storm. So it's moving eastward about 30 to 35 miles an hour.
Listed as a confirmed large and extremely dangerous tornado over Fort Branch.
So we've got a significant tornado now in Gibson County that will be moving into Du Bois County if it stays on the ground close to about 8:45, maybe getting close to Jasper, Brian, just after 9 o'clock. Let me check debris real quick on this.
Okay.
Obviously, they've got some sort of debris. If they're calling it a large tornado. And, you know, Brian, when you get so close to a radar like we are here at Fort Branch, Indiana, the debris tracker can get a little fuzzy, but there's no doubt there's a tornado down with this storm. So we'll be watching this closely.
So this is the one Carson is talking about, just to get your bearings right. Here's Louisville, Jeffersonville, Madison, E-Town, and Bardstown. We're talking about this cell that's near Evansville. We got away, but it's going to be entering our northwest corner here, heading toward Jasper and Huntingburg as we head into the next hour if it holds together. And as Carson mentioned, likely will at least be a severe storm. Whether or not it's tornadic or not, we don't know. We don't know. We just got to take it one step at a time. And then we got the tornado warning out for Orange County for this really conglomerate that has triggered multiple warnings for the same issue from Lawrence County down to Paoli. So Paoli and Bedford, Indiana zone, that's the area to watch for that particular cell. The ones here into Jackson and Jennings mainly becoming a heavy rain issue. I'm not seeing much of a severe weather signal there, which is good. And then one small downpour, no lightning with that, but it just popped into the eastern side there, Perry County. What you got for me, Ryan Hulk? He's standing by, keeping an eye on some of the questions and feeds, and obviously some of the data coming in here, Ryan.
Yeah, we've had a lot of folks, you know, just concerned about their location now being put under a tornado warning. What do I do? Let's go through really clearly and really succinctly what you need to do if you are under a tornado warning right now. If you're in Lawrence or Orange County, the safest place to be is a basement or a storm shelter. Underground is best. I understand not everybody has a basement. I lived for a house of many years without a basement. So what do you do there? You're in the interior of your home. You are trying to get to the center of your home if you can. Interior room or hallway. Cover your head. Stay away from doors and windows. Now, if you happen to be in an apartment complex or a condo and you're on the second or the third floor or higher, it's time to find a way to get downstairs to the first floor. Maybe you've got like a clubhouse or some sort of common area that's in a center part of the building, away from doors and windows. That's the place you need to be, away from doors and windows, lowest level of your house, guys. Doesn't matter where you're at. And of course, if you're in a mobile home, evacuate immediately if you are in a tornado warning and get to a structure, a business. Maybe you've got a friend's house down the street that you've talked with before, just in case I need to go there for, you know, some sort of a storm safety. That's where you need to go, is a sturdy building with a foundation, guys.
All right. And let's hope that especially a lot of mobile home parks do have the community awareness of shelters that have been designated. Hopefully they've already been in contact with every one of the residents and those cases there, and everyone knows where to go to. Good stuff there, Brian. So thank you. And again, keep those in mind as we evolve into this evening, as we're going to likely get multiple types of warnings here, from tornado warning to severe thunderstorm to flash flooding. Those will be the three warnings we're going to be facing over the next couple of hours here as this evolves across southern Indiana. I like that this is merging as one band here, but they are still separate cells within that line. So we're not quite to fully like a squall line type of scenario. They're still individualized. And as long as we see that signal, we're going to end up these rogue tornado warnings at times. And obviously any cell that can get out ahead of it and form south, especially. This is the corridor right here. From roughly Corydon all the way into Jasper. This is the spot in that section of 64 that has more of a prime ability for new development. And this is the spot here in Indiana, roughly Harrison County, all the way into Scott and Jefferson County, including into Washington for Salem. This is a spot where not only we have a tornado threat, but also a straight line wind threat will be much more prevalent in this angle as you travel in that little curve there up 65, just north of Louisville. Louisville, we'll have to wait and see. We'll have to wait and see how this is going to evolve, those two areas. But this is how the storyline looks to evolve as we into tonight. And it looks like, Carson, they did expand that tornado watch.
They did. I was just about to say that, Brian. This now includes all of southern Indiana. You can see that map has filled in down to the Ohio River. So Clark County, Floyd, Harrison, Crawford, Perry counties, you are now also under this tornado watch that goes until midnight tonight. There is still that possibility that this watch gets expanded into Louisville and maybe further south as the night goes on. But we really want to emphasize southern Indiana, like Brian was just talking about, is where that tornadic potential is at its highest now through about 11 o'clock tonight. Going back to that tornado warning in Gibson County, Indiana, Brian, that tornado for now, according to weather spotters, has lifted. but there is still significant rotation near the surface. So if you know anybody in Gibson County, Indiana, just north of Evansville, make sure they're aware of this. Call them, let them know there's a tornado warning. There's been a tornado down at points throughout this evening, and we're still watching that storm because if it holds together, it's moving into Du Bois County in about a half hour.
Okay, thanks, Carson. Appreciate it. And now we've had reports of at least 3-inch limbs have been broken west of Orange County as that cell is now approaching. So I'll ask if anyone's available in the newsroom to make some calls here and so we can find out what other damage reports we're getting, if there's any at all, especially in Lawrence County. You may not have much yet in Orange, but Lawrence County, Indiana especially, is one of the spots that we may be getting some, at least wind damage as these storms approach. So let me get all the way in to this conglomerate. It looks like multiple cells, but it's really just one that has more of a like an S shape to it that tracks all the way into areas there. Just north of French Lick, Orleans, Indiana, there's Lawrenceport. You're not technically in the warning there, Lawrenceport, but you will be the way this is evolving here. So if you go look at this, it's kind of like a wiggle that tracks just like this all the way into Rusk, Indiana. So just on the northwest side here of Orange, this little boxed area, this is what we're watching. If you're going to get any type of tornado development, it'll be right there over Spice Valley, along State Road 50 all the way to 60, and then the northern side there of Orange County. Paoli right now, there is not a severe storm right over you. This is all about what is tracking nearby to your area. And even if you don't get into this boxed area where there is rotation, you may end up with a straight line wind threat that is trying to develop there just along 150 and northwest side of Orange County. That may be an issue you have to face. So multiple things going on with one cell that is kind of merging there and tracking along areas of Bedford, Indiana. Let's check in with Ryan Hoke, who is going to be analyzing this in much more detail. And Ryan, we have so many different tools. You've got a very unique one that really helps us out in this kind of a setup, right?
Yeah, this is called MPing, and it's basically all these citizen reports that you can make either in the MPing app or through like an app like Radar Scope that allows you to tie into that network. We can see these reports on a map, and what we have seen is right on the border of Davies and Martin County here in Indiana. We've had at least a couple reports here of either limbs that are 3 inches broken, kind of like a tree uprooted sort of level of situation there, right along what you see there just east of I-69. And this is what's moving into Lawrence County right now. So I would expect to see additional damage reports as we move into Lawrence County. I've been looking at, of course, some of the, looking for debris on radar. Haven't seen that yet with this. That is some fantastic news. But seeing those damage reports, Brian, that is concerning. So we've now got a history of the storm moving into Lawrence County.
And we don't always get that in real time. So the fact that we're getting that, it does help, even if they are sparse. We kind of knew that's the case anyway. There is a bit of a sparse population, that spot where it's moving in, but it is going to get a lot more communities now involved here as we evolve into south of Bedford all the way into Paoli. That's a spot a lot of you watch right now. That's where you live, right? And so I know that you're hearing the sirens go off and you just want to know how bad is this going to be as this continues to move to the east. And again, so far, this is still radar indicated. We're monitoring this for any type of confirmation. We've only had wind damage. Now, I don't like seeing that signal because that is certainly going to induce your straight line wind threat in a big way here. The broad rotation is still there, but at times you have these surges in behind that rotation that surge straight down to the ground with the colder air that's aloft being pushed down. And when that happens, you get these surges of wind, and boy, you can really ramp up the wind damage, but it's a little different than a tornado situation. You end up with much more real estate and coverage of trees and power lines that get broken when that wind surges on by, versus a tornado is much more focused. Straight line wind threat like this with a Boeing segment, you got to really watch. So again, that is part of the rotation still. So we got to watch that on the northern side especially, but that surge, the only thing that worries me on it is that we could get some new center that may try to form there. Carson, on that southeast side.
Right as you were talking about that I guess, rear inflow with that wind, the Weather Service watching 60 to 65 knot winds about 5,000 feet above. Okay. So that could easily get to the ground at 60 plus.
Yeah, all it takes is just a heavy downpour, right? So once you get the heavy rainfall to move in, you can surge that type of reality from 5,000 feet down to the tree line, and then you got problems. So, and we could see that. I mean, look at that. That surge is getting stronger. They're along 150, just north of French Lick. So let me get you into that area. If you can pass, you can talk anytime you need to.
Yeah, well, I just want to mention, going back to that tornado warning in Gibson County, Indiana, the tornado is down again.
Okay.
You can't see a condensation funnel according to storm spotters, but damage is being done.
And that's the one you've got there behind you there.
This is a tornado warning north of Evansville. So it's not in our area yet, but we're showing you because it's down and it's heading into Du Bois closer to 8:45 or 9 o'clock.
Yeah, see, they're calling that the PDS, particularly dangerous situation, tornado warning. We'll watch it. This is going to be a concern here for the wind. I can't query this from where I'm at here. I don't know if you guys can to see what we're getting on some of the wind fields, but it is certainly a strong push of wind that is surging in behind that. Now, whether or not it's hitting the ground or not, we don't know. I'm trying to think what we've got. We have a gauge, I believe, in Paoli. That we may get some wind from. Otherwise, most of the gauges we've got in this area are mainly in Du Bois County, as far as the closest airport. But maybe we'll get something. Here's West Bacon Springs, the French Lick Resort. That's where that strongest wind, and that's going to curl around. So this is going to swing down a little bit more toward 150 itself here. The next few moments. I had a lot of things to just hit there.
New severe thunderstorm warning for Jennings.
Okay. Well, let's mention that real quick, and then we'll get back to the tornado warning because I don't want anybody to feel like they're being ignored. All right. And if we haven't mentioned you yet, it's a good thing. All right. If we've mentioned you several times, it's not a good thing. You're likely in the spot that we're watching for the tornado warning or the tornado threat and straight line wind threat to take place. Trying to get this to trigger. Let's see if we can get it there. If not, okay, I think it's going to work on me. So hold on.
And Brian, while you're fixing that, what you see on the screen there near West Baton Springs, that's 72 miles per hour winds that we're querying on the radar at the moment. So this may not be making it all the way to the ground, but expect the potential for at least 70-plus mile per hour winds in Orange County, northwest Orange County, right this second.
Okay, thank you, Ryan. And Ron's gonna be watching that as it evolves there. So, and Carson's gonna keep an eye on the one there into Du Bois County. Let me play out this warning here and get this cleared off. First off, this is a severe thunderstorm warning that's going to be out for that area, the section of was Jennings and
just Jennings,
right? Bartholomew, Decatur. All right, so right on the northern side there, Wave Country. This is going to be out until 9:15 local time for that severe thunderstorm warning, and that's just a small little section right there, but there's still some gusty winds on the tail end of that may drop down. So it's kind of like a snake, if you will, behind the banner, more so in Bartholomew County for sure. And that's where they still have a tornado warning. But some of that wind may push down in the northwest side there of Jennings. So that's the reason why you guys are under that warning. We'll monitor that. Don't see anything right now too alarming for your area at the moment, but that could easily change here. And it flashes, these storms are rolling through. All right, let me get you back over to the home view. And again, to kind of put your bearings on what's happening here, if you're just tuning in, 8:27 here on this Father's Day evening. And we've got severe weather now moving into our Indiana counties, especially around Bedford, Indiana, Paoli, and eventually moving into Washington County. So heads up in Salem. No warning over Salem, but it will likely happen. So go ahead and start thinking now where you're going to get the family and the family pets off to if you need to seek shelter as these storms roll in. If you're along the river, so far, not much to talk about. You got some time still, but that window of quiet time is shrinking. You get into Louisville, we're thinking closer to the 11 o'clock window, the way it's trending now. Could be a bit earlier in the northern part of the metro, but in general, it'd be late evening we're looking at when that will take place, and then south after 2 a.m. for our southern counties. Another severe thunderstorm warning that just triggered here. This is going to be another part of Jackson County for this particular warning. This is going to get you right there around Salem. You see that flashing that's taking place as you head into Salem itself, or excuse me, not Salem, Seymour. Sorry about that. Too many S names. You get into Seymour, severe thunderstorm warning that is out. This is going to include now Caruthersville, at least around the edge there, Caruthersville, bumping up against Washington County, Indiana. This is out until 8:45 local time. It also has a considerable tag because of some of the straight line winds as that moves into the area, and then get into Freetown, also some damaging winds in that area. That's also the warning in Orange County that we're looking at. All right, it looks like another tornado warning is back into Evansville. Carson's watching that, get a little bit closer to Du Bois. Otherwise, we got severe thunderstorm warnings out again for Jackson, part of Jennings. The tornado warning cluster we're monitoring for south of Bedford into Paoli, just north of Paoli, French Lick area, and then the third complex north of Evansville. It's 1, 2, 3. That's how they're lined up. That we're watching as they drift south and east across the county. We could get more players into the field.
Here's our first flash flood warning of the night for Jackson.
Okay, and you see it lighting up there on the very northern side of Jackson County, just a small little slither of it there, but a flash flood warning. But look how many there are. I mean, after this line moves by, look how much green you've got on these outlines. Those are all flash flood warnings, and we're going to see that same effect happen in Indiana here. So if you're near a creek bed, some of you may have been camping this weekend. Hopefully you've already wrapped up, being a Sunday night. But if you have friends or family that are at campgrounds, make sure they're aware, not only of the straight line wind threat here, but as you get into the flash flooding scenario, that is not good news as well as it moves on by. As I zoom back in real quick onto Lawrence County, Paola, as we're watching that wind field, we'll check in with Carson in a minute on what's happening toward Du Bois here very soon, because you're up next. You see that cluster of lightning? That is where we're still getting a very strong inflow of warm air. The cloud motion here is rising rapidly in this area around Orleans. That's an indicator that storm is holding on. It's not a sign of weakening as it moves to the east and southeast. This is one that can last a while. I mean, this is basically the same velocity wind signature we've looked at since it was west of our counties, and it still holds on to that same look where you can get the strong push of wind on the south side. Possibly a tornado could drop down anywhere into the northern side there of Orange County over to Orleans itself, and then south of Bedford as you head into Lawrence County. Although it looks like Lawrence, did they remove Lawrence altogether, or is that just because of the way the counties are looking here?
Let's see.
It looks like they removed Lawrence from the tornado.
Okay,
Yes,
that's what it looks like here too. Okay, so they're focusing just on Orange, which makes sense. I mean, that is the center of it, of the spin there. So that's some good news for those of you around Bedford if you're worried about this. Although it's likely going to track more southeast. So if we were to draw this out, this is the path I think is most likely. So Campbellsburg, Rosebud, Bexmill heading towards Salem. That's a spot. If this holds together, this is going to head into. So if there's any additional downstream tornado warning, it will likely be in that area there of Washington County. So I'm just giving you even more of a heads up of that threat going on. Ryan, let's check in with you, then we'll get to Carson on that one west of Du Bois.
Yeah, storm tracker. You see it up here in the box just above my head here. The wave storm tracker right now is in Clark County. It's moving northbound on I-65. It's going to be heading toward the Salem area. So if there is any damage in Orange or Lawrence counties that we learn of here, we'll be able to intercept that damage here and show that to you in pretty real time here as the storm moves south and east. Of course, we've got our whole team assembled here guiding the wave storm tracker. So it is going to be in a safe position with meteorologists kind of, making sure that this is not going into anything dangerous here. But please, if you're under a tornado warning, take shelter. Don't try to do what the storm tracker is doing, because we can do this safely. It's really hard unless you are a degreed meteorologist to be out and about in storms like this doing a little chasing, especially in this area. So many trees and hills, guys. It's just not very safe.
All right. Thanks, Ryan. Good points. Carson, let's check in with you with that cell that's been, at one point, a large tornado was on the ground, reported in Gibson, Indiana.
It's kind of hopscotching right now, fellas, with being on the ground, off the ground, on the ground, off the ground. But it is recycling over the last few minutes, where the initial rotation that was near Fort Branch has fizzled out. But on the southern flank, that rotation has developed in an entirely new spot just south. So it's trying to make a right turn. Notice it's going more due east now, paralleling I-65. As opposed to trying to go east-northeast just a little bit. So it's made a slight right turn, and that rotation is intensifying once again. This is Interstate 69. This is Interstate 64 right there just north of Evansville. This is a tornado warning still for Gibson, Pike, and Ward counties in Indiana. All of those are outside of wave country, but again, this supercell, it's in an environment all by itself, Brian, so it could stay very strong, potentially producing tornadoes for a lot longer this evening, and it's moving due east into Du Bois. So I would not be shocked if we get a tornado warning here for Du Bois in the next 10 to 15 minutes.
Okay, there you go, folks. A big heads up of this cell and moving toward Du Bois, and we're still watching again right around here into a northern side of Orange County, get you into an even closer view. This is still radar indicated, but as always the case with any tornado warning, you got to take action when you hear the warning language versus a watch, and this is a take action statement here. You need to make sure you're in your safe spot, because even if you don't get a tornado that could develop out of this, there will be surges of wind that at times will wrap around, especially on the southern flank, that can certainly induce wind speeds that could get to 70 miles per hour. And we've had some limbs that have been broken and snapped from this particular cell. It's had a history of that, so that's the reason why we have to watch it carefully. I see they've, that's another tornado warning, another one on the ground. Back in Illinois, it looks like.
Yeah, I'll mention that since you said that, Brian. There's still more cells firing off in southern Illinois.
Okay, let me get into a wider view of the radar. That's a good point.
And Brian, while you're doing that, Bedford, Indiana has tornado sirens going off again. Just to let you guys know, you are not currently under the tornado warning in Bedford nor Mitchell. Lawrence County is out of it. Orange County is in it.
Okay, thanks, Ryan. Again, those air raid sirens are controlled by local emergency managers or management by community. So sometimes they'll hit the button if they feel the threatening weather is coming their way. So we don't have any control over that. But either way, I'm glad everyone's at least hearing something and is aware of what's going on. That's the important thing. Just make sure you're aware. Here are the additional cells that Carson was talking about. These can all spin, especially between now and midnight. After midnight, maybe a little tougher, but between now and midnight, that's the action. This is where it's congealing, becoming a traffic jam as you head into Indiana. And that's important to note because that will start to change the storyline a bit. We're going to be hearing much more on flash flooding for sure. I think the warnings are certainly a sign of that, but just the radar presentation, flash flooding, I still think is the top of our list here of our worries. The tornado threat is number 3. Straight line winds will be number 2 on that idea. So we're kind of trying to break it up for you the best we can on the threats so that you don't think this is just all tornadoes or nothing kind of ordeal. That's not the case. It's much more complex than that. But that's the cell, and it still has that S shape. This is becoming its own mini low that is moving across Indiana. This may grow in size too. We see this a lot, especially when they track very close to a warm front. You're going to get a little bit more organized look to this here, where this entire S becomes the snake kind of shape, if you will, into Paoli. And I think this will hold on to continue to produce the potential for damaging weather, as we mentioned, into Washington County and downstream even. It may impact Clark and Scott County, Indiana. So we're giving you as much of a heads up of a notice as we can, just so you're aware. And let's hope that this weekends, but based on the radar presentation, I don't think it's going to weekend a lot. It'll still be able to produce some damaging weather. Then you get into a gap here around Jasper, and then we got to watch this cell that is trying to track a little bit more east-southeast. So that's the one that may graze into the southern parts of areas of Du Bois County. And that was, okay, I see that tornado report. That was at 8:25 p.m. in Gibson County, Indiana, around Princeton. That's where they confirmed that this is all on the ground.
It may be
near County Road 350 South.
It may be off the ground right now, Brian, because I mentioned a minute ago it's kind of reorganizing itself. It's recycling
through. Yeah. Okay.
So, but it's been going up and down for quite a while now, at least a half hour. And at one point, we mentioned it was a large tornado. So
yeah,
we're watching it for southern Du Bois, especially south of Jasper.
Okay, that's the big boy in town, really, is that cell. It's not all the way in there, but there's the new warning now for Washington. So Salem, this is nothing new. This is just confirming now that the warning is going to be placed downstream now to include Washington County as well. Let me get this off here so you can see. Again, this is going to include Du Bois, Orange, and Washington County, French Lake. We talked about Paoli. He's already been in warnings for a while here. Orleans, same story. Tornado possible, considerable tag because of the 70 miles per hour as your potential wind. Hail threat, by the way, the hail is listed even below severe limits, so that's not a worry. It's mainly just this little S shape. And as we've mentioned, these severe thunderstorm warnings are usually in place to be upgraded if need be to a tornado warning. This may be the case. We'll just have to wait and see how the signature behaves as it tracks just north of 150. So Mitchell, Indiana, in fact, let me get you in that corner of Lawrence County. In Lawrence County, technically, you're not under a tornado warning, but this is very close to your border. I mean, it's right on the border here of some of the rotation. So I'm a little surprised, actually, that you're not under a little bit more of a higher threat on that. But hopefully that Lawrenceport into Bono, that area, that's when you need to watch for at least some rotation that may at times, because it's so broad, the entire circulation is going to be drifting in that southeast corner there of Lawrence County heading to the south and to the east. Let me get you a little further downstream on this.
No damage reported in Orange County per dispatch at the moment.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate that, Ryan. So that's good. Let's hope that's the case. It's still going through there, so let's hope these reports continue. Right there along, see 337. There's Orleans, Indiana, a bit of the notch that is showing up right in that field. Let's put it the wind again, and this may be a bit too tight to see. I'll try to bring out a little bit more of a wider scope. Yeah, I mean, it looks a little more organized than what it was, but very close to Orleans as we're watching that general circulation. In fact, it's right there at 37, State Road 37, or County Road 37, County Road, or State Road, excuse me, I'll get it right, 337 as you head into areas just east of Orleans into Orange County. All right, so the tornado sirens are going off. Ryan mentioned this earlier for those of you that are in Orange County right now, and also they're going off into Bedford, but you don't have technically a tornado warning. But if you hear those sirens going off, just of course take the precaution, get into the lowest level of your home, a basement, get away from windows, put some shoes on. We always tell you that if you get into a tornado warning setup, having shoes on, believe it or not, is a huge help because if you end up with anything that's shattered with glass from your windows, you don't want to be barefoot walking around. So protect your feet just in case. And let's hope we don't get anything too wild with that. But it's always a good step to take as you get into your safe spot there in your home, right?
Brian, on the southern flank of that cluster in northeast Du Bois, not the one we've been tracking, but
here.
Northeast Du Bois, there's a little rotation that's trying to develop that the Weather Service is watching. So this is near the town of Du Bois in Du Bois County.
Okay, let's get right into there.
Not alarming yet, but it's got to be watched.
Okay, yeah, there is certainly. It's not too far away from Patoka Lake area and drifting between there and Lost River. The signal it's hard to tell, but you got the green and you got your pink, and they're basically just on the northern side of Patoka Lake. That is where you've got a little bit of a tight rotation. Now, this is, to put your bearings even more, this is just southwest of French Lick. That we're watching. Now, as far as warnings go, there is no tornado warning for the southwest side here of Orange County. But I agree. It's getting closer, that's for sure. Right over Crystal, you can see the two colors kind of match, look like a pair of eyes staring at you, right? So that's where the circulation is located there, just south of the Crystal community. So no tornado warning with that, but as Carson pointed out, it's one that could trigger a separate tornado warning that could go out for Patoka Lake and may even include a little bit of Crawford County. We'll see. It may get extended that way, but certainly southern Orange County. So kind of a double whammy. You got the northern part of Orange and the southern part. Two different circulations here they're watching. Nothing confirmed. And Ryan, so far, he's been checking my dispatch. We haven't heard anything that's been as far as confirmed damage out of this. It's still early in the game here, but I like where this is going. Let's see. The severe, okay. I was reading some of the issue. They're going to issue another warning downstream from all this mess going to the east, which we have been cautioned that's going to be the case. This will include the rest of Washington and getting to Scott and even northern Clark. I think you guys need to be just on standby because this is probably going to hold together for a bit. But they may issue another warning here for this Boeing segment as it continues to surge in that little spin. But it's still a 1, 2, 3 ordeal. And I hope that we're going to evolve into a lessening tornado threat here soon, but it's not quite there yet. So at the moment, we still got the spin that's located at times more of a straight line wind threat, though, moving in the northeast side here of Jackson County into Jennings. We're monitoring that, but it is attached to a much more pronounced possible tornado signature behind the banner you can't see. And you get it down into Paoli. In Orange County, moving into Washington County, one signature that we're watching, and one small one located you can't see that's just east of the R in Jasper, and then a third one that is behind this box. Get rid of that. So it'll pop away. This is going to be the one that's heading toward the western southwest corner there of Du Bois. So we're still dealing with multiple rounds here. I think we have to label this 1, 2, 3, 4. So now we're at 4 spots that we're monitoring on this. We still have a tornado warning out for Orange County. This is going to go, I believe, to the top of the hour for this particular one. So let's see, Jennings County. All right, just got it updated. Any other reports?
Just outside of our area in Bartholomew, Brown, Monroe County, so Bloomington, Nashville, Columbus, they are starting to get flash flooding, especially along or east between I-69 and Highway 46, which that zone is a pretty heavily populated area with Nashville and Columbus especially, and Bloomington too. So flash flooding is now occurring just outside of wave country. And where are all these storms going, Brian? They're going south and east, and they're training over the same spots. So we're going to have more flash flooding in our area, especially Lawrence, Jackson, and Jennings here shortly.
Yeah, see some of the creeks on MP reports. Creeks are out of their banks at times there as you head into areas of Bartholomew County and likely into northern Jackson. And also same reports of high water and likely either street flooding or creeks or other banks too as you move near Martin County heading into eventually into Orange and Paoli, which is that very heavy rainfall right there. Ryan Hoke has been tracking the setup of these storms as they move into the area. What do you got for us, Ryan? It looks like you got a photo.
We got a photo. This is from Stampers Creek Township in Orange County. This is from exactly 12 minutes ago. Joseph A.B. sending this in on Facebook. And you can see there's a potential pronounced wall cloud here, a lowering, if you will. So far, no additional reports of this actually touching down as a tornado or even a funnel, but you can definitely tell that there was something there that folks in Orange County did see here this evening. So continue to send in your photos either via the Wave Weather app or, of course, the big red text message I put up on the Wave Weather Facebook page. Comment with your photo there, and we can display them on the air. You guys are our eyes on the ground, and often that's the first sign of damage is what you guys tell us you see.
All right, thanks, Ryan. It's enough when we get photos like that when the storms are moving in, so it does help. Daylight, we're losing it here soon, but we do have it to our advantage for just a bit longer. That does help, because once we get into the darkness of night, this becomes much more challenging to track all these different cells moving in, especially when it comes to tornado warnings. That is always difficult. So let me get you covered. The main reason we're on is for any tornado warning that comes out, but not to mention just the general damaging weather that's moving in. And this particular conglomerate, if you look at it, you can almost see what is happening here with multiple little wiggles in this particular line that are taking place. Let's start back here into the northern side of Washington County. There's your inflow notch right here that's building in. That's your general rotation northeast of Paoli. We're monitoring that. Then it snakes around. You get the French Lick, and then once again, you develop almost a hook trying to form there, at least an appendage that's forming on the radar. So it's a separate cell that is trying to be stingy and try to take over what it can, being on the southern side there of this entire rain mess that's moving in. So this is a setup that can feature two different circulations. We're monitoring on that, whether or not they can be sustained. This one here is the one that has a better potential the way it's trending so far, because it's the one driving all of this. And that straight line wind threat, I think in Paoli, I'm surprised we haven't heard of anything yet on any type of more wind damage in Orange County. Now, that may change, but at least just above wherever you're tracking us on the radar, that wind is quite strong. So it's a matter of whether or not it can make it down to the ground level. But we're not quite to the point where we develop what we call a natural inversion. We're not quite to that point. That's still a couple hours away from that really building in. But this is early enough in the evening that we still got to watch for that straight line threat to make it to the tree line, Carson.
That southern rotation, Brian, right there on the Du Bois orange line near Patoka Lake, it's tightening up.
Okay.
So we might need to watch that one a little more closely here.
All right, thanks, Carson. We keep an eye on it. I'll bring everybody up to date on where we're seeing that. Oh, yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
That's certainly tightened up there.
Gibson County, Indiana, with that supercell we've been watching, now getting reports of substantial roof damage from when that tornado was down earlier. Okay. And that thing looks nasty near French Lick.
Okay.
That thing's tightening up.
All right, so this is what we're watching. This is going to be just east of Norton, right on the border there, as you head from Martin County, I believe it is, over into Orange County, right on that border there. Now, there's no tornado warning yet for that particular one, but that is one that could easily become a tornado warning cell, warrant cell, if it evolves. And it's going to be the same county. So Orange may be a little weird here for you guys, because you may hear two different tornado warnings come out. You may get one. We already have one northeast areas.
Here comes a new tornado warning. This is an extension for the. Well, this is the
one for the all right, the one we're watching. All right, so this is the one now for Southern Orange. So now, again, you got the double tornado warning for the same county, but it's two different sections of the county that we're referring to here, where you've got the biggest concern. This tornado warning's out until 9:30. This will include French Lick again. You're back in the spot. Patoka Lake, Ethel, and heading toward the southeast community. I know we have Kerry that watches us all the time on our stream. So Kerry is safe. He's in that spot where that tornado warning is out. And it's a stretch all the way into the western and the southwest corner here of Washington County, Indiana, just southwest of Salem. We're watching that particular circulation as it moves in right now. So there's two different areas. We're watching northeast Orange. So far, nothing confirmed. Nothing confirmed with this one. But between the two circulations, look how broad this one is. And it's rotation signature we're getting. If you were to connect this as a big circle, this looks more like a straight line wind setup, but this is a little tighter. Your spin's a little bit more focused. You can look at that as almost like a figure skater on the ice. When they do the twirls and they pull their arms in, they spin a little faster. When we see that tighter rotation, that wind speed could be a lot faster than a general broad rotating idea, like the figure skater on ice. When she opens up her arms, she slows down in that spin, right? So much more of a slower spin, but still you get a straight line wind threat. But this is the one we got to watch when we get these colors that close together just south of French Lick. Ryan Hoke, what you got?
Okay, everybody and their brother in Orange County, Indiana has seen this thing, and they have tons of photos, more photos of this potential wall cloud here from Matt Simmons near Bromer, Indiana, which is in Orange County. Once again, Billy here, Orleans, Indiana. You can see kind of a little bit of a lowering there, kind of some striations in the clouds. Third and final photo here. This is Dutch Parks between Mitchell and Orleans. You can see just an absolute wall of water moving in with that kind of bluish color there on the screen. No indications, though, in any of these photos, guys, that we've had a tornado touchdown so far.
Okay. Thanks, Ryan. Keep the photos coming, guys, as long as it's safe to do so. They do help us in verifying. And that certainly just lines up with the base just being low for a while now with the cell, but it hasn't gotten past that point. As long as it doesn't get past the point, we're okay. You don't have as much of a tornado threat there. And sometimes that happens. They linger, but they can't build all the way down because there is a bit of a, what we call a bit of a stable layer that tries to form near the ground that can prevent that. So let's hope that's the case, and we keep these clouds off the tree line as much as we can. But we're monitoring that. That's a separate issue from the other side of Orange County. This is the one that has much more of a tighter rotation to it that is lining up. Then we have the straight line wind thread that's also moving through, but this is our main focal point that we've got. Let me check on, actually, I'm going to send over to Carson. Carson, let's do an update on Du Bois.
Yes.
Where does that stand? How's that cell evolving?
That rotation is still strong, Brian. Now, I will tell you, we have not had any reports of new tornado touchdowns. This storm, let me go to the regular radar. This supercell has been intense for the last hour and a half now. It's had or dropped tornadoes from time to time. At one point, there was a large tornado on the ground, and it's still showing that classic supercell look. You've got extremely heavy rain, maybe a little small hail, but it's really just heavy rain on the north side of the storm. If we're going to have a tornado, it's right along I-64 here in Gibson County, now moving into Pike and Warwick counties there in southern Indiana. The reason we're showing you this supercell is because as it keeps moving east down I-64, heads up Holland, heads up Huntingburg, heads up southern Du Bois County, we could have a new tornado warning coming out in the next, I'd say, 10 minutes or so, closer to 9 o'clock for this supercell. Again, this storm has produced tornadoes, Brian. It has produced some damage earlier tonight in Gibson County, so we got to watch it for Du Bois. Okay,
thank you. I appreciate that, Carson. So I think at this point, based on what we're looking at, I mean, Du Bois, you got just get ready to take action. It's like you're going to get some type of warning as the sun moves in. Let's hope it's not a tornado warning, but I think it's hard to avoid a warning with that kind of a look on the radar now approaching just to your southwest. Meanwhile, as we travel just northwest of Louisville and we get into Washington County, Indiana, into Orange County, this is the spot we're watching for any type of damaging weather. These two counties, Orange and Washington, the two at the moment that feature the highest potential to get any type of wind damage out of this. And this may be straight line wind and potential for tornado damage out of two different cells that you have in your county right now. So it's a double whammy kind of setup. One hit in the northern sections, one side of 150, and the other side of 150 hit by the other. This is the one, look at that. This is definitely becoming a straight line wind signature there, moving into Rosebud, Beck's Mill. So this is surging up. This is getting a little bit more on the intense side compared to what we had earlier, probably getting to certainly severe limits, at least just off the ground where the radar beam. Now the radar's at Fort Knox, shooting that direction. It's detecting that wind field aloft. So don't be surprised if we start to get some reports of wind damage out of this band. And this is still rotating. I will say it hasn't gotten stronger with that intensity. It's just gotten a little tighter with that rotation on that. Likely a very visible rotation, by the way. So hopefully emergency managers or any sometimes sheriff's deputies that are out will relay those reports back to us when they see them. The storm tracker we have out, I'm not sure where they're located at.
Closing in on Salem, I think.
They're in Washington County.
Yeah. Washington County. Okay.
Yeah.
So they're over here on the other side. So we'll have to make sure they're in a good spot here soon and also be safe. But they're probably going to end up with both of these two different cells here, kind of very close together. It'll be within reach of this area. But Salem County, Washington County, Indiana, certainly taking the brunt here, really both here in the next 45 minutes alone, Ryan.
Let's talk power outages. We've had some reports of power and internet outages in Orange County already. Lawrence County now clocking in with a pretty decent power outage up that way here. In fact, you'll see bottom right-hand side of your screen here, 1,260 customers in Lawrence County. That's about 4% of Lawrence County without power. The Orange County numbers will update here in the next few minutes, but right now 53 customers without power down that way. So we're starting to see the reports trickling in. of these storms doing some damage, at least taking down some power in places, guys. And of course, these reports coming in from MPing as well, very helpful. The Wave Storm Tracker, very helpful. We got a lot of eyes on these storms. So when something happens, we'll be able to share it with you pretty quickly.
Okay, thanks, Ryan. Again, we got our eyes on several different issues here that we're monitoring for guys, whether it's power outages to our storm tracker. Carson's keeping an eye on the boys for us as we're focused on the other double threat that we've got in Orange and Washington County, Indiana. So we do have crews out in the field right now that are monitoring the setup and ready to respond if need be. So we've got you covered on this here tonight. And we don't want you to be alarmed and scared here, right? So we want you to be informed. And we're trying to give you as much info as we possibly can give you in the scenario of what we can confirm. And sometimes that takes some time to get things confirmed, but we're working on it, I promise. And whether it's good or bad, we want to make sure you get the info so that everybody downstream this mess will be in good shape. Carson, what you got?
We've got debris showing up on this tornado moving out into southern Du Bois County, Brian. This is in Pike County, Indiana, just north of I-64. It's hard to make out, but you see that little concentration of green and blue right here, just south of the Spurgeon community. The National Weather Service in Paducah is now calling this a tornado debris signature. And again, this is heading straight for southern Du Bois County. So we should be getting a tornado warning momentarily, I would imagine, Brian, for southern Du Bois.
Yeah, and that will come from the Louisville Weather Service office. So we'll let you know. Let me get into a wider view on this as we're tracking multiple setups here. All this is Indiana, by the way. This is not a Kentucky issue right now. But we got the two cells, again, Orange, there to the east, and Washington County. And new tornado warnings out. Now, this one is up against the border of Du Bois.
Correct.
So they will likely extend that. Louisville may connect to it. We'll see. They don't have very long polygons on this. Now, that tells me a couple of things. One big thing.
New tornado warning coming from Washington County.
Okay, yeah. All right, we'll get to that. As soon as it hits, we'll pop it in. But Washington County, new tornado warning is out. This is the one now that's up against Du Bois, but it's kind of drawn around you. But I think in Du Bois and Southwest Du Bois, you need to get into your safe spot. I think it's coming your way. All right, let's get to the new tornado warning. This is for the rest here of really Washington County that is going to be stretching its legs now as we get that tornado warning. This is radar indicated, not confirmed. Radar indicated. It's that broad circulation. And as long as that spin is on the radar, to be honest with you, they may issue tornado warnings all the way down the line here, all the way southeast of even as you head into eastern side there of Salem and Scott County. I think that will continue, maybe even Clark County. I'm not going to roll out. So don't be surprised. It doesn't mean there's a tornado on the ground tracking southeast. It's just that the groundwork is still there. It has been in place for a while. The machine is running, and it's just a matter of does it drop one or not. And you got to take these with a lot of caution when you get into these scenarios. You just don't want to take a chance on, especially when something that still has this much of an organized look to it. And again, even if you don't get a tornado threat, you can still get a surge of wind that at times will kind of just surge about, and sometimes the radar doesn't always catch that surge. So be ready for that. These warnings do come with 70-mile-per-hour wind potential on them. We have not had anything measured at that level or any damage indicate that kind of wind has happened, but it's just off the ground. It's a matter of whether or not it can make it down below the tree line. Let me get you to that one that is into the southwest side there of Orange County. How's that behaving? Well, it's not as pronounced as it was, kind of losing a little bit of its organization. It's no doubt what we call the rear flank, that push right here of wind in the Rosebud, that is likely, it's flowing right into that. That's going to disrupt it. So it may have a little bit of a tough time holding together. We'll see how it behaves as it moves from French Lick, south of French Lick, and the southern part of Paoli along 150. But this is not really an environment here where that rear flank surging out in advance of it, that it's going to be really conducive to keep that going for a bit. But we'll continue to monitor it. Tornado warning still out for you guys on the southern side. And Brian, you got another photo or another radar update?
Yeah, we got the storm tracker, and a couple of updates here from Orange County. Limbs are down between Paoli and French Lick on Highway 150 right now in Orange County. Various power outages throughout Orange County as well. We've got the Wave Storm Tracker that's in position to intercept this Campbellsburg area tornado warning here with the embedded supercell structure here that's kind of heading toward the south and east here. And we'll continue to get live updates from the Wave Storm Tracker and, of course, be airing your reports as we get them in.
Okay, can we take their camera feed real quick just for a moment here, then we'll go back to radar in a second. This is live in the Storm Tracker. I think Meredith Lee is in the Storm Tracker as well, but she's with our crews, and they're monitoring. They're kind of scanning around. You can see the low-hanging clouds, some of the lightning in the distance as well. Some that's what we call scud clouds because the moisture is so high in the atmosphere, the moisture content. That's why these rainfall rates are just absolutely tremendous, of 2 inches plus in some cases of rainfall rate. But they're driving near that section. We're monitoring their location carefully in relation to the storm. But once they get to the other side of that dark gray to the light gray, that's where things will really change for them. So I hope they are going to be safe and monitor that feed as they continue to drift into the eastern side. That this is where they're driving into, is this wall. That's the light gray and dark gray. Is this shelf cloud likely is showing up? Can really see it as well when you have a lot of rain in advance of like that. But it is there, and that is heading right into Rosebud and Beck's Mill. Then we got the other part, the tail end that's trying to hold together, still rotating, but not as pronounced as what it was. And then we get all the way down here. Let's get all the way to the southwest side of our viewing area, our northwest side really of our viewing area, but southwest of this view gets you south of Jasper, southwest corner, Huntingburg, especially on 231 and I-64. This thing still has a fairly strong signature there of that rotation as it moves right across. And this is still a confirmed tornado.
Still confirmed, yes.
Moving right along I-64. So it's a very visible spot. And once it's going to get very close once it gets in that southeast corner there, moving into Pike and Warwick counties. That's where it's going to get very close to the interstate. And that's usually reports spike big time when you get close to an interstate. So we're going to get a lot of good data on this here soon, but still, if you're in that southern part of Du Bois County, just be ready. I think a tornado warning is pretty likely, and at the very least, a severe thunderstorm warning is going to come out for you.
Right as you say that, tornado warning for Du Bois confirmed with a tornado debris signature.
Okay. All right, let's pull that up. Again, that warning will be popping in on the screen in just a second here. And again, that's the signature we're looking at that is moving just north of the community of Lane. Again, very close to I-64. That's where we're seeing the potential for that debris that is, it is debris that is showing up on the radar scan. So here's the official stats on this tornado warning. Again, it's listed as observed because we've had several folks now see this. And again, those reports will go up the closer it gets to I-64. This includes Ferdinand, Holland, Huntingburg as well until 45 minutes. This is a long warning, 45 minutes from now for this particular tornado warning. This again includes Huntingburg, there's Ferdinand, there's Johnsburg, and there's the community of Holland. Holland up first to be in the danger zone. You may actually get a little bit of small hail as you enter into this here very soon, and then you'll get into the tornado threat on the other side of that, the way it's looking there. Again, tornado warning out Du Bois County until 9:45 as we're monitoring the circulation there. What you got, Ryan?
Yeah, I just wanted to show the debris on this real quick with our 3D radar here. This is going to be the Evansville radar site. A little easier for me to pick this out than for you guys to try to switch radar sites sometimes here. You can see this blue kind of streak right here. This is co-located almost perfectly with the rotation in this storm. So we can tell that this storm just west of Holland, Indiana, getting ready to move into Du Bois. That's why Du Bois County has a tornado warning right now, has been picking up debris. So we can tell that at least it has been on the ground. Is it currently on the ground? It's very, very possible. But that's why they call it a radar confirmed tornado. You can see the blue, you can see the debris getting inhaled into the thunderstorm there, guys.
All right. It's great to have these kind of tools. Again, tells us certainly that whether it's on the ground or not, we know at one point it had been because it got debris from somewhere and it's being lofted up. And they can carry it with it for a while. It can just keep it flowing, and eventually gravity wins out and you'll see it reach the ground. And that's when the reports really go up. But there's no doubt that something has been impacted by this tornado, again, on the southern side here of Du Bois County along I-64. This is going to get a little dangerous when this gets right up on the interstate, because this is where we have a lot of folks traveling. Right now, if you know anyone traveling on 64, they maybe want to maybe a Holiday World today, and they're about to jump on 64. Tell them just to get somewhere safe. One of the rest areas, especially, they do have storm shelters in there. If you can find somewhere to get off the interstate and let this kind of blow on by. But it's going to track very close to it, and as it continues to maintain that rotation, it will turn right. So eventually it will cross 64, and I think Perry County and the western side here of southwest side of Crawford, that would be an area to watch as it crosses over. If it maintains, we don't know yet because it's getting close to getting into the noise here of all the action to the north, and eventually once it loses its own identity where it's separate right now, once it loses that, the tornado threat will start to ease a bit. It's just a matter of how long does that take. Meanwhile, look at Floyd and Harrison County. Indiana. Downpours now beginning to rapidly develop. And now that's interesting because that is popping in advance of the other circulation we've got moving into Salem. We'll see how that will impact it, hopefully, in disrupting it. As it moves to the south and east, and we get more just of a heavy rain threat. But as I mentioned several times here, the flash flooding potential is the biggest concern we got. See, a new watch is coming. It's kind of a mute point now, but I'm sure it's going to be the other area of 64. I think it's going to be Kentucky. Is what it looks like. They may be doing another watch here.
And that's
soon.
a severe potential, not tornado potential. So
Yeah.
they may very well go with a severe thunderstorm watch. We'll see what happens.
Yeah. Okay. We'll keep an eye on that. But in case your weather radios go off or you see the notification on the Wave Weather app of a severe thunderstorm watch, that's why, is they will just carry that over the river into Louisville just to lay the groundwork down for the next round that's coming in. All right. So here are the warnings we've got in play. We got the tornado warning that's out for Washington County into head into the southern side here, southeast side of Salem. That particular tornado warning is out until about 45 minutes after the hour. Then we have still the one for southern areas of Orange County. Now that signature does look a little more interesting. Let me take a look and see.
It looks impressive on radar, but when you go to the velocities, the rotation, it's there, but it's not.
It's just not. It's having a tough time.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah, I think it's still being influenced. No doubt about the one ahead of it. Because everything's getting so tilted now. We're getting into this training mode. Now, if it can close off and cycle again away from that and give this time to accelerate out, it could regain. That's certainly possible, but right now we don't see any sign of that. They're going to hold on to the tornado warning. You see it flashing. They're just letting you know that's still going to hold. They're not canceling it. They're going to keep an eye on it because they're seeing the same thing we are. It's still spinning. It's a matter of not does it drop down below the tree line or not, and we don't have enough support for that just yet. Army Breen on the radar of the showing now rain.
Hey, Brian, Martin County, Indiana, northwest of Paoli, there's another cluster with a new tornado warning that may be going right back into Orange County here in just a few minutes.
Okay, let's take a look. Okay, near Lost River there.
Right.
Right now, this little section. The little corner right there, as we talk about in Martin County, that does bump up against our warning area for Louisville here. So the Weather Service will be in control of this side here of Orange County. So there could be another tornado warning that may go all the way out to Paoli. It could get extended, at least on that western side at 50 and 60 there, maybe influence, and Highway 150 itself, too, going through the heart of Paoli. All right, so we've got multiple issues here. I don't like to see the repeated rounds of the storms, though, take place on that, so that's something we'll have to watch. Let me get into a broader view. If you're just tuning in, we're now at the top of the hour, 5 minutes after 9. You're watching our severe weather coverage here on Wave as we continue to evolve into a tornado threat to hopefully a straight line wind threat, at least a tamer version of that, and then flash flooding that will become a growing signature as we head into the next few hours. If you're in southern Indiana, most of our Indiana communities, you've got a threat that's imminent. Or is about to be here very soon ongoing as these storms move into your area. In Louisville, you still got some time here, not much. I would say roughly about 90 minutes. And then we'll start to get some warnings a little closer into the metro here, if not sooner on the northern side, especially Clark County, could be a different ball game. And then south of Louisville, this is going to be a late night issue. All right. Another tornado warning.
This is for that
orange again. This is for that section that Carson, you were pointing out.
Yes.
For Lost River that was moving out of Martin County. So this is a new tornado warning that is almost on top of the other one. But you can see the idea. This is going to include Paoli again until 45 minutes after. I think I got the right one highlighted.
9:45. Yep.
Okay.
That's right.
Because they're all bunched together here. So the arrow is trying to find which one. So that's the one we're watching. Let me get into what we're looking at for the concern on that. As Carson was pointing out, that rotation was getting stronger just north. You can already see a hint of it right there. Let me bring that up near Natchez, I believe that is. Yep, just south of Halbert and just north there of Lost River. I don't have the speeds on that. I can't query that. Let me know, Carson, if you get
let me double check it here.
A signature on that.
East at 25 miles an hour.
All right, do we have any, can we query that?
Yes,
and see what we got on that too as it moves off to the east. And again, that's a heads up tornado warning that we're getting for 150 for French Lick and Paoli to see what happens here. Where does this go? How does this evolve? That's what we're watching. We've got several eyes on that one. Meanwhile, we're going to take you back over here to the east as we get into circulation. It's moving faster.
And while you're doing that, Brian, the storm tracker is in Salem right now. You see that on the right-hand side of your screen in that center box there. Meredith Lee says they are hearing tornado sirens as they're driving around Salem.
Okay, they're right in advance of that cell. Let's take their feed and show you for a moment here what they're looking at. I could tell it looks like a lowering base.
That's what I was just about to say, Brian.
They came back to the right, right there. Hold it right in that direction. That's the spot we're looking at. That still looks like the lowering base. It's hard to tell now because the lights are getting so bright in the at the downtown area. Now, Meredith, I want to make sure you guys are in a good spot, a safe spot, if you need to seek shelter. All right, there's no confirmed tornado on the ground, but that is the area that we're watching. All right, yeah, the lights kind of mess the lens of the camera up. They kind of take away from the darkening skies behind. It's hard to see because the camera's trying to focus on the brighter areas, but. We're monitoring that. You can see it right there behind the buildings itself in the core of Salem. There's a Salem. Is it Salem Title?
That's Salem Title.
Salem Title there, right in behind there. That's what we're going to be watching for rotation. That has been pretty broad in that area, but there's a lot of lowering. I mean, the moisture content's so high, it's really hard to tell. This is why you can't storm chase in these areas. It's so dangerous. You can't see anything coming over the sides of these buildings. So we're trying to guide. We have separate communication going out to them. Big hats off. Kevin Harden is off today, so he's helping us out remotely right now. So thank you, Kevin. We appreciate all your help with us on guiding our crews here as we're watching. There's the Ford dealership too in Salem. So again, you can see the speeds on this as it continues to rotate around there into Salem. So we're monitoring that. They just, in fact, just updated this morning. They're still saying tornado near Salem is where that potential, if there's going to be anything to drop down, that's the area to watch. And based on the images we saw there, and you see that box behind me, yeah, that's a good shot. Let's take that. That's looking from their actual camera in the vehicle. So let's hold on to that for a second.
And Meredith can talk to us.
Okay, Meredith, first off,
hi,
have you noticed the wind has calmed down as you got right to this point now? Or did it ramp up?
Yes, there's not too much wind that we're feeling, at least from here inside the vehicle. Let me take you from the roof shot right now. You can see more of these clouds that are hanging down here. The sky is incredibly dark. You can actually see a lot better on the camera than you can really in person. We're going to pull into this gas station. So then we have a little bit of a better wide open view of the sky. And yeah, look at those clouds.
Yeah, and I know it's really hard to see, but those are the ones we're watching that, in general, they're all, the entire cluster above your head, the whole thing is rotating. So it's a matter of whether or not any sections of that will drop down. And that's what we're watching and monitoring. So the key on this, that we're losing daylight, but the key thing that we always look for is anything that has a rotating look to it. It's above your head. And it'll be pretty obvious when you look at the clouds. And if they're hanging low and rotating, then that usually gives us a funnel clue right away that it's developing. But we're still monitoring that. Meredith, be safe, and we'll keep an eye on your feed, all right? And we'll check back in with our Meredith Lee there in the storm tracker because we want to make sure they're in a good spot, too, to take care of themselves. They're right there in the downtown part of Salem. As that circulation, it's pretty broad still. So I can see why we're not seeing a definitive trail here. And I'm not complaining. That's a good thing. As long as this can stay broad, it'll be just a surge of wind in pockets, especially south of Salem. That's where your strongest of wind gusts are going to be out of this setup. Let me get you back into Orange County here because I want to keep an eye on that particular cell that we're watching that's moving toward the southeast corner of Salem. I think every corner here of Orange County has been impacted at some point. And then you see the circulation, actually the one in Du Bois too. Let me get to that one. That looks like it's now going south of the border.
It's hugging the border. Yeah. In fact, the Weather Service in Paducah just put out a tornado warning for Spencer County, Indiana, just to the south.
Okay. Yeah. Right on a little slither right there, heading toward Carter. There's Holiday World right here. So
it's right along I-64.
Yeah, it's right there, just north of Holiday World, feeling the impacts. And it's a bit of a muddled look there on the signal on that. Ryan, I know these storms, as they've been approaching our area, they've had at least some wind damage as far as tree limbs down. We've heard of some, I believe, power poles have been impacted. But what are we seeing as far as true outages right now.
Yeah, right now we're seeing Orange County starting to clock in, and you'll see that's a 2% power outage of customers served in Orange County. About 306 customers without power. Lawrence County, those numbers continue to tick upward as the system ingests those power outage numbers as they happen. Now 4.3% without power. It's about 1,392 customers without power there in Lawrence County, Indiana. I expect to add a bunch in Washington County and possibly Du Bois here pretty soon, guys.
All right. Thank you, Ryan. The tornado watch, they just announced that will be expanded. It will be a tornado watch. They're going to type up. This is going to be for Louisville all the way down to Bullitt County, all the way to Lexington. So the Louisville metro and to Lexington metro areas, a tornado watch will be coming out. Again, a watch just means to be prepared. That's not as immediate as a warning is. Two separate issues. These are warnings that we're talking about. The watch is just a general broad alert day, if you will.
Clark County, by the way, they've got the Clark County Fair going on. They're securing the fairgrounds as we speak.
Okay. All right. Well, Clark County is one of the areas we've talked about that is so downstream of that big circulation. It's been ongoing and persistent that I think it's going to be hard to avoid some type of warning here for Clark County.
They are not there yet, but they are debating an expansion of a tornado warning into Clark.
Okay.
They're not there yet, though.
Yeah, I think it's certainly on the table. I think everybody, if you're in that area, just treat it as a potential tornado warning that could come out there for areas of Clark County. In case you get it, just be thinking now. And, if the kid's already in bed for the night, just thinking, okay, if I have to get them out of bed, where am I going to go? That kind of thought process. You don't need to take immediate action, but just be ready to take immediate action. And that's what we're hoping to do. It's not often we get a heads up of these cells tracking that can produce severe weather downstream. So anytime we get a signal that that's possible, we're going to tell you. They give you as much lead time to respond to that as you possibly can. So,
Brian, the supercell in southern Du Bois has really gotten its act together again.
Okay.
We may have debris showing up again too.
All right.
It's got that classic
I see it. Yeah,
supercell
well, it stands
look.
out since I zoomed out. You can see it sticking like a sore thumb there.
Yes.
All right, we get to that. Again, that's going to be right on the border there of Du Bois into
Spencer
County. Thank you.
Spencer County, Indiana.
Yeah, this is going to be, it includes, of course, Spencer County is where Santa Claus, Indiana is, Holiday World. And you can see that signature right there. It's more into Spencer than it is now into Du Bois, but it's right there on 64. So I got a feeling that we're going to hear a lot of reports on that as it continues to track off to the east. Okay, let's get you to the radar, and again, kind of just point out where we're at, because there's so many different warnings, and some of you've had so many warnings at the same time in your county for different issues, right? Which is not surprising when you get a very slow pattern. You're going to get multiple cells kind of colliding and jamming up like a traffic jam here, and that's what's happening in Indiana. There's no doubt. You get east of 65. We have not heard much of anything actually on the severe wind side. Now, flash flooding, that's a different issue maybe, but east of 65 seems to be a dividing line between a lot of our damaging storms and how they evolve when they cross the interstate. No, I don't think the interstate influences it. I know you're going to ask that. But I think it's the dividing line that we're looking at visually where the storms seem to be weakening on the other side. So it's still maybe that southern and southwest corner of Indiana especially, and as far as in relation to Louisville, just northwest of Louisville, that's what we're going to be watching as these kind of build. Again, this environment's untouched. Look at our temperature right now. We're 82 degrees. We got a south wind gusting over 20 miles per hour. We're still feeding this a lot of moisture on the southern side here. So these cells are still getting fed. And as they drift into Perry County, so Perry County will be one of the next ones to be lined up, that cell that is on 64 in Spencer County, Indiana. It'll be Northern Perry next. So you're likely to get the next tornado warning would be there if that holds together. Otherwise, Clark County and the southeast corner of Washington may be next too for an extension.
Tornado on the ground near Dale, Indiana. Public and storm spotter report right along I-64.
Okay, right on the interstate there.
Right on the interstate. Now, that's technically in Spencer County, Indiana, but it's right on.
Well, it's heading toward Perry.
It's heading towards Perry anyway. Yeah. Right, exactly. Yeah.
So that's going to be the worry. And look at that hook on that. It's really just wrapped in around. You can see that bending just north of Gentryville. And again, I mean, it's heading right toward Holiday World. It's going to mean if folks are at Holiday World, they could see this right now, I'm sure.
If you are if you know anybody camping around Holiday World.
Folks were this weekend.
Yeah, Lake Rudolph, the RV campground right next to the Holiday World. Lincoln State Park is 5 miles down the road. If you know anybody camping near Holiday World, call them now and let them know there's a tornado on the ground very close to Holiday World.
Yeah, that is very, very close indeed. Let me see if that signature is still showing up on the debris
It's noisy.
It was pretty, it's right there where that brighter blue is. And again, that's drifting just to the north there, Holiday Road. But it's going to take a little bit more of a right turn. I think this right turn will keep going, especially with one that's on the ground and producing damage. That's a very common thing. But you can still see the hook shape. When you look at even this radar signature, you can see the overall structure of the storm. And again, this is going to pass very close to Ferdinand, just south of it on 64. And then at that point, we're now into northern side here of Perry County, if it holds together. I know that we get into more of a forest area, too, when we get into Perry, but just a heads up, that's the next area they're watching. All right,
new severe thunderstorm warnings.
All right, this is going to include Clark County now in Indiana. So this is going to get us a little closer to the Ohio River and to the northern parts of the Louisville Metro. Now being impacted by the severe thunderstorm warning. And this is going to be out until
10 o'clock.
10 o'clock. Thank you very much. All right, let's see if it'll pop in here. There it is for Borden, Indiana, all the way to Henryville. Henryville's included, Scottsburg, Indiana. You're included as well. This severe thunderstorm warning, as Carson mentioned, will be out till 10 o'clock. Includes 31,000 of you at the moment. Now, the wind speed for straight line wind is the lowest I've seen so far of any of the warnings, I believe. It's 60. So this is a general thunderstorm warning, but they have a tornado possible on it only because of that S shape that we've talked about that keeps showing up as you get into Salem, that little curve that happens. That is where we get into the rotating side. Let's go to the storm tracker once again, because they are located in Salem. Now, at this point, Meredith, linger for just a bit in case we get damage reports. Otherwise, I would make your journey back toward the city if we don't have any other damage reports to look at and see how this evolves into Clark County. But you can see the rain is absolutely pouring there. But they're on the other side now of the worst of the circulating part of this. And they didn't alert us that anything wild was happening as far as damaging wind. So that's a good sign. I'm hoping that will continue to be the case for this particular cell. I think it's going to get a lot of attention because the siren's going off and all on its path. But we haven't had anything outstanding yet on the wind damage side of this. Let's hope that holds. But I got a feeling that straight line wind potential is what's concerning with this on that southern side, that S shape that we've been talking about. So we'll continue to monitor the storm tracker. We'll keep you updated as they make their next journey, as they continue to help us out and tracking these storms moving into the southeast side here, Washington County, Indiana, all the way into Borden, and then Clark County. We heard about it at the Clark County Fair, the fairgrounds. Where's that held at? Was that in Clarksville? Do we know? Did they say?
I don't think they said specifically where in the county. I can't remember, to be honest with you.
Okay, I can't. Somebody watching obviously does, but they are in the process of locking down right now to keep everybody safe there at the fairgrounds into our Clark County. But again, we haven't had anything major on the damage side of this particular system, but it's still got that structure to it that we got to.
Charlestown, by the way.
Charlestown, thank you. All right, so the northeast side. Eastern side of the county. Okay.
New severe Du Bois and Orange.
All right, let's get you that one, get you the stats on that, and again, this one's going to be out until 9:45. This includes about 5,300 people. This is in a familiar spot. This is the one that's downstream, a little bit more south of that tornado warning that came out from Lost River and Martin County, and that storm tracking toward French Lick. They've got the severe thunderstorm warning on the southern part of that extends into Du Bois, the northeast now part of Du Bois County. The southern part's got the major tornado concern right now that we're watching. The northeast part has a possible tornado signature with that as it moves in out of Martin County. That will likely continue into Orange. So they got a severe thunderstorm warning out. I know it can be confusing because you've already had so many different warnings in the same spots here repeated, but this was our fear. We're going to get training of warnings, which can certainly happen in this kind of a scenario when everything's just kind of stalling out. All right, so let me get you back to the home view. For those that are just tuning in, you're maybe hearing the air raid sirens go off. You got the alerts on your phone. You're like, when does it get here? Because outside my window, I don't see anything. It's quiet. And that's a good point, because we have one half of the viewing area that is getting slammed right now with some strong storms. The other half, quiet, not much happening. And of course, I-64 seems to be the dividing line. Boy, it's right up on it though, because we have a tornado on the ground on I-64 as you head around Santa Claus, Indiana, Holiday World. We're monitoring that carefully. We have a couple of cells. There's about 3 different sections here that we're watching for rotation. Areas just east of Salem, southern areas of Paoli into southern Orange County, and the northwest side of Orange County moving out of Martin County. Very close together these little smaller spins that are happening, but none of these are confirmed tornadoes. These are all possible, and they're just the rotation signatures we've been tracking on the radar. Look at that lightning count. When you get a lot of lightning clustered together like that, that's a sign the storm is getting stronger. So that one on the backside, a bit odd here to see that, but that one is the one that's the strongest I can see in that
51 mile per hour wind gust in Jasper at the Huntingburg Airport.
I was wondering about them. 51
at H&B Huntingburg Airport.
Okay. All right. Well, here's the thing, too. Look at the line forming northwest of them. That may evolve into a straight line wind threat. Certainly is going to be a flooding threat that will feed into Du Bois County. So Du Bois, if you can get escape fully of the tornado side, which it looks like you will have to then deal with another severe threat here right in behind it. So these multiple rounds, I know it's getting really frustrating. And there so far is just south of all this, by the way.
Sorry to interrupt, Brian. There are still tornado warnings coming out in Illinois.
Okay, yeah, I see that behind the banner.
Yeah, so we've got a long way to go, unfortunately.
Okay, let's put an animation to this. And the tornado watch did come out, I believe, for northern Kentucky, including Louisville. I don't know what the time is on that. I think it's 2 a.m., I believe.
Check that here.
But that is out to get us into the overnight hours. But that does include Louisville.
2 a.m.
All right, you see it in the bottom corner here. That's the tornado watch, again, along 64 north. So if you are hearing your devices go off, that's the reason why. All right, because just to keep an eye on this line as it sags to the south there. Okay, a little closer to the Ohio rivers, we're watching for that to drop in. All right, there's the severe thunderstorm warning that is out all the way into Clark County. This includes Henryville. We also have Borden, Indiana. Scottsburg, you're also in the severe thunderstorm warning on that one as well. We do have SkyTri cameras, by the way, located there in the Starlight, Indiana. Now, at Hubert's Orchard and Winery, you can't see a whole lot getting to this time of night. We have a couple of lights near the barns, but this is going to be a spot. It'll be our first SkyTri camera that'll be having a view of the system as it rolls in. So we'll be checking on that here in a second as well.
Hey, be good. We got sirens going off in Madison from a ton of folks here on social media, and someone suggesting they may do that for severe thunderstorm warnings as well.
They do, yes, they do, and that's came about several years ago, but that's kind of their policy is severe thunderstorms in the area they will hit the button for the air raid siren. So even though there's no tornado warning in Madison, the policy is, at least it was last time I had checked on it, that they do still hit the button sometimes for that. So not too shocking on that, but again, nothing tornadic in your area in Madison. All right, so we're watching it. You do have some stronger storms in Jennings County that is going to likely clip northeast Jefferson. We're monitoring that, but right now there's nothing immediate in Madison that I see at all. Everything that we're tracking is just west of you. That is multiple spins on the radar, nothing confirmed. This is the one that we got to really watch on 64. Next in line for that one is going to be Perry County, Indiana, for that particular cell to move in. So what I'm going to do is to switch on the wind fields. We're able to see all these little notches. Now, they're not as impressive as they were, except for the one here on 64. That's the strongest one. Take you into that. So that's going to be Spencer County, Holiday World.
No new reports on that in the last few minutes, one way or the other, whether it's still on the ground or not.
Yeah, it doesn't look as a tighter rotation.
No, it does not.
But it also looks like it's cycling, so it's hard to tell on this particular look. Let me get back to reflectivity.
It's still pretty uninhibited. There's no new storms developing south of it, so that inflow.
It may be cycling.
Right.
Yeah. Yep. Okay. So that's probably what it's doing, which means you're going to get probably the center to reform a little bit southeast of what you've got here. But in general, we will likely get another couple scans on this to watch. But Ferdinand, I still think southern Du Bois for sure. Just be aware, because this could easily cycle and redevelop on the other side of 64.
Weather Service still calling it a confirmed tornado in their latest update.
All right. Thank you very much. I mean, that's Paducah, right? From
that was Louisville's update for the Du Bois part.
Okay.
But it's the same storm, yes.
Yeah. All right. So this is the one that we're watching. Again, Johnsburg. I mean, I-64. I don't know if we have any. Do we have any traffic cameras in that section of 64? I don't recall if we do.
Not sure. That's a pretty rural part of 64.
I'll look that up for us here.
And I think Holiday World may even have some, to be honest. At least they used to. But I don't know if they do that we can show. But and again, we're losing light here a day, so it's really hard to see anything. But this is the one right now that is the only one that we have that's confirmed. And no damage reports in Du Bois, right?
Not at the moment.
Now, it had damage previously, I believe.
In Gibson County.
Gibson County, right. Yes. So we haven't heard anything yet out of Du Bois County. We're monitoring that and see if we get, I see a flash flood warning is going to be coming out for Orange County.
Yes.
So flash weather warning for Orange County coming up next. You may not see that pop at the top, but you'll be hearing about it, and we'll get you covered on that. They may already be out, in fact. But this is the one that's got the tornado confirmed with that. At one point, it was listed as extremely large and dangerous tornado that was on the ground that we were tracking. It's still got that circulation to it. I don't see it as strong as what it was, though.
I agree.
So I don't know if it's still on the ground or not, even though the last report we got is that it was. The radar, we need a couple more scans to confirm that. But we're monitoring it, and there's no doubt it's still southern Du Bois, though, and the northern part of Spencer. And again, we're just kind of giving you a heads up on Perry County, Indiana, as those continue to track into the area. Let me get back to the radar. There is the
new tornado warning for Crawford, Harrison, Orange, and Washington.
Okay, thank you. Can we? Thank you, Ryan. You read my mind. Ryan, help me out here. It's scary when you read my mind. All right, here's the tornado warning now for Crawford County. This includes just north of English, Indiana, Risky Run, basically in it. And then you get into just south of Rosebud and the community there all the way to southeast. So this is a tornado warning. It is radar indicated. All right, it just includes a lot of sections of different counties and a line here from Crawford, Harrison, and Orange, and Washington until 10:15. So this is 45 minutes again. The 45 minutes has been the average on most of these warnings. I know that's long to sit and wait to hear anything, but they're moving slow, but they're training over the same area in the same part of the county, and it takes a while to get across your county when they're not aggressively moving out like a squall line would do. This is a little different. These are kind of rebuilding themselves on the western side, especially of your county, and they come back over to the same communities again. So this is certainly the case in the southern areas of Paoli or into Orange County. But Ethel, right there, that's the circulation we're watching, holding on. So far, it's nothing confirmed, but that's still a pretty good signature to hold on to a tornado warning for. Another warning?
It's the flash flood for Orange and Washington.
All right, there it is flashing. You see that green outline. That's in effect until after midnight. 12:30. Thank you, Ryan. 12:30 in the morning for that flash flood warning for Orange County, and one of many we're going to get that's going to continue to extend all the way out into Washington, as you see there too, and beyond. Okay, so this is the one we're tracking. This is not anything confirmed, but as far as getting a little closer to the Louisville area, all right, now we're getting to the point now we need to start paying attention. Our SkyTrack cameras, they show anything we're able to see?
I'm trying to get Starlight set up to where we can look at this thing from the west, but I'm having a little trouble getting to it.
Okay. All right, no problem.
We'll get to it.
We may be able to have our downtown cameras, I think, came back up.
Yes, they did.
So we'll be able to see at least a bird's eye view here soon of some of the lightning as the storms do approach. We always look to see if we get any kind of signal. No, there's no debris signal there.
Nothing yet.
That we're watching. So it's just a lot of noise, but not a debris signal per se there. So let's get you back to just radar only on this and kind of get into a wider view, because I know it's hard to tell where you're at in relation, because especially with these warnings, get a little bit closer now to the northern metro.
We've got a live view from Corey Trent near Linview, Indiana, by the way, in INET 1, if we want to show that at any point, guys.
Okay. Whenever y'all see that, y'all can punch it in. All right.
There it comes, yeah. Hard to see at this point, but you had a pretty good view. There we go.
Okay.
You see right there.
Now, where is Corey's exact location?
Look at that wall cloud.
It's Linview, Indiana, according to Kevin.
Okay. That could be a little bit of a lowering right there.
Yeah,
Brian.
it's trying. It's like a multiple, it could be a multiple vortice kind of thing too there.
Mm-hmm.
I've got nerd talk, but you can see a lot of the folks.
He's right on I-64, by the way.
Okay.
All right.
All right. So this is the one near Holiday World that we're watching that has had a history of being on the ground. And we're going to keep an eye on that feed. Again, that's Corey Trent, one of the storm chasers that's out there right now, keeping an eye on that. And you can see that when you get to that area into Spencer County, Indiana, and getting very close to Perry, that's the concern, and even southern Du Bois. All right, we'll come back to that. We'll keep an eye on it. You see the debris alert just now popped in on the radar for that particular cell where they're at. So anytime we see that alert, by the way, it's never a good thing. It doesn't happen very often. It's happened 3 or 4 times.
New tornado warning, Clark, Jefferson, Scott, Indiana.
Okay.
And Washington, too.
All right. So now we're into the western, I believe it's probably going to be the western side, I assume. Of
this is
Jefferson.
Actually for the rotation that's moving out of Salem.
Okay. The broad one.
Correct.
That we've been watching for a while.
Right.
Okay. So here is Henryville that we got the tornado warning out. Again, this is going to include the rest of Clark is involved in this here, but Clark, Jefferson, Scott, Washington, Henryville, New Washington, began as well all the way until 10:15. So this one's about another 45-minute warning. About 11,000 of you are in the path of that one at the moment. And we had the circulate. It's actually a double circulation point, it looks like here. Let me get a different vantage point. So yeah, you got a couple of notches here. So you got one that it's possible we may have something trying to develop there on the leading edge of that bow near Borden, Indiana. It's just outside the tornado warning, but that's something to watch because that's new. That notch was not there a few moments ago. And then we have the other that is pretty obvious how it bends backward into the center portion there
severe
of Washington County. Jennings County. All right, severe thunderstorm warning. We'll come back to that in a second. But this is our main concern closer to the Louisville metro will be this cell that has had a history of at least rotation for a while. Nothing confirmed as far as a tornado, though. Pretty much since it entered wave country, I have not heard a single thing about a tornado on the ground with that, but it is still spinning. So this is just a cautionary step, but take it seriously. Get in your safe spot, Clark County, all the way into New Washington, heading just north of Vesta and all the way just south of Lexington, Indiana. Not quite into the Ohio River zone, but very close as you get to the Ohio River. All right, another warning.
Severe Jefferson Trimble.
Okay, well, this is an extension then of this particular warning. So they did throw out the severe thunderstorm warning back into Trimble. So let me get into a different vantage point so you can see that one again. This is going to be a severe thunderstorm warning until 10:15. This will include Madison now. You're in that severe thunderstorm warning, so the sirens are going off now for sure. I can see why, because it's a tour possible on that. So even though it's not a tornado warning, I do think y'all hit the button there a lot for that. But in general, just pay extra attention as this moves in from DuPont, Indiana, and gets close and crosses the Ohio River again into Trimble and to Carroll. I know this sounds very, very familiar, this particular path of a warning here, because we just went through this a few days ago, but we do not see a repeat of an EF2 type of setup here happening. So this looks right now to be just mainly a burst of wind, but there has been some rotation with that. So we're monitoring, I promise, but there's nothing immediate right now that is showing up on that one. Okay, so we'll come back to this. Let me get you back to a more of a wide view of where we're at, because there's a lot of different warnings here, and they're all just clustered together into Indiana. Severe thunderstorm warning, as we mentioned, into Jefferson County, Indiana, all the way into Carroll and Trimble, at least a corner of it, into Trimble County. Then we get into Clark County, all the way back into Washington County. A tornado warning is out just north of the Louisville area of 65, includes Henryville. Then we have another tornado warning that is out. Southern areas of Orange County into the northern part of Harrison County, very far northern Harrison, into the southern areas of Washington County, Indiana, we're watching. Northern part of Orange County, another one that is rotating. And then this particular one on 64 is one that is on the ground. And look at the other tornado warnings coming out west of that as you head into, once again, I think close to Gibson again.
Yeah, there's more tornadic storms moving into northern parts of the Evansville metro.
Okay.
And they're still going that west to east trajectory, training themselves with more tornado warnings and eventually more flash flood warnings.
All right. Thank you, Carson. Let me know if you hear anything from what viewers are saying at home, too. You guys are watching social media. If anyone's reporting any type of damage or anything like that, or notice just a calm setup when the storm came by. Even those reports are helpful to us because it gives us some ground truth to how this is all evolving. But you can see the entire line. It's hard to escape this, right? I mean, it's drifting toward the Ohio River slowly but surely. So the dry time here in Louisville, that window is shrinking. And it may be very well in the 10:30 hour period, 10:30, 11:30. Maybe a window that we may run into some of our warnings getting into Louisville. And I can't rule out tornado warnings, especially this particular cell in Salem. This is one that has been a long track circulation. That is going to be very hard to disrupt because it's the one driving all of this, really, all the way down to Illinois. It's the one leading the way. It's the line leader, and that is going to likely hold. So I can't rule out additional tornado warnings that may go into Oldham County or Henry County or Carroll County. I can't rule it out. Don't be surprised, though, just because of that circulation. Doesn't mean there's one on the ground charging toward you. It's just been an area that it's been rotating for a long time. And we saw that from the feed from the storm tracker. The clouds that were lowering down in Salem. They were in downtown Salem, so we could see that. So we know that it's certainly got that circulation with it. Just got to baby it as it moves on by and hope that it doesn't drop any lower. Meanwhile, we have multiple circulations. Haven't heard anything out of these cells for a while. Carson?
Nothing.
Nothing for you?
New tornado warning for Perry coming.
All right, so this is going to be the one now that we have Corey Trent's feed. I know it's still kind of a dark signal, hard to see anything. Well, let me let the warning pop in.
This is also going to include that is little slivers of Du Bois and Crawford.
Okay.
So near
Just
Sulphur.
a little bit in the southwest side of
correct.
Crawford. Okay.
Right.
So there we go. There's the warning. There's the little corner there of Crawford that we were talking about. So a little slither of that. And then Du Bois County, the southeast corner, same idea, a little strip of land that's included in tornado warning. And then you got northern Perry, right around Siberia, Addyville, heading toward Laponia. That's where we're watching Doolittle Mills, and that's the circulations over Ferdinand. It's mentioned to watch that because it was southwest of Ferdinand for a while. Now it's north. Let me get
Weather Service, Brian.
Oh wow, that's a much tighter circulation now.
They do caution about side lobing, kind of where the angle is with Fort Knox. Yes,
right. And this is
but the rotation's still there. Obviously.
Yeah, and it's hard to tell. I'm assuming this is the main one just because of the position of the radar.
Right.
This is where you're going to get disruption of the beam. So the radar is having a tough time seeing the circulation, so it doesn't place it in the right spot. Is basically what's happening here. So this is the main part that is spinning is around Ferdinand. Ignore this part. All right, so this is the part that's going to be drifting into that I-64 corridor. It's been a while to see how this has been tracking on I-64. Corey Trent, is this feed still up? Can't really see anything, right?
It should be in the bottom box.
Yeah,
but
it's down here.
It's dark,
but you can't see anything. That's all right. We don't have to take it. Just keep an eye on that. And in the control room, if you guys see anything on that feed that sticks out, by all means, take a full screen. We'll address it. All right, so that's the main circulation that's had a confirmed tornado with it several times here. And now it's getting back into wave country again as it crosses back into Perry County along I-64. If this continues to go east, because as we've alluded to several times, this is the southernmost feature here that is kind of stealing a lot of the moisture that's got in the atmosphere, and that's allowing for a much more pronounced rotation that can survive longer because there's nothing. These things they don't like to share, and when they get friends with them on the radar, they just tend to fall apart, which is not a bad thing. We want that to happen, but when they stay isolated, they can stay powerhouse machines for a while, and that's where you're getting more of these individual cells on that tail end of all this complex that are holding their own. There is nothing south of here. Go all the way down.
Yep.
To Grayson County, nothing there. So that's the one that if it goes into Perry. Next up, if we want to give you another big heads up here, this is going to be eventually into the western side of or southern side of Crawford and the far western side of Harrison. If we were to go far out in time and this holds together, that would be downstream from that particular one.
It's moving east at 25.
Slowing down.
Yeah. Which is what we expected.
All right. Well, I'll check in with you guys here in a second and see if you get any reports in from MPing. I'll hold off on that and just keep an eye on what I'm seeing here. Let me get you back over, though, into the ones just north of Louisville, in case you're wondering, okay, what's going on? I'm hearing the sirens in Madison. We've heard those reports. You're hearing the sirens in Henryville. I get that. Your anxiety is high. We do not have anything confirmed. The only thing we've had confirmed that is a tornado on the ground is back toward I-64 heading into Perry County, Indiana, southern Du Bois. That's the only one so far. We haven't had much in the way of damage in wave country other than some tree limbs have been snapped in Orange County and even just west of Orange County. We've had some power lines have been knocked out as well. We've had some reports of flash flooding. But so far, nothing significant, but we're not out of the woods yet. You guys are hanging in with us. We appreciate it. Keep hanging in with us as we're fine-tuning this. We're taking this hour by hour as we approach the late night hour into midnight. And we're eventually going to continue to get the wind reports to lessen, and the flash flooding, unfortunately, will stay elevated, though, as these move on through. Ryan Hoke, what you got?
Okay, at this point, we are checking MPing, which, if you don't know what that is a citizen reporting platform that you can download the MPing app, MPING, and submit either flooding, damage, hail, etc. And that comes straight to us so that we can see what's going on. So far, just northwest Orange County at this point with some tree limbs and trash cans, twigs, things like that. So we're not getting a whole lot of ground truth out of these storms, which can be good and bad. Hopefully that means nothing has happened. You'll notice that the power outage map is starting to get more impressive, though, since the last time we checked it here. 148 customers without power in Washington County, Indiana right now. And we see that Orange County is now up to 568 customers, about 4% of Orange County is without power. Lawrence County, Indiana, that's where we find about 4%, 1,400 without power. And Brian, finally, let's get to Du Bois, our friends out near Jasper and Huntingburg, about 1% without power. That's 166 customers. Of course, if you have damage reports, you can submit them on any one of our live stream comment sections there. We'll be able to see it right there and pass that along.
All right. Do we know where the storm tracker is? Are they on their way back? Or are they still in Salem?
I think the storm tracker is still in Washington County.
They were heading towards New Pekin. Yeah, last time I saw.
All right. Meredith, if you're heading back, let us know in that direction coming in behind the storms. But you're going to be coming down the tail end. You're back here towards Salem, I believe. But as you travel to the southeast, you'll be driving into that wall of heavier rain. No warnings out.
It's a severe thunderstorm.
Severe thunderstorm warning. All right. See the live look. Meredith, as we are tracking these storms, anything stand out to you in Salem after we checked with you with those low-hanging clouds? Did you see anything else happen beyond that point, or was it just rain and a little bit of wind? Okay, she may not be able to hear me. We'll check back in with Meredith live there in the storm tracker. All right, let's get you to the new warning that's out. This is going to be a severe thunderstorm warning, likely just kind of putting tags on some of the storms that are going to getting replaced here just north of the Louisville area. And these warnings all line up. I'm having a hard time getting this to trigger. Hold on.
This warning, Brian, it replaces the tornado warning that was still in place for Paoli.
Okay.
There was that northern circulation that came out of
Martin County,
yes.
Lost River.
So this is replacing that tornado warning.
All right, thanks, Carson. I know there's a lot to keep up with. Thank goodness we have other eyes here because it gets blurry. This is the northern part of Orange County. This is still got a tour possible tag on it, but it's severe thunderstorm warning until 10:30 on that one. Let me put some animation on this. Again, this is kind of tracking to the southeast, moving out of Paoli. And kind of get rid of this banner because I know you can't see anything. Hold on one second. Kind of switch over. There we go. Now you can see it moving into Paoli there, that wall of wind there. But that's a general warning that's kind of in place of that northern part passing from Paoli eventually into Campbellsburg and to the northwest side here of Washington County. So there's a lot of crossing going on between these warnings. We're getting to a very complex setup and a dangerous one too. When you get these circulations that go a little bit more west-east, it's much harder to pick them out. But it also means that if you go under one warning, you're not exactly cleared. I think right now, I don't know if I can clear anybody to the north. Let me check, but I don't know if we're there yet.
A report out of Palmyra, some front yards are being flooded there by all this rain very quickly.
Yeah. Well, the flood, I know we have several flood advisories and flash flood warnings are out. All these green boxes, those are all flash flood warnings. There's a ton of them. And we're going to see many more feet because the rainfall rate, again, 2 inches an hour is the feet, and that will actually go up. It'll go up. It can go up to 3 inches an hour in some cases tonight as these storms move in. This is going to be a problem once we get this band of rain down into the Louisville metro. That's going to be an issue. Even if we don't get the gauges to show 3 inches, the rate of it falling will easily cause some ponding of water, hydroplaning on the area of freeways, expressways. I know it's a Sunday night. Not many of you are traveling. And if the point of all this is if you don't have to travel tonight, or you need to get home from an event you were at today and you're worried about being caught in the storm, if you're in Louisville now, you have time to act now and get to your spot. Otherwise, if you wait till this band of rain hits, you're going to run into a lot more of a traffic issue, even in the city of Louisville. And this may linger for Louisville, too, once it arrives. I don't know yet on the severe side. I know it looks like it's a no-brainer. We're going to get tornado warnings in Louisville. Not necessarily. These circulations, while they're holding their own, once we get into a setup where they're not really confirming anything, we have no damage reports, then typically we see this evolve to severe thunderstorm warnings and then sometimes nothing at all. It just depends on how things evolve as it drifts a little bit closer to the Ohio River. But I still think the southwest side here of Indiana, that's still the spot. You really got to watch for a tornado setup. Is going to be around Evansville. I would even throw maybe even Corden in that as well. But just west of Louisville, that area along I-64, that's the most prime spot right now for tornado development. This is your more prime spot for straight line winds, isolated tornado, and this is more of an issue of straight line winds and just heavy rain as you travel up 71. It seems to be a 1, 2, 3 kind of a narrative there. Ryan Hoke, now you have a different way of looking at these warnings. Maybe you can shed some light how this is all organized.
Right. So folks on social media, not everybody's good with maps, right? They may not know exactly where they're at within what county. There's a lot going on. We understand. What you need to know is there are 3 tornado warnings. I'm going to name parts of the counties that are within the tornado warnings and how long you have left in those warnings. The first tornado warning is Crawford, Du Bois, and Perry. That goes until 10:15. 30 more minutes on that. That's a while. Second tornado, parts of Clark, Indiana, Jefferson, Indiana, not Kentucky. Again, this is Jefferson County, Indiana we're talking about. Scott County and Washington County, Indiana, once again on that. That's until 10:15, 30 minutes left on that. The third and final tornado warning, Crawford, Harrison, Orange, Washington County, Indiana. Yes, Washington's in it twice because, again, these involve parts of counties here. They go until 10:15, 30 more minutes on that. So many folks saying, hey, the sirens are going off. What's going on? When you hear the sirens, that means watch Wave Weather Now, our live streaming platform, or, of course, Wave News, because that means there's something you need to pay attention to. But don't depend on those sirens. Depend on NOAA Weather Radio and the Wave Weather app. Those are two critical things everybody needs to have in their homes because those tornado sirens are not designed to wake you up at night. They're not placed so that every house and every neighborhood can hear them when they're indoors, guys.
All right, good points. Always bring up every time we have severe weather coverage, we have to always mention that, though, because it is a very true thing, the difference of all that. Thanks, Ryan. Some reports we're getting. Kevin Hart helping us out remotely here today. In Washington County, Indiana, trees down near Mitchell. Power lines also down into Mitchell. No homes with damage at this time being reported. You get into Orange County, trees down across the county, scattered across the county. One of those trees is blocking 150, Highway 150 there, right along the Martin County line and Orange County line there on the western side. Few power line poles are down, no damage to homes. You get into Washington County, Indiana, only one report, damage to the patio near Southway Villa, with wires down there. So that's an update on the damage reports that we're getting. They're coming in pretty scattered, but it's obvious this line that's still warned approaching the northern part of the Louisville Metro has produced some damage of wind damage, whether it's a power outage or some tree damage, but not much in the way of home damage. So overall, it's mainly just seems to be just trees that could get toppled over there. It still cause some problems. Certainly could lose your power here as these move on by. So make sure you keep everything plugged in and charged up. And remember, our stream is available on your cell phone. Just make sure you have us on the app. So if your TV goes out, you can still use your cell phone to still watch our coverage to stay up to date on the warnings if you were to lose our signal. Otherwise, if you are in your safe spot, and many of you probably are here in DeClark County, hearing the sirens go off, same story as you get into Orange County, Crawford, and Washington County, Indiana, also into Perry County. Turn the TV up as loud as you can, or take your device with you, your iPad, your phone, whatever the case is, take it with you. And again, keep the volume up, and we'll kind of guide you through this. The only dangerous one we've got of immediate concern is going to be the one on I-64 as you travel in the northern parts there of Perry County. That's the one that has had confirmed trails with it several times in its journey that really started not far from Evansville this evening and continues. Evansville, by the way, getting hit with another one, now moving in the same spots. This has still got the overall look of a mini supercell as you head just north of Bristow and Branchville, right along 64. I mean, it's still traveling on the interstate, but very heavy rain on the interstate portion. So even if you're on the interstate, you can't see. There's no way you can see this thing. It's raining too hard over you. So very dangerous setup because a lot of these drivers are driving into this, and this cell that has potentially a tornado with it hovering very close to the interstate. You won't be able to see it in time. So hopefully everyone is kind of pulling off if you're able to. If you know anyone traveling on 64, give them a call and let them know now's not the time to be going through there. Let it pass on by first if you can until you get into that more dangerous spot. Let's get into the wind side of that. Still got the signature there. I will say it's not a very intense signature of a tornado on the ground. I've seen it worse at times here, but it's no doubt it is still a rotating setup here as we head into the northern part of Perry County. So still worth watching. Are we able to query that to see on the winds? Sorry, I'm not able to do it right now.
No, you're fine. Let me
but let me know what you get on the speeds on that.
Yeah.
As it moves on by.
I'm right in there right now, 63 mile per hour gate-to-gate shear.
That's what I got too.
Yep. All right. So, I mean, it could be a very low end spin up kind of scenario that could be developing, but we don't know if it's still cycling through. It's done it a couple times tonight and has caused the shift on its location to kind of wobble a bit. Typically, when it's going to cycle, it's going to curve a little bit more northeast. It will cycle, and then the new center will be southeast of that. So you kind of get these little skips that happen. And so I think right now, especially in Branchville, be aware of that, because if it is cycling at the moment or trying to, it could very well redevelop right over Branchville. So we're monitoring that section. That tornado warning is out. Is this one until the top of the hour? Or
10:15.
10:15. So about another 25 minutes or so on that one as it moves on by. It looks like Paducah still issuing warnings out to the west. They're busy tonight.
There's still tornado warnings near Effingham, Illinois.
Okay.
There are spinning showers along the coast.
That started with tornado warnings, what, at 2 o'clock today?
2 or 3 o'clock this afternoon. Yep.
Okay. Let me get you a wider view. Let's get back to the overall theme here. As I don't want you guys to think we're ignoring the Louisville Metro. We're not. I understand that's where all you are, and you're hearing the sirens go off not far from downtown Louisville even. But to reiterate, we do not have any confirmed anything on a tornado side that is moving through Clark County all the way back into northern Harrison County here and southern Washington County. These are all just at least radar signatures that have been showing up. This one has been the most persistent since it got into wave country this evening about 2-3 hours ago, and it is still spinning. And because of that, it could certainly, again, it's got an environment. There's not a lot really downstream here. It's still trying to hold itself as an individual cell because it's the main driver in the seat here.
It's trying to get a better structure with it.
It does. And in fact, the velocity certainly is this was much more of a broader signal than we had a few moments ago. So this is a little bit more concerning.
New severe for Du Bois County coming in. There's another storm going through this, about to move into the southern parts of Du Bois. Not the initial supercell we've been tracking for the last hour and a half. There's another one just behind it.
Okay, we'll come back on that. Let you I'll have an update on that one here in just a second. This is the rotation that was fairly broad. It was more than this kind of a signature earlier. Now we're getting it down to a little bit more of a tighter scope here as you get into the western side of Clark County. In fact, this is the other side now of Henryville. Let me get you in a closer view on that. And if the storm tracker can hear me, I would head back toward Clark County. Head back on 65 in that direction there if you're able to, down 150. I think a connection to Borden. I think you can get in interested. Now, this is where the fairgrounds was that we talked about earlier that was anchoring down because of the Clark County Fair right in through here into Charlestown. So that was a good decision on their behalf to do that, get everybody into safe spots.
We got a damage report. Orleans, Indiana, a section of roof ripped off, blown over a house from the rear to the front yard on Liberty Road. So that's Liberty Road in Orleans, Indiana, section of roof ripped off.
Okay. All right. I hate hearing that.
Also getting a report, sorry, Brian, 42 mile an hour gusts just north of this mezzo in Henryville.
Yeah, just north of there. Is it Tisco or?
Henryville at Tisco Road, yes.
Okay. So that's heading, here's the community at Tisco right here, right along Indiana State Road there. Head you into State Road 3, just north of Charlestown, heading out Charlestown Road. You get into Henryville. On the other side of 65, the Memphis exit, just south of this, but the circulation right now is just north and east of the Memphis exit. But this is where we have that circulation holding on. Even if you don't get a tornado to drop out of this, it has at least produced some gusty winds, not quite to severe limits. 42 is below that. But 42 with a wet ground can certainly cause some trees to more topple over. You have more the uprooted look to trees, even with these kind of wind gusts at times. It can happen because the ground is so saturated. Those trees just kind of, especially older trees that are not overly healthy, will topple over. So a lot of our damage reports in these scenarios come from trees like that. That is a threat, though, as this kind of circulating area. Still monitoring that. I'm just checking to see if we get any other signature on it. I don't think we will, based on the velocity on it. We'll check. Nope, we're good on that. But again, it is moving very close to Atisco at the moment. Let's get you back to the radar view. This is this tornado warning's out till, is this the 1031 or 1015?
Let's see. There's so many warnings on the list here. 1015.
1015 on this one too.
Yes.
Okay. This one should hold all the way through to the very end based on the radar. Signature, you see that inflow notch just east there at Henryville. And again, you got that surge of wind coming down around the southern flank there. You get into the Memphis exit, crossing over 65. But 65, I can imagine what the traffic cameras look like, but you cannot see anything in this kind of a rain here. This is absolutely just tropical downpours from 65 along 31 too, but all the way in that stretch as you head into Henryville. Just a mess there. So please be careful if you have to venture out. Try to let this pass by, though, if you can, as this heads a little more eastbound. Where's this all in relation to the Louisville area itself? Well, in Louisville, you probably can see the lightning in the distance, but we're not quite to a thunderstorm setup all the way into the metro, at least not yet. But it's getting closer for sure. And you can see that we got the warnings all stacked up on the other side of the river. So we got downpours into Henry County now, but most of your severe weather reports. Okay, I'll let you guys investigate some of these reports we're getting in now. I don't want to.
Okay, yeah, we'll check them.
Well, thank you. We're looking into that, but again, that's one of the cells we're watching in Clark County. We pointed out. Then we also have reports of at least some strong winds, some tree damage at times from these cells. We're moving out of Orange County, now tracking into Washington County. New tornado warning now coming out.
Yes.
This is going to be into Washington, I believe.
There's another rotation. Excuse me,
Cell
another
on the backside.
Backside, yes, sir.
Okay, let's get into that. I'll take, actually, Carson, you want to cover that real quick?
Yeah.
I'll let you cover that. So take Carson. Carson covering the tornado warning that is out for the other side here of Washington.
So this is an entirely new cell that has developed on the backside of all the supercells, all these storm clusters we've been tracking all night long. This is another possible tornado south of Paoli. Paoli, you're not in this tornado warning. This is for southern Orange County, northeastern Crawford County. This includes Marengo, southern Washington County, and northwestern Harrison County. So this new tornado warning includes parts of all of those counties, Orange, Crawford, Washington, Harrison, but they don't include the big cities. They don't include Paoli. Salem is not in this tornado warning. Corden, not yet, but you still need to watch this as it moves in from the north and west. Notice English just outside that tornado warning polygon as well. This tornado warning goes until 10:45 this evening. So again, another 45-minute tornado warning. And you can see, if nothing else, we've got a punch of very strong winds developing with this particular thunderstorm, but it has that look.
They're going to upgrade the tornado warning all the way.
Observed.
County.
Okay,
Observed.
let's go back to that.
So let's head back over. We'll get back to Clark County here. Again, this warning is going to get a different look to it very soon with a new update just now is going to be coming out. Then it gets radar confirmed. Is what they're going to do for this particular one, just because debris was indicated on radar in the last scan. So we're going to look at that. So here we go. Get your bearings right. Here's Atisco. Here we go with Henryville. This is where this is circulating. Northern Clark County, just north of Charlestown itself, moving, heading toward New Washington. So big heads up. New Washington, get ready, heading toward Albernia as well, to get into your safe spot as that circulation moves in. So keep an eye where that circulation is. Get just west of Atisco. Let's check and see if we get any type
Another
of signature.
911 caller reporting they're seeing a tornado north of Charlestown in the field. This is near 2400 Market Street.
Okay, Brian, if you do me a favor, let's get this located here for me around Atisco, because we're seeing a drop.
I think that is a little bit of a drop. It's hard to say for sure.
Right.
I've got it up on Weather 4.
It looks like it's matching up right
It's
over it.
matching
I
pretty
think
good.
so.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right, so here's the new warning being drawn up. So they cleared Henryville and Memphis out of this tornado warned system here. But this is a possible tornado that may be developing or already touched down. It may be back up. I don't know. It could be either case here, but you got to treat it as this could be one that is on the ground. There is certainly a distinct possibility of that just north of Charlestown Road there itself into Atisco. So New Washington, Indiana, Hibernia, you need to get into your lowest level of your home. This is now the time. If you haven't done it yet, now's the time to take action. Get in your lowest level of your home, your basement. Get away from windows. That's key. Lowest level first, away from windows and interior rooms second. Bathrooms do great. Your closet, hallway closet, those do great. Anything you can get away from the external wall of your building, that's key on that. Put some shoes on in case the glass were to break, in case you were to get any type of wind damage from the system. That's key as well. And make sure you get the kids all in there. And bathtub usually is a good spot to cover up, and wait until we give you the all clear. We'll be monitoring that. Right now, we cannot do that, especially for the northeast corner here of Washington County. Let me get into a little bit of different view on that. Hold on one second. Let me back up and head into a little closer view on this, get the wind back on this.
One thing I'll mention, Brian, ahead of this, northern Oldham County, Trimble County, be on standby. They may have a new tornado warning coming out momentarily.
I agree. I think it's probably going to be the case. Atisco, Indiana seems to be the spot that we're watching this year. I don't know if I can get any more streets located into that. Okay, we got a few. Here's Seatick Road. Here's Beaver Ridge Road. There's Atisco itself, right along 3. And then there's Gum Corner Road and then Brewer Road. That is where, if we have anything that could be on the ground, this looks to be the spot right now that we're looking at heading east of Atisco. I mean, the radar scans could be a little delayed here. So this is probably east now of Atisco itself. I don't know if we have any Skytrack camera in that particular spot that, or at least could see that spot from here. I don't know if we do. I'll let you guys let me know.
It would be pretty far out.
Yeah, Starlight wouldn't be able. Yeah, it's too far out on that one. Okay, so this is now our new concern that we've got. That we're still watching Perry County. We're not ignoring you. We're monitoring that carefully. You guys have had a history of this one being on the ground. So again, northern Perry and the western side of Crawford County, southwest corner, we're watching it. Meanwhile, north and east of Louisville, this is where we've got a possible touchdown that has happened into Clark County. We don't have that confirmed yet, but the radar is telling us that at least at some point it may have, because debris looks like it was indicated on the radar briefly. Whether or not it holds on to that signal, I don't know, but it certainly is held on for a while here. Let me loop this. Let's look at this together. All right, you can tell. Look at the last couple scans here.
That little swirl.
Right at the last minute,
Yep.
it starts to kick up just as it crossed I-65, heading into just north of Charlestown. That is where it started to tighten up right there. So this is going to hold likely to the Ohio River. So Oldham County, Carson's right, Greenhaven area, Skylight maybe on the southern edge of that, but Bedford and Trimble County for sure would be included. But there may be a downstream tornado warning that could get issued for this.
This in from Clark County Emergency Management. They had 2 calls into 911 on a tornado touchdown in the field near Charlestown. No damage. They are still responding to this at this point.
Okay. Well, that will be around here's Charlestown itself. And again, it's probably on the northern side there of Charlestown as where that would take place as it crossed over. Again, it hit right into a busy spot where a lot of folks are watching right now. But one thing we'll keep an eye on, I see some of the power outage numbers updating. Once we see a surge in these outages, especially in Clark, and we know at that point for sure that this could still be doing some damage. But you got to treat it this way. It's taking some time. We have people working behind the scenes right now, trying to confirm all the details. We have storm spotters that are out as well. We have our storm tracker out investigating some of these areas. As soon as we get confirmation on all these details we're getting in, we'll pass it along. But what you need to do right now is just take action. If you're in this spot here in the eastern side of Clark County, northern Oldham, into Trimble County, you need to get in your safe spot, lower level, basement. As we mentioned several times here, that's key. And just turn this up loud, take your devices with you, and we'll guide you through it. This warning's out. This is one of the 10-15 ones still. Is that correct?
Yes, it is.
Okay. So that's one we're watching that's it's going to scoot just north of Louisville. What about into Louisville itself as we're monitoring that? And we'll get more details in just a second. But to make sure we are covering everybody because there's so many of you right now that are in the path of these storms, right? You get into Borden, Indiana, Clark County, very heavy rain taking place there at the moment as you move into Clark itself, all the way down Blackston Mill Road and heading just on the other side of downtown Louisville. Some light rain likely starting. See, they should now flash flood warning out for Crawford and Du Bois and Perry back here to the west. This is where we're also watching the other tornado warned system that is moving in as we're tracking that one coming in with another round of heavy rain and potential for some flash flooding with that one. Let me get you back to the wider view. Is it power lines down? That's Du Bois County. Okay. Power lines down into Du Bois. That was in Holland, but that was earlier.
That was earlier tonight.
Yeah, when that was moving in. Mm-hmm. But look how this is all trained out. Now, here's the good news I can pass along. I think at this point, if you're in Lawrence County, I don't really see much happening other than some isolated cases, more flash flooding, but your severe threat, well, there's still a couple warnings back in Illinois. I think based on where you're at after such a tremendous amount of heavy rain, it puts you in a better spot. We'll monitor that. Same with Jackson and Jennings. You're on the northern fringe of this wall of severe weather that is now almost bisecting wave country. It's right along now the Ohio River and getting very close to Louisville. So we're monitoring that. We don't know how it's going to evolve. We're taking this scan by scan because there's a lot of things that will go in our favor to reduce the severe threat. Even in the next 30 to 45 minutes, there are things on our side to help this out. How fast does that happen? Good question. We don't know that. We're just monitoring and we'll pass that along. If you're south of Louisville, you still got several more hours here of quiet time. All right, so kind of an odd setup here depending on where you're at into wave country. All right, let's get you back over into Clark County. That's the area we're still watching as you get into that Charlestown area east of Tisco. Now, New Washington, Hibernia, that's the main focal point that we're going to have with this as it moves on by. And we keep that circulation up. Actually, look at the debris signature on that. All right, the value is not as outstanding as we had earlier. There's a little more apparent in Tisco when we had it. I know, Carson, you're looking at the same thing.
Yeah,
here, the wind. It's not as.
It's not.
Let me look this here. That's
it looks like it's becoming outflow dominant.
That's exactly what I was thinking. It's becoming more of just straight line outflow winds as opposed to spinning winds.
Okay, let me put the wind back on. We'll look that and see if we can see. A new scan just came in too. So let's play this out. Again, this is just looking at the wind field only on this, and we're looking at this together. And watch as it passed Henryville. That signaled just briefly. It was only a couple of scans. That we had a surge in that area that likely, actually, can we rewind that? Carson, are you able to? I can't see the time step. It was very apparent.
That was what? Around
right, 9:55.
Right at the top of the hour, 9:55, 9:58, somewhere in there, just before the top of the hour.
Okay. Yes, it shows up really well here. Yeah. Just briefly.
Let me.
You had a very
I'm going to get into your graphics here and help you out there.
Yeah, thank you.
Yep. Let's take this back.
Yeah.
Here we go. Tick, tick, tick.
Yeah,
right
that was
okay. We have a new severe thunderstorm warning for the metro.
Okay.
You can see that warning on your screen
It's
now.
flashing there. All right, we'll get to it again, but that definitely on the radar. That looked like that was the moment in Clark County. Okay, this includes Louisville, downtown Louisville, the Springhurst area, right into J-Town. The Spirit thunderstorm warning now for the Louisville area until 10:45. This one's another long duration. It does have a tornado possible tag with it, and for good reason. Every single one of these cells have some type of rotation involved with them at some point, so there's always that risk. As we just saw in Clark County, that was one or maybe two scans of the radar where that touched down and then went back up again. So it can happen that fast. And that's why we got to just take this slow as we evolve here, and these cells drop in from Indiana. We're checking on Clark County. So as we get any confirmed reports of anything other than what appears to have been a touchdown north of Charleston, based on a couple of 911 calls and based on the radar data, that looks to be the case. But we'll let you know for sure as that continues to track along. Meanwhile, into Louisville, this one now impacts 1 million people. Now under the severe thunderstorm warning with that tornado possible tag. So this is the one that may have briefly touched down in the red box into Clark County. This is the possible area we're watching now that is approaching into downtown Louisville and along I-71 as you travel all the way from Campbellsburg and Henry County all the way down into Tinseltown. That general spot is where we're watching for this wall of wind. I know you can't see it because this is in the way, so I'm going to get rid of that. And we'll just bring you onto the radar view first, and we'll look at the wind field. But you can see that surge of wind that's dropping out of Borden, Indiana. That's going to scoot right over the knobs.
New tornado warning for Crawford and Meade.
Meade County. All right, let's get you down to that area.
That I believe.
Actually, I'll wait for this to pop in. There it is.
That's for the supercell we've been watching all night long along I-64.
Perry County one?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So there's Doolittle. Again, we were talking about that earlier when it was passing through in Bristow. But that's now heading all the way into Leavenworth into Crawford County. And now it crosses, and this is why it includes Meade, is because they're including a section on the other side of the Ohio River. That's triggered for Meade County. But at the moment, it's on the other side of the Ohio River, still into Indiana, but it's the northeast side, just northeast of Leopold. That's where we got the circulation that is showing up. And look at the wind field on that one. This is radar indicated, right?
Yeah, and it goes until 11.
Until 11, thank you. It's still there. It's still got the side low because until it gets to the other side of Fort Knox, we're going to have this issue. But you can see right there into the northern side of Perry County. This is where it is, not here, but here. This is where we have the circulation. I think it's Apollonia, is that right? Apollonia?
Yes.
That's where it's located at, heading due east there. It is more south of 64 now. It's been either along it or at times a little bit north. Now it's clearly on the south side of I-64, traveling now into the southern part here of Crawford County.
The tornado warning for Clark County is being allowed to expire.
Okay. All right. Well, I mean, we don't see the signature anymore, so that helps out. Thank you, Carson. Appreciate that. So let's take you back into the Louisville area because this is where everybody's phones are going off for now. Like, what is going on? We have the tornado warning still out in southern side there of Orange County, southern side here of Washington, and the northern part, I believe that's Crawford, back in the Whiskey Run area there. And then we get into Louisville, and this is where we got the circulation. I don't see anything right now that's alarming for Louisville here.
I don't either. Just a wall of wind at this point.
Yeah, there's a couple. I mean, it changes colors here because the radar beam's right here. So it's going to look a little different when it gets north of it. But in general, I don't see anything to alarm you with that. Maybe some pockets of strong wind, but you can easily get these little notches here.
Well, and it goes back to what we just had in Clark County 15 minutes ago. There really wasn't much there. And then
boom.
Within 2 radar scans, we had a quick spin up, it appears.
Okay. So in Louisville right now, just be aware of what's happening. You don't need to go into your shelter spot right now, but just be weather aware. And as soon as we give you the word that you need to do that, please be ready to take action. All right. But you're not to that point yet. Just get away from windows and stay close to our coverage here as we wind through this. You can see the circulation. It's still there. This is not going to go away. I think they're going to hold on to at least a circulating part of this storm, which is going to be a concern still, even though in Oldham County, you don't have the tornado warning there. It can easily come back. So that's something we'll have to watch. We're not going to ignore it. So even though we're going to cover other sections of this line, we're not ignoring it. We have several eyes on all of this. It's just hard to bring it on to one fold there. All right, Ryan Hope, what do you got for us?
Okay, we do have some photos of damage here. This is the Madison, Indiana area, believe it or not. This is from a little bit earlier. You can see this tree down right next to Laura's mom's house here, Madison, Indiana. Yikes. We also have additional reports on MPing. We were talking about that earlier. If you're new to this, it's basically a citizen weather reporting app. If you've got damage, if you see flooding, if you've got big hail, submit it via the MPing app, or if you've got radar scope, you can do it on there as well. Those reports come straight to us. You see that we've got kind of a tree limbs down sort of situation near Scottsburg. Garbage cans, twigs, things like that moved around in northern Clark County. And by the way, if you have any photos of damage or maybe the tornado that we believe touched down north of Charlestown, Indiana, you can submit those either on the Wave Weather app, just tap share your photo, or even easier on the Wave Weather Facebook page. I put up a new big purple box of text there, and underneath that post, put your photo or your video. We'll be able to show it here. So you guys are our eyes and ears on the ground, and we can show what you see.
All right, thanks, Ryan. A good point, because that's been very helpful tonight. Sometimes we get these reports faster than we do official reports from the Weather Service, right? So keep them coming. They do, and all it takes is just a moment to put that on, especially radar scope on the app. Okay.
So
reviewing.
Yeah, there was another tornado warning, Brian, for southern Orange, southern Washington, northern Harrison, northern Crawford. That's gone too.
Okay.
So at this point,
so we only have just the one in Crawford and Meade.
We're down to the one for southern Crawford and northern Meade.
Okay. So that's good. We'll wait for all these to kind of clear out. They're all going to have to expire at about 15 after. So several of these will disappear at 15 after in about 3 minutes. So we'll have a better vantage point of what's happening here. This is one that's going to be dropped, at least for now. We'll monitor that as it moves into Oldham County. Let me get you back over to the full radar, give you a quick update on where we're at in comparison to Louisville. And Louisville is under a severe thunderstorm warning officially for the city itself, but we may be in a good spot here. I'm hoping that we can get the Tamer version of this as it crosses over the river. We're in that very critical crossover point, just like we were in a sense last Wednesday night, where once they got to I-64, things started to change. And we started to see the storyline evolve into flash flooding and not so much damaging wind and tornado weather.
Shingles blown off in Sellersburg, Indiana via MPing. As we solicited for those, folks have been sending them in.
Okay. All right. That was, again, that signature. We'll go back and look at the timestamp on that, too, if we're able to get that. I think it was about 9:58, somewhere around there. But that's something we'll watch. But we're going to have the storm tracker check that out and our crews into Charlestown all the way up into Tisco. That's the area to watch. And also we'll check out Sellersburg, too, and see what has happened there. But it seems like, to me anyway, preliminary, looks like we may have had a touchdown briefly there. Okay, let's hope everyone's all right. We still track that cell moving over the river here soon, but again, it's looking a little tamer than what we had. That's good. I like that. Let's hold on to that. Still going to give us a heck of a lot of rain here, guys, when we get into the next hour, moving into Louisville. Meanwhile, we've got this former supercell. Look at all these other supercells. I mean, this is ridiculous.
Power flashes
all the way back into Evansville.
Power flashes in Evansville.
Oh, that's wild. That is just wild. And let's hope that works out for them, because they've just been under the gun for a while. We got one of those that did sneak into the area, and that is still holding on just west of Corden here. So let me get into that closer view on that particular cell. It's been kind of back and forth, but it's a southern edge system feeder here, if you will. So it's holding on to the warmth that's still being aided into this, as it still has that notch into it as you move just north and east there of Leopold. That's been an area I've been watching for a while. Let's take a look at the wind field. And see how this is behaving as it moves east. Again, right along the Ohio River looks to be the spot for this particular one. Not as strong of a signal.
No. Not
as strong at all. In fact, it's a little broader in that circulation now as it drifts off to the east. Where's that Skytrack camera at there?
That would be, I believe that was Starlight.
It's Starlight, okay.
Yeah. That should
all right.
be pointing west.
We'll check into, hopefully soon, we'll get it a little bit closer in range. To maybe get Corden in, maybe.
I'll get it set up.
Okay. We'll see how that looks as it evolves here. But let's actually loop this, because, again, when you look at these in a time lapse, sometimes you can kind of get the idea if this is weakening or getting stronger. Well, there's no doubt. Look at this repeating nature here. You can see we had bright blues briefly as it entered the Perry County. Those are gone. We don't have them anymore. So there's been no doubt a weakening of the circulation. So I really doubt this is anything on the ground. at the moment. I think this probably is weak enough to be off the ground, but still very broad circulation for sure. That is drifting, though, in the southern side here of Crawford County. The warning's in a good spot, and right into Meade. That's the area to watch as it drifts to the south and to the east. Ryan Hoke, I know you're looking at some of the short range data coming in.
Yeah, so let's talk about the environment that's going on here. So you're witnessing these storms starting to fall apart as they move closer and just east of I-65. Why is that? Well, the significant tornado ingredients are out to our west, basically Paoli, down towards, say, Tell City, Jasper, and west toward Evansville. That's going to be the main problem area here over the next hour or so. And why is it out there? Why is it not over us? Well, the air is much more unstable out to our west, near Jasper, near Evansville, much less unstable, so more stable, if you will, from I-65 eastbound here. We will eventually see all of this kind of congeal together into a situation where it's mainly flash flooding, which is, I don't know, maybe better than a tornado. Hard to say on that, but it will be different at least. And we won't see the tornado threat last all night long, guys. Most likely here, it would mainly be severe thunderstorm warnings, flash flood warnings. But those tornado warnings are going to continue to our west for quite some time, most likely.
All right. Thank you, Ryan. Appreciate it. You're right. That has certainly been an environment as Carson was mentioning power flashes there into Evansville. I mean, they are in that more prime environment. They're just west of I-65. If you're east of 65, odds are looking pretty good for you to avoid anything on the serious side, which is good. Weather Service, yeah, they just chimed in. Same issue that we noticed that Perry County looked weaker. So they're just kind of chiming in their thoughts as well. So that's kind of the trend on this. I like this. Let's keep this storyline going. I'm hoping we don't get too much of a flash flooding threat. I will say this is moving a little faster than what some of the data was alluding to. That's a question of whether or not we rebuild this in Illinois and bring that over. You saw the debris signature was there briefly. Now it's back.
We've got
kind of coming and going.
This cell in Evansville looks mean. I'm trying to see if we have any tornado confirmation. Obviously, you see that debris alert signal on radar that Brian's going to zoom in on, I would imagine. But just looking at the National Weather Service chat from Paducah, who's in charge of the warnings for Evansville, I don't see anything. Well, I take that back. They got a funnel cloud with this at minimum. But there were power flashes a minute ago.
Yeah, so that one's, you definitely see the drop right there.
Yeah, sure enough.
And so there's definitely got debris with that. So that's not an image you want to see. Again, that's on the eastern side of Evansville right now, dealing with a likely tornado going there, one of several they've had already this evening. So just a heads up, we're watching that only because that particular cell, believe it or not, if it holds together, could still, at least downstream, give us some heavy rain and thunderstorms all the way into Breckinridge County later on. We're hoping it'll weekend because now timing's on our side here for a lot of us that are waiting for this to arrive. I know a lot of us don't want it to, but for those that are staying up to see how this evolves, the longer this takes, the better off we're going to be here. This is going to be a more in our spot to just get a rounds of heavier rain. I think just in the next hour, especially, this is our immediate concern, right along areas of the southern part of Indiana into the northern part of the Louisville area. That's where you still got enough spin at times. It's showing up, it's coming and going, but it's happening less frequent now than what it was. The environment not able to be as wild as it was on this idea of getting damaged weather. So I'm hoping this is good news just in time as it hits the core of our population and our city of Louisville here, that it will begin to weaken. At least I hope that's a trend, but we still have another threat. It's still the number one issue, not the severe thunderstorm warnings or the tornado warnings. Number one is the flash flooding boxes. That's going to be a concern for us. We see more rounds of rain. You can already see hints of that even back in Illinois. That will likely build north and east, and we may see this all light up at times with very heavy rainfall before it then shifts down into southern Kentucky briefly. And I see another wave coming in tomorrow afternoon that may bring it back north. Another round of heavy rain, at least part of the day for tomorrow. So our Lord Day is going to end at 6 a.m. as of now. We'll keep you updated on it, but that's flash flooding threat, something we'll have to watch as we move on by. Do we have any other details coming in from Clark County?
Not that yet. I have seen. Ryan, have you seen anything?
No power in Wycliffe Farms and Otisco.
Yeah.
And that is literally it when it comes to damage and reports from our viewers here. I've been monitoring both Facebook and, of course, our social media live streams here.
All right, so our only tornado warning that we've got, and it's the main reason we're on right now, and once that expires, we can at least briefly, hopefully reset before we get to the 11 o'clock news here, but we may end up going right up to it. But this is the cell we're watching that still, at times, has had some rotation with it. It has weakened. And quite a bit, actually, compared to what we had earlier, that is moving into the southern part there of Crawford County and to the far western side of Harrison. But it still has that structure to it.
Yeah.
So as long as it has the groundwork still at play here, it can still produce another one. And that's the reason why we can't quite let this one go yet. And this second one, I know it looks alarming here, but it's not exactly the same setup. So it looks a little scary. I know, I get it. But this is the one that we're watching that is now located. This is still that side lobe, so ignore that. But this is really the spin right there as you head into the southeast side or the northeast side, really, of Perry County. I'm getting a little closer on that as we zoom in. This is going to eventually move over the Ohio River here very soon. I would say the next 15, 20 minutes, it's over the Ohio River, and it crosses into Meade at that point to get into the second leg of the tornado warning if they hold on to it. But Oriole looks like it's close to there, heading down on 66, just north of Magnet. Again, this is a false echo here on the radar, but this is actually the true rotation that we're getting. It's broad, but it's still there. It has not weakened enough to get completely out of the warning phase, at least not yet. Let's hope that's the case, though. Let's give it a couple more scans. We got, I think, 8 minutes left, I believe, on that one.
This tornado warning actually goes to the top of the hour.
Oh, to 11?
Yes.
Oh, okay. Well, then that will keep us here at the 11 o'clock news, unfortunately. But yeah, that's the main one. We'll see if it gets canceled or expired. Either one would be some welcome news there. All right, let me get into just the heavy rain setup. All right, if you're in Louisville right now, as we've talked about, this is not right now an immediate danger that is moving into Louisville other than flash flooding. Something that would be an issue as we head into the next couple of hours as the rainfall rate is excessive. And you could run into ponding of water, flash flooding here, some of the viaducts. We know how this goes. We remember, hopefully, from last Thursday morning how this caused problems. I don't see right now an immediate threat of we're going to get 3 to 4 inches in the city. But it depends on how this all evolves. But at least a couple of inches, I think, are likely. The fallout of this as it drifts into Louisville. So we're going to run into a lot of travel issues here. It's just going to be a mess as we hit the next couple of hours. Timing's our favorite, being Sunday night. It's 10:23. A lot of you are getting ready for bed, getting ready for the new week ahead. So if you just stay off the roads, and hopefully not have too much anxiety as these pass on by. We'll get through this and we'll be fine. But we got to watch this heavy rain signal, and it should be out of here for most of us by the time we get into the morning commute coming up for tomorrow. We're still 81 degrees, by the way, in Louisville. It was similar to that, too, last Wednesday. We were in the 80s all the way into the storms hit. Same idea. A lot of summer heat and humidity being fed into these storms as they drop in from Indiana. Ryan Hoke.
Well, let's chat damage reports, shall we? Clark County, Indiana, from MPing here. Now, 2 reports. The newest, kind of the southern part of Clark County. They're a little closer to Clarksville with something like a power pole or a tree snapped. You can see kind of on our meter here, that's that orange, kind of a 3 out of 5 on the severity of the damage report there. Then we have kind of a 1 out of 5 just north of there, closer to Sellersburg. And then once again, more or less a 2 out of 5, which is kind of like some tree limbs snapped a little closer to, say, like Austin or Scottsburg, Indiana. Let's give you a power outage update, and that is where we find, of course, Clark County not lit up yet, but that's because Clark County REMC, I just checked in with them, has 103 customers out. The 60 customers out is a little old. That will update here shortly. That is not a ton of customers, so we may very well have escaped having a tornado do a massive amount of damage in Clark County based on kind of what we're seeing and what we're hearing right now. Washington County, Indiana, 267 customers without power. That's about 1%. We bring you over toward Orange County. That's 4%, a little bit more significant by population. 608 customers without power. Hello, Perry County. We haven't talked about you much when it comes to power outages yet. 1.3%, about 69 customers. And we're going to end it with Du Bois County, just under 1%. That's a new number, just shy of 200 customers without power. Again, shingles blown off near Sellersburg, near Otisco, at least one report of that coming in from MPing there. And that's about the worst that we have out of Clark County at this point.
Okay, thanks, Ryan. I know you're on it. Keep an eye on those reports. Keep sending those in, folks, and we'll continue to make those calls and let you know if anything changes on that. The signature was very, very brief on that, but it was certainly there. So, again, we think that's the likely case just north of Charlestown. Another warning, this is a flash flood
Flash flood for a lot of our Indiana counties.
Okay, you see the green outline kind of showing up there. It's very heavy rainfall. Again, with this band, we've been talking about the rainfall rate 2 inches plus per hour, right? So this warning for flash flooding is until 1:30 in the morning. This includes the areas that just got hit with a possible tornado, now dealing with flash flooding. So we start to change our threat process now, going from the lowest level of your home into your room in the basement, to get out of the basement, to get away from that and get higher up if you live in a flood-prone area or a creek that can certainly get out of its banks and begin to flood out the stream, get away from the lowest level. So that's kind of reverse action we got to do, but this is kind of the oddity that's these setups when you go from tornado into flash flooding. You got to react that way to the different warnings. So we promise you, we let you know when that switches, when we're starting to see that game change play out, and we're seeing that happen with a flash flood warning. So start to think about your environment. If you flood a lot, just kind of a heads up. Flood warning out, flash flood warning till 1:30. Meanwhile, for Louisville, the severe thunderstorm warning continues. This one, I believe, is till 10:45 for Louisville here. The storm hasn't even got here yet. So if you're wondering where is it, I haven't seen anything yet. Well, that's a good question. It's not here yet. It's slowly moving out of Indiana, approaching Louisville. So let's keep it on the wind fields. That's going to be our concern. Will this power back up again? Will it stay weak? Right now, I could tell you there's some pockets of some gusty winds. I would say that's probably about 40 miles per hour in some cases, but nothing too excessive. We'll watch it as it drops in, because we, again, are in the lower 80s here in Louisville. We do have a more south wind instead of southeast. That's good. That will play in our favor to hopefully cut down the more significant tornado threat. But we still can't rule out some strong winds. We've seen this time and time again with the heat island, the way Louisville sets up, it feeds storms sometimes. You get the storms that roll in from Clark County. They do have an uptick. We tend to have a very high precipitation rate once it moves over the core of the city. And sometimes we get downburst winds that take place when that crosses the river. So we always have to be aware of that just because of how much heat and humidity is built up in the core of the city here. So that's something we'll watch. We'll be able to detect that hopefully in time on the radar as it happens, as it crosses over. Otherwise, this is the storm. The little spin right there, that's the one that if it touched down Clark County, that's the one that's still on the radar, barely holding on, but it still has a little belt of wind, mainly aloft, as you get into Oldham County, right along I-71. All right, let's look at the wind fields that we're monitoring. I do want to mention the one in Perry and into Meade County. That's the one that we've been tracking here for a while. That signature, it's still there, but boy, it's not as organized as it was. But the storm itself is still holding on being a relatively strong storm structure. At least that was the case. Let's look at it now. Still, yeah, still has that structure to it. You still got to watch it as it heads off to the east. But unless it tightens back up, they probably let this go. I don't know if they've said anything yet. I did see a report they did, I think, confirm in Clark County, no injuries that they are aware of. I think it was Clark County. They came in with that report. So that's good. We were wondering about that. Okay, so there's that cell moving over Leavenworth and Crawford County, crossing the Ohio River into southern areas of Harrison County. Do we have the storm tracker up? Do we know where they're at the moment? Are they on their way back toward Clark County? Can Meredith hear me, or is the signal still
Storm
down?
Tracker is made it through New Pekin and continuing to Borden as of 10:25. They're having connectivity issues.
Yeah.
This has been kind of in and out for them.
Okay, all right. They probably can't hear what I'm saying then, but
It sounds like they're getting ready to issue a tour soon for Harrison County.
Okay.
Per Brian there at NWS.
okay, yeah. So they're going to hold on. I don't think they officially decided, right? They're just discussing it.
They're probably going to issue a new tour.
So. Yeah, this is the one we're looking at. It's still got the structure to it. I think they're just going to hold on to maybe that idea that it could easily drop down again. What we need to do is we have to keep an eye on the radar signature here for the wind belt as this moves in the next couple of scans. It's going to be key on that as we get just south of Corden. So if they issue a tornado warning, it would be south of Corden, south of 64. And it would include, now this is actually, this is not a false echo. That is a real echo.
That is actual rotation.
Yeah,
yes.
that is actual rotation there. Near Artist Point, moving right over the Ohio River. If we can get that queried, let me know what you get as it moves on by. But that's moving right over the river, okay, down just a tad. A most recent update, but still a general broad circulation. At times it's trying to tighten up. Again, it's got that structure to it on the radar side here where it's trying to hold on. Right along 228, right there. You see the inflow going in near Alton into the southern part there of Perry County and Crawford County, excuse me, as it's moving right into the northern side. A little slither here of Meade as it winds up in the Ohio River itself.
They're drawing up a new warning.
All right,
for
here's the warning.
Harrison and Meade.
Okay. So we're going to continue on. This is the notch that is concerning, that is building in here as it crosses over. You see everything just lit up red. So let's get that covered. This is going to be a tornado warning. It's going to be out until 11 o'clock as well, until the top of the hour. This is going to include about 390 people in this particular tornado warning. Every life counts, right? Meade, Crawford, and Perry County, including Leavenworth. This is still radar indicated. It's not anything confirmed. But this tornado warning is going to scoot just south of Corden and south of I-64. A tremendous amount of lightning being noted, too, out of that one. Now, we're going to see that on our SkyTrack camera.
Sorry, you have the old tornado warning queried. The new warning goes until 11:15.
Oh, thank you. Thank you. I didn't catch that. Thank you.
81 mile per hour gate-to-gate shear on that guy.
81?
81.
Okay. There you go. And I'm not, yeah, that automatic didn't trigger that. Sorry about that. So, yeah, there you go. 3,200 people now included in that one. A lot more people involved in that. But there's the warning again, 11:15. So let's get the wind field on that, because that's the wind that Ryan just mentioned is showing up at about 81. It's tightening back up again. And here's what we're going to do. The easiest way to do this, again, we like to keep track of how this evolves. But if you're in New Amsterdam area, heading into southern Harrison County, you need to get into your safe spot. This is trying to tighten back up again. And if it can, it will try to produce another tornado. So make sure if you're in that area, especially northern Meade. I know there's not a lot of homes in this area, but boy, I tell you what, northern Meade, that is starting to get its act together just a bit more, heading toward New Amsterdam. Follow my hand. This is going to track just north of Heth, southern Harrison County. Dogwood would be next. Laconia will also be in the path. So if I've mentioned to you at all, you need to get into your basement, your safe spot, lowest level of your home. Dogwood, Laconia, Heth, all the way to New Amsterdam. Get in your safe spot as this tracks right over you.
We may have debris on radar with that looking at CC.
Okay.
And I've got
is it the northern Meade part you're looking at?
Yes. And I've got the Corden SkyTrack camera pointed southwest. We may not see much because it's just wrapped in rain.
Yeah, right in there.
Yep.
Okay, we'll monitor that. And Ryan, let me know if you see any change on it. Let's if we're able to make some calls into, I don't know if we're going to get much out of Meade, but especially Perry. I think that will give us an idea of maybe where this is going in that area as it tracked over. It's still got the appendage to it. The hook inflow is still very apparent on that. It's cycled a few times. We'll see if that continues to be the case as it tracks to the east. What's the motion on this one?
Like 1 second here, it is east at 25, so it's still a slow mover.
Okay.
But it seems to have more of a southeast jog to it, and it has for a while at least.
Yeah. Well, let's trend this, and again, we'll try to give some of the communities here in just a second. But east of 25, I'm not sure what my radar is set for, but I'll try to give you at least an idea of where this is going to go as it drifts to the south and east, mainly across Harrison County. I would say let's go for the next, we'll do about 40 minutes on that potential. And we'll go with Wolf Creek, about 34 after New Amsterdam itself, about 43. So about 10 minutes when it gets to New Amsterdam. So you don't have much time here. Mockport, about 51 after the hour, and Laconia at the top of the hour. If it holds in its current trajectory, that's the way it is looking as it drifts a little bit east, southeast, barely clipping Corden right now. Let's take a look at the SkyTrack camera. Do we have that in?
Yeah, let's take the Corden SkyTrack camera full. I got it pointed south-southwest.
Okay.
If we can take it full, there you go.
Yeah.
Going to have to rely on lightning.
Yeah, a lot of lightning for that as it moves on through. But you see the rain, I mean, it's pouring there for sure. We'll monitor that as it moves on by. It's too far away for us to really get a definitive. Sometimes lightning can help you in illuminating. But in this case, they're too much in the heavy rain part of the cell to see much at all. It's going to be completely blocked that, but still very treacherous rainfall out of this and very intense lightning. A lot of cloud lightning with this. Constant flashes. You may not hear a lot of thunder, but you'll see a lot of flashes out there. All right. Let's get you back to the radar as we monitor that cell. And again, it's scooting just south of Corden, Indiana, and Harrison County. That is part of the tornado warning that it's out for at least another 30 to maybe 35 minutes. We'll have to endure that as it gets very close to the western side here at the Louisville Metro, getting into southern Harrison County from roughly around the casino area in Elizabeth, Indiana, back to the west. That's the whole general trend we're watching for this. Again, there is nothing south of it, so it continues to try to eat away as much warmth as it can as it drifts in. Let's hope it continues to track a little more southeast and try to at least skip some part of the area here in the weekend, but we can't take that risk right now. All right, let me get you back to the wider view in case you're wondering about the rest of the area. We'll get back into Louisville here as we monitor that. And as soon as we get anything confirmed on that, we'll let you know. I think right now, though, that is the new bad boy now in town that we got to watch, that is trying to get its act together just southwest of Louisville here. Very, very close. In downtown Louisville, we still have the severe thunderstorm warning out. Pockets of very heavy rain in Georgetown, the Knobs, heading towards Shively, downtown. This is going to be an immediate first threat. I think overall you're going to have a burst of wind perhaps, but flash flooding looks to be the dominant signal here for southern Indiana and Clark County into Louisville. We'll monitor the feeds on that, but that looks to be the trend, and that very heavy rain continues up into areas up 71. Now, we'll run into an area. This is a very wooded area as well as you head into Meade County along the river on the other side of Brandenburg. Once the storm gets closer to Brandenburg, we usually see a spike in our storm reports, so we're still waiting on that. Once those come in, we'll be able to pass that along to you, but it's got to get a little bit more east, unfortunately, to get some of those reports to arrive. I'll check some of the wind reports here on MPing, see if we got anything that came in. But we won't have much yet with this one.
Seems like any debris we may have had is gone. So if we did have a spin up, it's...
And it was kind of an iffy signature to begin with the reflectivity, but it was with the velocity. So there may be a little bit of lack of overlap there, but we want to be safer than sorry.
Yeah, especially tonight, where these have been bouncing around back and forth here.
It's still a dangerous storm. So if you're in southern Harrison County, northern Meade, still need to get to your safe place.
Okay, let's. I'm going to loop this. Let's kind of track it, see how this is evolving. Yeah, it's still definitely a signal there. You can see they had to redraw the tornado warning a little more south to capture the whole spin here, as it is taking a little bit more of that south jog Carson was talking about. So Brandenburg, you guys, we're going to be staring this down here very soon. It's going to be to your northwest right now. Within the next 10 minutes, it'll be just north of you into Brandenburg, very, very close. Let's hope it doesn't tighten up on the circulation more. It's still spinning, so it's definitely able to produce one if it can hold that structure together, and it's trying to. But as we talked about, again, New Amsterdam, it's about to approach your area right now. It's right on your doorstep, moving in. And then as we get into southern areas of Harrison County, a lot of you may know someone that may be in this area in Harrison County down to Brandenburg along the Ohio River. At least several campgrounds are found there too. So hopefully everybody's back from their camping trips for the weekend. You see the storm structure. This is a tremendous amount of heavy rain. You see all the darker reds that are showing up, all these oranges, deep reds. In fact, that's very heavy rainfall that is falling here, likely over 2 inches an hour. That can cause immediate flash flooding concerns. You do not have a flash flood warning yet, but boy, it won't take long. It won't take long. You're going to get to that level, and this will including the Harrison County and part of the metro too. So something watching. All right, new scan just came in a little bit closer to New Amsterdam. So keep an eye on the wind. See where we're at there. And it's still holding. Still holding on. Mm-hmm. I'll try to get a little bit closer into this. I think right now it's not going to be around a ton of communities until it gets to New Amsterdam, just a little bit closer. So we'll get real close to this and zoom in. All right. So at the moment, I'll get a little bit closer than that, actually, around the edge of the old warning and the new warning. So this is going to put us on Knobs Road, Pine Ridge Road, Pine Hill Road, Lapland Road, and all the way back toward Wildwood Place, I believe it is there, or Park, Wildwood Park. So that's going to be the Knobs Road area, especially if you know where that is in relation to where you're at into Meade County. That is where at least some rotation, but nothing confirmed on that. This is still just radar indicated rotation we've been noticing here for a while on these particular cells. I'm going to get back to a wider view. That is the main one we've got in Louisville right now, and this is a tornado warning that is scheduled to go all the way to 11:15. So we're going to be with you guys until at least 11 o'clock news here tonight, and then we'll hopefully give you more details on the rest of the storms too coming up at 11. But we're not going to be done with our coverage here on tornado potential until we see these all fade out. And we're not there yet. We're a little closer. We're taking baby steps to get there, especially east. Along and east of 65, I'm not seeing the signal as nearly as strong. But you go west of 65, unfortunately, this may try to hold on for a bit longer. And I'm not ruling out the southwest part of the Louisville metro here. Well, I think it'd still be influenced by that, Carson.
That's what I was just going to say, Brian, with this tornado warning in Harrison and Meade. If it holds together on this east-southeast track, heads up PRP, Valley Station, Jefferson Memorial Forest, Fairdale, Cosmosdale, heads up, just pay attention to this. It moves in from the west.
Yeah, and we'll hopefully I think we have a crew in the metro, but we may have to get them ready too to see this storm as it moves on by, to see if we can get it gauged a little better. The next camera we got that'll be within range here is going to be E-Town, but it's still got a ways to get there. Otherwise, downtown we get so much heavy rain, we might be able to see in that
same thing with the same thing with the Kentucky Kingdom camera too.
Yeah, good point.
Yeah.
So we'll be monitoring these feeds the best we can. But again, it's moving right along the Ohio River at the moment. We'll check in with Meade County. I don't know if it's yet been in the county long enough that we would have anything substantial anyway on any type of wind damage. But power outages are usually the first sign that something's happened when you start to see those reports come in. We're not there yet, but it's moving in that little slither of Meade right now where the Ohio River jets north. Reaches into Crawford County there. All right, southern Harrison County. Again, if you're worried about this tornado hitting you directly into Corden, the trend on this is to be south and stay south of you. It's going to hug the southern part of the county. So you're going to be real close. Still be weather aware and stay in your safe spot until we give you the all clear, because sometimes these things can cycle through. But at the moment, there's a lot of agreement, a lot of support for this to continue that southeast trend as we evolve. So that's the reason why Carson mentioned PRP and mentioned Valley Station all the way down to West Point, Radcliffe, right over the radar beam. So at some point, we're going to have to go to the other radar, the terminal radar we have in Louisville, because this will be right up on us here very soon. But it is getting closer as it scoots along. Now, I will say that the notch is not as apparent.
I'm wondering if it's starting to cycle again, though.
Could be. Yeah.
Because it's been doing this for what? 3 hours now, 4 hours. I mean, this particular cell has just been going for a huge portion of the night.
Yeah, and the last scan that is not as impressive on that, but we'll see if it does cycle through. Then maybe get another couple scans on that as it moves right along the Ohio River. But it's just real close to the New Amsterdam level. Nothing confirmed about this. Nothing on the ground. We haven't had any reports of damage out of this one in recent scans anyway. Nothing's been coming in about it. So mainly just more of a look that it has on the radar, but we got to be weather aware in case this were to drop down with that much of a heads up notice that would happen. So the warnings are there for a very good reason to prevent that concern, right? All right, let me get you to a wider view, and let me know too when we get an update on the storm tracker where they're at. I'm not sure if they're heading into Clark and Otisco or not, but so as we get their feedback, let me know. But that is where we're tracking again the cells from earlier that may have had that one tornado touchdown into Clark County about 9:58. So almost an hour ago that took place. Otherwise, we got these little pockets of wind. Evansville surrounded by tornado warnings, which is pretty remarkable right now as these continue to drift.
Damage to an apartment building in Evansville with people trapped.
Yikes.
Oh.
Yeah, no doubt. They're absolutely getting slammed right now. So our thoughts are with them. Ryan, you've been talking to our viewers. They've been really helping us out with all the photos. What are you getting in right now?
Yeah, it's just kind of very sparse because it's so dark. So folks weren't able to capture much of what happened with the likely tornado there north of Charlestown. But Jenny just happened to be kind of shooting some video outside her window here. And she says, we're on the west side of Charlestown, closer to Sellersburg. I'm pretty sure I just recorded the tornado. You can see a little bit of a lowering there. Hard to say exactly what we're looking at there. We also want to say, please be safe. When there is a tornado warning, please be away from doors and windows in the lowest level of your house, basement if preferable. I know showing these photos can kind of be contradictory here, but we've got to show what we have here just so you guys know. All right, power outages. That's Clark County that you see that just lit up here just a little bit ago, and you see about 0.5% without power. That's 359 customers. That's the highest number we have seen so far. Some of this associated, obviously, with the storms moving through. It's also possible there could be some tornado damage north of Charlestown near Otisco that could be responsible for some of these power outages too. We'll continue to monitor these numbers, guys, and of course, watch what's coming in from social media.
Okay, and again, a lot of folks are watching around our live streams, and you're able to do that. You can send those in. Wave Weather app obviously has the ability to. You can submit your photos and videos in when it's safe to do so. A lot of this is going to be certainly much more flash flooding based, though, the way it's looking. Only storm we got to worry about still. It's just the one here in Meade, crossing to Harrison County. We'll see how that evolves as we head to the next little bit. And that's the reason why, too, on the tornado watch. And Carson, I'm not sure if you can get that loaded up, but that tornado watch, it's out. It's, doesn't have an extension all the way down to the Tennessee border for a reason. It's only just a small jog south from where we have the current line, only because of its wiggle nature this line's going to have. But it is certainly putting on the brakes here. And the fact that we're getting these cells injected out of Evansville into it, that is going to cause the western side here to have a bit of a tilt. But very heavy rain will be pulled off of this right along 64. You look at that flow. This is the wind you're looking at, and you can see the wind flow just pulling in like cotton candy right into us from 64, and that's going to continue to feed in bands of rain right into northern Kentucky along I-64. Carson, you got that watch?
Yeah, it was right as you were saying that they added Breckinridge County to that watch. So
well,
they're watching those cells in Evansville. So yeah, this is the tornado watch you have behind me. Still includes all of our Indiana counties, all of our Kentucky counties along and north of 64. Also down to include Spencer, Bullitt, Meade, and Breckinridge. That watch goes until 2 a.m. Eastern time, 1 a.m. Central time for those of you out in Breckinridge and Perry County. So that's where the tornado watch stands. We are down at this hour in our coverage area in the 34 counties we serve to 1 tornado warning, and that's for the southern half of Harrison County and extreme northern part of Meade County. That goes until 11:15. One thing I'll mention, Brian, sending it back to you, the severe thunderstorm warning for the metro is gone.
Okay.
So it's just rain and thunder at this point.
Just rain and thunder. All right, we can handle that, at least on the thunder part. Probably not so much in the rain part.
Right.
But again, if you don't have to travel, just don't. Just let it pass by, and then worry about traveling in the morning. And hopefully at that point we'll see things improve. Once we wrap up some of our trail coverage here, hopefully soon, we'll be able to get into some of the futurecast data, get you through tomorrow morning. We're not there yet, but just some of the things we'll be showing you here soon. So if you want to stay tuned for that, all right? So we get in between Louisville and Evansville. We talked about Evansville, which has been hit hard several times with damage. People have been trapped. It's been apparent they may have had multiple tornadoes in around Evansville and southwest Indiana in general. And some of those cells have been scooting right along the Ohio River. One of those is trying to sneak in under the radar, no pun intended, as it moves across areas of southern Harrison County, and it's trying to get into the metro. But this line of rain, cold air, it's sinking quickly and trying to capture into the cell and absorb it. It's a matter of how much can it disrupt what's going on. That's going to be the key story if we continue this narrative or not of additional tornado warnings. They just mentioned the tornado threat
Maybe decreasing with the cell.
Yeah. And that's something that's been apparent in the past, several scans here. With this structure is not, you don't have that very obvious appendage and notch that was in there. That's very loosely defined now as this becomes a very heavy rain setup. So no doubt the rain cold air out of Corydon that is sinking into this is causing a bit of a disruption, but still got to watch it. It still could fire up some strong winds, especially in southern Harrison County. But that's good because Ryan Hoke, if we can get to this cell weakening, that bodes well for really for the next several hours, barring what rolls in out of Evansville, obviously. But in general, we're seeing everything kind of tame a bit more.
Yeah, and as these storms move west to east, especially closer to I-65, they've been weakening. We showed you, it's probably been an hour since we did that, where the storm ingredients were, and they were way out toward Evansville, and they weakened considerably as you move in to our area, basically along I-64. All right, speaking of interstate travel, the storm tracker is back up and running. It is a little closer to Clarksville at this time in central, of course, Clark County, moving down south, likely toward I-65 into the metro here in just a little bit. We've just heard from Greg Lynn, the emergency manager for Perry County, Indiana. No damage reported at this time. So some good news from our friends out in Perry County.
Carson, what do you have? That looks to be in your Holiday World again.
This is once again in Spencer County, Indiana. This is south of Holiday World. So if you were watching us earlier tonight, the supercell, or the storm, I should say now, since it's kind of losing that supercell look. The storm in Harrison and Meade County now that has the tornado warning was producing a tornado near Holiday World a little while ago, about 2 hours ago. Now we're looking south of Holiday World. So here's Santa Claus. If you've ever been to Santa Claus, the only thing in town is Holiday World. There's a little grocery store too. That's about it. Further south of Santa Claus by about 5 or 10 miles, we've got another supercell that, quite honestly, Brian, might be the strongest rotation we've seen on velocities all night. Let's look at that is a classic supercell moving through Spencer County, Indiana. Radar indicated no confirmed tornadoes with this storm, but
it's a small polygon, which means their confidence is not very high.
They're not exactly
on it lasting a long time.
But if it holds together,
we'll have to issue one. Yeah.
Heads up, Tell City. We'll watch that for Perry County.
Okay. Good insight there. Thanks, Carson. Appreciate it as we're monitoring Even the cells that could still sneak in, like the one here that's doing this in the Harrison County, did the same thing, kind of stuck in under this main line, and it's not going to sneak past us. We're watching it.
Trees and power lines down the area of Harry Hughes Road, Possum Trot Road, and Williamsburg Drive in Clark County.
Yeah, that's coming in for their emergency manager there just a few moments ago, and I got a feeling we're going to hear more about this very soon based on what we saw on the radar. So that will be a growing concern. But again, pass along some of the wind damage reports not coming in out of Clark County, Indiana. Okay, so this is our only tornado warning that we've got. Technically, this is going to be out for just a bit longer here as we head into the top of the hour and just after. I don't know if we'll hold it all the way or not. The storm structure, not as organized as it was. I mean, it's definitely down a few notches from where it was before, but not completely fade away altogether. Let me bring up the current wind field on this. We'll take a gander at that and see where we're at. As it's now past the other side of New Amsterdam, well, it's already even now defined what it was before. So this is really struggling here. It's more of a straight line indicator at times. You're getting some of those Boeing segments showing some of the pockets of stronger wind, but nothing overly organized. It's kind of very broad rotation there over New Amsterdam, tracking into southern Harrison, just south of Corden, by the way. So this is good news. I like where this is going. I'm hoping that that will be the trend as it approaches the southwest side here of the Louisville area. Let me get into the wider view and kind of get back again to set the story narrative together. For those of you that are staying up with us pretty late here on this Sunday night, we appreciate it. We've been ongoing here for a while as we're monitoring these cells that still have some rotation to them, mainly west of Louisville, no doubt. Heading toward Evansville, that's a bigger threat issue there. Otherwise, it's mainly just a wall of rain, heavy rain, but still got some lightning with it at times. But even the lightning counts come down quite a bit into Indiana and Clark County and to Oldham. Not as many strikes as we had just even 15 minutes ago. Another indicator that these are losing a bit more of their fuel to work with here. But they're trying to hold on, so we'll monitor that. Very heavy rainfall. I'm sure 71 is an absolute mess right now. So some flood advisories could get issued here very soon, or even a flash flood warning for part of the metro if this rain continues to train over the same spots. Meanwhile, we'll watch these individual cells. They're still tracked more east than they are to the south. So that's allowing them to then threaten Breckenridge County, northwest Breckenridge County, perhaps. We'll see how that plays out. Ryan Hoke is standing by with an update. What you got, Ryan?
Okay, at this point, we wanted to show you some of the storm reports we have and then show you some Storm Chaser live video we have as well here. See, most of the tornado reports have been to our west tonight. The one exception that will likely get added here is probably going to be near Tisco, Indiana, in Clark County, based on what we've heard and what we've seen with debris on radar, some damage, folks witnessing a tornado. They've got those wind damage reports to our north and west. So those are official storm reports from the National Weather Service. These are kind of unofficial citizen reports here, and you see all the wind damage reports up and down 65, and then one a little closer to Fincastle, Kentucky as well. I do want to take, if we can, Corey Trent's live stream here. He is a storm chaser. He's been chasing all around Indiana tonight. That's in INET 1 here, if you're looking for it there in the control room. And you can see how he's battling some of the rain there. Looks like he's potentially on the interstate. You see the lightning flashing. And of course, looks like at this point, the storm he's going through doesn't look to be horrific, but you can, of course, see that he's continuing to.
Hard to see.
It's hard to see. It's at night, so storm chasing at night is tough. It can be dangerous. Our thanks to Corey for submitting, of course, this live video to us this evening for our use here on the air. We really appreciate that.
All right. Thank you, Ryan. Thank you, Corey. You're right. Those reports happen. We do have trained spotters that are out. Again, those are the ones that we're taking feeds from here. It's not just anybody venturing out. So it's important to note that. All right. So as we watch these cells move in, now they have decided to expire the tornado warning for Crawford into Harrison County and parts of Meade. The one that's set to expire first anyway, they're going to let that go. We'll let you know what they do with the official time of ending at 11:15. See now water over the road in Pleasant Street, Market Street area. This is along County Road 160 in the creeks there in Charlestown. Well, this is what we're going to find is not only flash flood warnings, but at the very least advisories. But I think they're going straight to warning. I don't think they've been doing much advisory level here.
I haven't seen.
They're just going full on.
I haven't seen one advisory all night.
Yeah, so they're going to go flash flood warning. They probably will, certainly for Oldham and maybe part of the Louisville Metro. So stand by for that. Again, if you have to travel, please be careful. I know this is not as attention-getting as a tornado warning or a severe thunderstorm warning, but this is more dangerous really. I mean, when it comes to travel, we have more people hurt in these kind of setups, just trying to get around town because they drive through high water. So please just be careful if you have to go out, otherwise stay off the roads and let this water drain off the roadways. It takes a while. When it's raining that hard, the drains can only do so much, and they can't hold any more. The water just pour on the road at that point, which is what's happening in Charlestown. All right, we get into Indiana. Let's keep an eye on Cord in here.
The storm structure on this is looking stronger again.
Oh, boy.
We're getting so close to the radar, it's hard to tell what kind of rotation we got.
Well, yeah, I don't like that look.
I don't like that look either.
Let me pull up. Let's go back over to
let's get the
radar over here. Thank you. So I can pull this up in the wind. There's another warning.
Flash flood.
Flash flood.
Crawford, Harrison, and Meade.
Okay, right over
where the tornado.
Right over this, yeah. So this is right up against Louisville and right up to the metro itself, the western side here. So we're dealing with that. Yeah, still some circulation on that. It's not as strong as it was. Now they set to expire it, but whether or not it comes back, well, that's a good question. Especially tracking an area that still has been relatively rain-free. So until we get past that point, see this fall apart. You can see it's got that appendage trying to come back into play. That's what Carson was talking about. That inflow kind of showing up again. Has been the entire time, really, but it could be cycling or completing another cycle. So that's something we'll have to watch.
No debris or anything like that, but the signature does not look.
Yeah, they're still keeping it as moving east to 30.
Yes.
They put the placement of the possible tornado 7 miles south.
New tornado warning for Perry.
Okay.
For that supercell I was showing you in your Holiday World a minute ago.
Yeah, that's the one that's probably going to be more of a threat, maybe for Breckenridge, I believe.
Yes. This warning includes Tell City, by the way.
Okay. Lewisport, Tell City, Troy included in that, about 21,000 people in this tornado warning, but it does stretch over into Perry County. This is until 11:45 Eastern time. So this is another 45-minute warning that is out. So 11:45 Eastern is when that warning will expire as it moves into Perry County. So that's going to be something we have to watch carefully as we head through the next hour, especially. Let's look at the wind fields on this in general as it's been approaching, and it's just west of on the radar beam here. Your grass itself, I think it's Lockport, along the Ohio River. So it's going to head toward Grandview, Newtonville. I mean, just outside on the edges here of wave country, but then it enters into wave country as it gets into Tell City and crosses into Perry County. And this is still, do we know what the gate to gate is on that?
I'll query it here.
Thank you.
Let's see. It's still very strong rotation, obviously. Gate to gate, 56.
Okay.
Last check. Let me try another spot. Yeah, 56 is the highest I'm seeing right now.
Okay, that's about the bare minimum you would get for a tornado warning. Right. So it's worth watching. So we'll keep it on it. Nothing too high on that, but it's one that we'll have to it's got that notch to it. Mm-hmm. Easy to see that. Let me just get the radar over so you can see that a little easier. A lot of these warnings have been stretched out pretty far. Mm-hmm. That does give everyone such a big heads up. And that's a very helpful thing in the middle of the night.
Hey, let's get Corey Trent's video up here. This is INET 1. He's on 135. He's got this supercell in his view here, and you can see with the lightning flashes in the distance. Let's see if we can see it here. But he had a bit of a lowering there, kind of on the left-hand side of your screen. Again, he's pointing right into the correct section of the supercell to be able to see this here. According to Kevin.
Pouring the rain over the roadway.
Right there on 135 in southern Harrison County. What a place to be right now. So this is live video of that supercell in southern Harrison, guys.
Oh, he's in southern Harrison.
It looks like right on 135 there.
He's close to the circulation.
If he's not in southern Harrison, he's real darn close by the looks of it.
Right over top of it.
So rain's starting to intensify there. It looks like the core is starting to pass over in there. Again, this is Route 135.
And Brian, the structure is really wrapping up on this thing. Okay. The rotation isn't.
Yeah, but it's definitely better organized.
Yes, it is.
We may be in close to another tornado warning replacing southern Harrison a bit more east. This may get right up against Louisville and into Hardin County, northern tip of Hardin County near West Point. So I'm not going to rule that. Let's get the radar up, and we'll keep that in the box if we can, that feed. And if you guys see anything, let me know, and we'll bring it back up. But we'll put Corey's feed up as well as all of our other feeds that we're monitoring here. But let me get you to the cell we're referring to. Again, this is going to be the one located now just west of downtown Louisville is the one we're watching as it approaches the radar beam. Now, we may have to go to the terminal radar to see some of the wind fields on this.
It's doing the same thing it was doing Wednesday night,
okay.
Brian.
The spikes. Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Well, that'll be a bit of a challenge.
Yes,
we'll monitor that. But again, this is the one that right here, let's get you into 135 where Corey was at plotting, because again, it's right there in southern Harrison County, driving right into this, right along the road itself. I assume he's going to be a little closer to, I don't know if he's going to be all the way into it, north of it. I hope he'd be down here and a little bit out of the range of it. But he's very close. He's on 135 here, so he's very close to the actual spin that is rotating around.
Are you reading that report?
Yeah.
Okay.
It's Meade County?
Yes.
Okay. So Meade County, we're getting some 911 calls. People seeing a lot of odd clouds, and they're worried about tornado touchdowns. So we're monitoring that. And since we get confirmation on this, we'll let you know. They get to the wind field. Again, this is going to be, I believe it's Gladys, or is it Glidus? Hoping I'm not saying that. I apologize. It's near Rockport, though. That we're watching for that as it crosses right over into southern Harrison County. And again, here's 135 there. And as Corey's feed, we're still monitoring that. I don't know where he's at now.
Let's get the 4-box back up if we can.
Or a storm chaser on that. Yeah, we'll keep an eye on him as he moves in there. Don't see his feed up, but we'll get that switched out in a second. Give us a second. We'll get it in there in one of the boxes for Corey's feed on the okay, we'll get it up there. Just hang tight. We'll monitor that. You see the storm tracker in the middle box, by the way. They're also traveling into Clark County. All right, so this is the circulation. This is near Mockport here. Broad signal for now, but the storm structure to support it, the groundwork, the skeleton of the system has gotten a little bit better organized. It had never really completely faded away, but it did allow it to weaken somewhat. Let's see here if we can get, now I'm seeing the report there in Orange County of a barn damaged. But that was earlier this evening, but that, again, barn damage. And I think it's Leipzig, Indiana.
Leipzig,
thank you. Even a hail core about dollars eating hail on that. This is very heavy rain just north there on 135. But here's Mockport. You can see that notch flowing in. Now, I will say it's going immediately back to trying to recycle all over again. So it could be constantly in this recycling phase here. So we'll see what happens. And what we mean about that is just basically it takes a break and reorganizes and comes back, and then takes a break and comes back.
Yeah, it's wrapping up good now.
Constant, nonstop back and forth we get, and we have to wait to see the image when the radar updates. It improves the scan either way here, and we get a new report on it as it kicks in. So you can see Corey's feed. I believe that is up yet. Is it up there?
Yeah, it is. The middle box you see there.
It's at his?
Or is that Storm Tracker?
That's Storm Tracker.
That's Storm Tracker.
Yeah.
My apologies.
It's not quite up yet.
Okay. Well, we'll check on it when we can, because he's the only one that is in the path of this to get us a vantage point of where it's located right now. So we have some ground truth there. Just hope he stays out of harm's way with it. You can see it moving in now on Southern Harrison, kind of a mixed wind field, because we're getting right on the radar beam. This is going to be a lot tougher to show. All right, it's in this box right here now. I know it's a very dark image because you can't see anything where he's at, being out away from a lot of the city lights. So he's on some of the country roads here out and along 135 in Harrison County. So as soon as we get some lightning, that will help and show them the indicators on that.
New tornado warning
for Harrison.
This is an extension.
All right, this is going to be for Hardin County. For the radar beam, too, at Radcliffe will be for this tornado warning. This is going to go out until 11:30 Eastern time. So this one's actually...
It's a shorter warning.
It's a shorter warning on this one. First one's been this short. You can hear the thunder now in downtown. The rain over us. This is going to go right up just west of Valley Station, all the way to West Point, and includes around the casino, Elizabeth, Indiana, down to Motorola Hill and West Point. That whole area include on the western or the eastern side of this tornado warning. This is going to be out until, actually, let me scoot this over, because once again, the radar did not pick up on the right one. Hold on one second. Let me scoot that over. Now we'll get it. All right, there we go. This is going to be one that's going to be out until 11:30, and it includes Brandenburg, as we mentioned, about 4,600 people in the path of that storm. As we've been tracking the supercell, it is still a supercell. It's holding on to that structure, even though it's up against the line. It's trying to hold on for just a bit longer, moving toward Laconia. So Laconia is in a spot next. We're probably going to hear some reports on Brandenburg probably as well. Brandenburg's close enough. We may get some reports that are right on the edge of Meade along the banks there of the Ohio River. It is still radar indicated, by the way, not a confirmed tornado.
Yes, still radar indicated.
Yeah, still radar indicated, and it's going right over. Here's the radar beam. You see the dome there at West Point. All right, Cliff. So that makes it a bit of a challenge to get some of the data once it goes over that, and it's going to go over that. So bear with us on it. We'll have to use different radars to kind of get a vantage point of this as it moves over us, but we'll work that out as it moves into southern Harrison County. Very slow. We have most of these were moving in 35 to 40. Then it went down to 30. Now they're down to 25.
25, yeah.
I mean, they're really slowing down. So you really cut down on the damage and wind side of things, but you ramp up flash flooding because now they're not moving as much. Now you're getting the heavier rain for a lot longer than you normally would. Checking the debris signature. Do we see anything there?
Haven't seen anything.
No.
A lot of noise.
Yeah, a lot of noise on that, and that's to be expected being that close. But,
right.
That's all right. We'll keep an eye on it, and you guys, of course, let me know if you see anything. Checking any reports we're getting from MPs. If we're getting anything from there, we'll check the wind reports first. Nothing I can see there, although it looks like there may have been some tree limbs down back into, I believe that would be Perry, to the northwest, the Crawford County and Perry area. But nothing with this particular cell. So that's the one we're watching as it moves on by. Okay, get you the radar view. And this is the one, again, we're watching a tornado warning out until 11:30. This is going to include southern Harrison County. It does include a very small little chunk here of Hardin County, northwest side here of Hardin County, and it includes Brandenburg. It's that particular spot. And the severe thunderstorm warning also out
so this is
to the west of us.
Yeah, there's another cell behind this main supercell that we're tracking that this is severe thunderstorm warning is out for now.
Okay. All right. This is going to be out until 11:30 as well. Severe thunderstorm warning. I'm trying to get this to trigger. Hold on. Of course, it's not going to do it. Hold on. Let me get it up here.
This also has a tornado possible tag with it.
Includes Corda, and this one's a little further north than the last one. So it's tracking just about another, I would say, 10, 20 miles north or so of the previous one. That's moving right over into the core now of Harrison County. So this one actually is going to go right over our camera. Once it gets a little bit more east, it'll be right over our SkyTrack camera there in Corda itself. Again, Corda and Leavenworth all included in that. Let's look at the wind field on this one, because this one, again, it's got the Tor possible tag on it for a tornado possible. And there's a couple notches here. This is probably the one that's going to get your attention more around West Fork as it moves into the northern part there of Crawford itself. It's on the other side of the band of rain, which is interesting to watch how that's been repeating itself into Indiana. We've seen that a few times. Not so much in our southeast Indiana counties, but our northwest side certainly has been the case. I can hear the rain pouring out there. Yeah, hear that? It's pouring.
Yeah.
So again, very heavy rainfall too with this. We do have flash flood warnings out for this particular cell already. That's repeating over the same spots as the previous one did. So we've already got alerts out for flash flooding and again, the potential for hydroplanes. So please be careful. It's once again impacting I-64 there, seeing some of the bigger impacts. Okay, let's get you the home view and show you again as we are now approaching, we're after 11 o'clock. It's 11:08 on the Sunday night. We've been on for several hours now tracking these cells. Have had rotation with them. We've had a few instances where we believe there may have been touchdowns. One of the spots is Clark County. We're monitoring that. We've had some reported damage to into Orange County as well. Those are the two counties that seem to stand out. But now we're going to be watching carefully what is going on here into Meade and to Harrison, because we have another cell that has had a history of producing tornadoes. And then thirdly, our last issue is one that's rolling in from the eastern side of Evansville, now moving into maybe northern Breckenridge County.
Getting reports of power flashes with that cell that has the tornado warning for Perry, east of Evansville.
All right. Power flashes on that one there?
Yes.
To the east. Okay. All right. We'll keep an eye on it. Thank you very much. See, that's a previous one. Okay. I was looking at a different warning on that. All right. Let's get into the radar version of this only, and we'll kind of loop this for you guys. I know the warnings, there's a lot here to look at on the warning side of things, but this gives you an idea of how this is slowly dropping down through Indiana and now moving into northern areas of Kentucky, especially along 71 into the Louisville area, right over the Louisville metro. Absolutely pouring. We'll check some of the rain gauges coming up in a second here. And then that very strong cell. This is going to miss Louisville. It's going to just graze into northern Bullitt and into Hardin County, but there's enough rain in Jefferson here that I think it's going to skew that down a little bit more to keep it just south of the metro itself. But it's going to be very close. And then we have the other cell that are lined up. These are individual supercells that are still developing in Evansville, and they're feeding into this line. But if you're in Breckenridge County, Breckenridge County, and did the power go out? Do we have a power flash?
Oh,
No? Okay, I thought I heard something.
We're good.
Okay. Let me get into the wind field. Look at that, and you can see that we got pockets, still some strong winds moving in. Now, Carson mentioned we have power flashes of this one on the eastern side. Then move past east of Evansville.
There's another station in the Evansville market says they're looking north at this storm from their Owensboro camera, and they're seeing power flashes with it.
Okay, all right.
However, the warning is still radar indicated for Perry, for what it's worth.
All right.
So.
We'll monitor that. It's been a hard-hit area tonight, seems like, with repeated rounds. All right, here's Laconia and Brandenburg again. Seeing a little bit of the appendage, a little bit of a hook there along the Ohio River. That's where we're getting at least still some of that rotation. We'll see if this holds on or not. I can't guarantee it, but it is getting a little bit closer to the radar beam there at Radcliffe and into West Point. The Louisville Metro is dealing with just a lot of pockets of heavier rain at the moment. I think we got that on here for rain reports. Yeah, we got the MSD gauges. Let's take a look and see where we're at with these gauges. Now, this is only, since midnight tonight. It's not updating, but some of those heavier bands, it looks like a quarter to half inch, maybe some spots more than half inch. Now, all the gauges are evening out on that, but you can still, it probably gives you a good idea, I think. 3/4 of an inch, that's pretty fair that we're going to see. Our threshold, I think we looked at was about 1 3/4 inches, 2 inches, something like that.
It was around 2.
Two something.
Yeah, that we can handle. So, and that's over a 3-hour window.
Right.
So we'll see if you can see estimates are higher than that, where the flash flood warnings are out back in areas of Indiana just north of us. So in Louisville, we do not have severe wind issues going on in Jefferson County, in the city, or even across the river. All right, this right now is mainly just a heavy rain issue and some still intense lightning strikes. Every once in a while embedded in this. Meanwhile, you go just south and west of the metro. That's where we've got the cell that's had a history of producing the possible tornado at times. Had a history of that moving all across I-64. We tracked this on the other side of Holiday World. And we've been dealing with it ever since. It's about to go to Kentucky Kingdom or south of it. It's a theme park tracker. And as we head into, I would say, south of the Snyder Freeway, you're going to run into very heavy rain when this moves in. So right over the Jefferson Memorial Forest, Fairdale, Valley Station, this area can flood easily too. So keep an eye on that. But that's going to be drifting over into Bullitt County. We don't know yet if there's going to be an extension or will be an extension to this tornado warning. There could be a severe thunderstorm warning, could still come out in advance of it. The wind over the next 15 minutes, especially, that's going to be crucial on that and see it. But we do not have anything confirmed that's on the ground in our area.
And speaking of that, Brian, Harrison County Emergency Management says no damage confirmed at this point. They continue to remain active in the county with crews observing conditions. And another note, Corey Trent on the bottom right-hand side of your screen there, eagle-eyed viewers say that he just crossed the river near Mockport there, if you're trying to get a bearing.
Okay. Thank you. Appreciate that. Everyone watching, thank you. As he's back on the Kentucky side there. So we'll keep an eye on that as he is drifting now on the other side of the actual spin of that. But that has not looked as impressive as it did earlier on. But it is moving to the south and east. So it's, again, moving right over a 31W here. Dixie Highway, Louisville Road, depending on how you want to call it, as it moves to the south and east over the next little bit. That's really our main warning we've got right now of immediate concern anyway of any possible tornado. Otherwise, the Perry County one is one that's still iffy on whether or not that's going to make it all the way in here. It's still at a strong level. Let's get back to that, back to the west. It's possible because it's had a history of that. Man, not as wild as what it was.
It's not as intense as it was earlier.
Yeah. So at the moment, there's nothing immediately threatening in Perry. This is just a heads up. It's drawn over you to give you a caution that it's not far from you. And it's not. It's moving slow. You can almost outrun this thing running, in fact. But it's right around Lewisport itself, but it's drifting toward Tell City. So the next few scans will be crucial on that to see whether or not we're going to hold on to this tornado warning just a bit longer. Otherwise, we're going to hold it with you guys until we get out of the clear on the tornado warning side. And the flash flooding threat, I think, is going to be an issue at times into the overnight. So we've been saying this many times, but I know with it being 11:14 now at night, all of you are wanting to go to bed, and you're worried about the tornado threat, which is easing in many areas. But as you head to bed, just know that still some flash flooding concerns. If you have a basement that floods a lot, just keep an extra eye on that. Hopefully you got some kind of alarm to go off. That will be the case with the sub pump as well as we get in some of those heavier bands. I don't think it's going to be a full-on repeat as it looks now of last Wednesday night and Thursday with 3 to 4.5 inches in the city, but it could still be a couple of inches, and that will be enough. That will be enough to cause some flash flooding issues, so please be careful. Meanwhile, that's the storm that's had a history producing tornado warning at times.
New severe thunderstorm warning for the metro, or actually it's for this tornado warning storm.
Okay.
Yep.
So they did an extension on it. Not too shocking. Just because of the spin, I think that's a fair way to do this. Right now, it's a tornado warning until we get another circulation, but they do have the tornado possible tag on it. It's because it still has that spin to it, and that's where Corey is. The bottom corner here, your screen, this box right here. That's where Corey Trent is right now. He's been tracking this cell, and he was right in the middle of it. The wind was pretty strong there. In fact, we have yet to see a lot of strong wind on even our camera feeds until his feed. That was the first one I saw. The wind was pretty decent moving over the area. All right, so this severe thunderstorm warning is going to continue to move off to the southeast, right over the radar beam. This does technically include right around Valley Station, Jefferson Memorial Forest, but does also include areas along the Preston Highway area of Bullitt County back to the west. This will be out until 11:45 Eastern time. So this is about another 30 minutes potentially on this severe thunderstorm warning as it moves off to the east. Otherwise, we're watching just the tornado warning portion of that to see whether the circulation holds on just a bit longer. So let me bring up the wind field as we do that. Do we know where the storm tracker is at the moment?
It's back in the city. It's heading towards southwest Louisville.
Okay.
Not sure exactly where it's at right now.
Okay. All right. If we're able to, if Meredith is able to talk to us, I know we've had a communication issues tonight getting that through, but if she's able to let us know, and we'll talk to her about what she's seen as she's been traveling around, tracking these cells all the way from Salem, all the way back into Louisville Metro. All right. So we got the one tornado warning that's out until, this one's out until 11:30, I believe.
The tornado warning, yes.
For Southern Harrison County. Okay. So that's the last of the tornado warnings in the immediate area. Then we have the one in Perry that's extended to Perry. Don't know yet if that's going to be maintained. We're watching that one too. That's on the edge of wave country, but it's worth watching to see how it evolves as it gets closer to Perry in the next 15, 20 minutes. But it's areas west of Louisville, really. We're looking at between Louisville and Evansville. That's the corridor of most concern. And this one, again, is drifting mainly to the south and east of Louisville. Put on the wind fields here, and what we're going to do is we're going to loop this. And I want to see the trend on it as it's moving across Harrison County. And in general, it does look more like a downburst wind.
Exactly, and that's what the Weather Service is saying too. But they'll keep the tornado warning for now until 11:30.
Okay. All right, so that's moving in now over Laconia itself, tracking near the radar beam. They're going to have the kind of the same general color now with it being right on the radar. You don't get all the fancy colors now, but it continues to move to the east at about 25, 30, somewhere on that range. On the southwest side here of the city. So once it moves over the radar beam, it's going to get a little distorted, but we do have backup ways to check in, and we'll be monitoring that as it moves on by. Otherwise, right now, I think it's just going to be a burst of wind, the way this is trending. Now, we do have several gauges here. It's going to move right over Radcliffe, so we're going to get some of that data in Fort Knox as it moves over. So if we see any spikes there that stand out, we'll let you know. But I really haven't seen a lot of spikes on the wind side of things tonight. Everything's been really just a lot of spinning, but the reality of it at the ground level has not been tremendous until we get the damage reports, and the radar is not capturing all those moments. So that's been a bit of a challenge tonight to kind of track these without having especially a lot of eyes in these spots, especially away from the city. All right, so that's our main warning we got in the Louisville areas to the southwest. Flash flood warnings are also out. There are a ton of those. Brian, and I'll ask you in a second if we're able to look at the big board and kind of see how that looks. Just to go through all the warning lists, I think the flash flood warnings probably will stand out in that kind of a look. But you see the two supercells, and this is it. I don't know if we have any more back in Illinois, do we?
Not anymore.
These
are the only tornado warnings left.
Okay.
That's it.
All right. That's good.
That's good.
I think we're going to see a relatively easier trend here in the next hour. I think we're on the last legs of this, the way it's looking. I hope I haven't jinxed it. I tend to do that. But at the moment, I like where this is going. All right, but you can see the at least heavy rain. Again, the flash flooding is going to be one of our bigger worries on that. Ryan, you got the big board. Set the stage for us where we're at on all these alerts that are coming out on everyone's phones right now.
Let's do some big boardage here. This is where we find the 2 tornado warnings that are still in effect. This third one is expired. Pay attention to that. You'll notice it's Harrison, Hardin, Meade here. That goes for another 12 minutes until 11:30. Perry County under a tornado warning until 11:45. That's 27 minutes from now. You still have severe thunderstorm warnings. Harrison, Bullitt, Hardin, Jefferson. That's Kentucky. And then Meade here. That's until 11:45. Another 27 minutes on that. Remember, these are chunks of counties that we're talking about here. The entire county may not be under that polygon. That's why it's important to pay attention to the maps that Brian is showing, and of course the maps that you see on your Wave weather app there. Crawford, Harrison, Meade, 11:30 p.m., 12 more minutes on that severe thunderstorm warning. And then we have 2 flash flood warnings, Crawford, Harrison, Meade there until 2 a.m. And this is a big one, basically from Clark to Jefferson, Indiana, to Scott to Washington, basically areas north of Louisville here, including parts of Floyd County until 1:30. We can only show kind of the top warnings here, if you will. You'll notice that one tornado warning got replaced by another flash flood warning we have now. That's Crawford and Orange until 1:15 a.m., about an hour and 56 minutes left on that. So a lot more green showing up, which means flooding, than red, which means tornadoes, and of course the yellow, which is severe thunderstorm warnings, guys.
All right, Carson, let's check in with you because we got the debris alert now for that cell approaching just west of Perry.
Yeah, I'm trying to see where we have that debris signature on our debris tracker, and it's really noisy. Now, this storm has been a powerhouse for the last hour and a half. I mentioned a little while ago, we got that report out of Newburgh, Indiana, which is near Evansville, of an apartment complex that was damaged. That's actually a retirement community that has residents that were trapped. We're working to get more information on that. But that was because of a tornado from this storm that's about to move out of Hancock County, Kentucky, and cross the Ohio River near Tell City. So if you live in Tell City, now's the time to take cover from this possible tornado. We don't have any confirmations from the Weather Service or storm spotters of a tornado down right now, but we're going to keep this tornado warning for that western part of Perry until 11:45 tonight, Brian.
Okay, and that's still a good, decent signature on that.
It's been consistent for a while.
Absolutely. So it's definitely one we got to watch, and that's been the trend. They've come in really aggressive, and then they tend to weaken a bit as they get a little closer to I-65. But as you can see by the alerts, not completely fading away. So it's just a very slow process. But no doubt we are starting to see their things shrink down to the south and shift into northern areas of Kentucky. Now, just note, the boundary itself is way still north of us. So you're seeing the rain that's feeding back in out of Illinois. These cells, and these are going to be heavy rain producers. Now, I can't rule out some pockets of strong wind with some of these cells overnight, but it won't be nearly the threat that we got now as far as something organized. It'd be very blotchy if anything can form on that. Otherwise, it's going to be just very heavy rainfall, and these pockets are going to move right over where we already have several flash flood warnings, but they may fill in with all flash flood warnings if those cells track over the same spot. So in Salem, Paoli, Seymour, Madison even, things may be calming down on the rain side, but you may be hearing the rain pour again on your rooftops very soon, and you'll run into more flash flooding. So just want to mention that as a secondary issue. Fully expected to be this game plan, this storyline to unfold tonight. So that's something we'll just fine tune over the coming hours. Okay, get you all the way into sunrise with that. Meanwhile, south and west of Louisville, let's keep an eye on these wind fields as these cells move in, because we do have several of these cells that still at times have had some rotation with them. Now, the one located just south and west of Louisville actually has been a bit more of a downburst kind of look to it. It's the rotation is not as apparent as it was. Let's see if that's still the case or not. We'll get right on the radar beam. That's basically where this is located at.
Seems to be
a bit of a challenge. Yeah, still have a downburst signature on that. Mm-hmm. When we get all the same color here, we're getting the downburst side, so it's good. And that's going to be right there on the radar on the Ohio River itself. So I got a feeling they're going to let this go on the tornado warning side and just hold on to this severe thunderstorm warning for us, especially Bullitt County, as it makes its march to the east. So there's some good news on that end. Let's hope that trend holds. That's the only one immediately in the metro that we got to worry about. Meanwhile, we get back to the west, and this is where we have that one cell that has been very stubborn. Now moving into Tell City, getting very close to Tell City.
Crossing the Ohio River now.
Yeah, and I'm just going to see if the radar, we are kind of switching around the radar. So I'll use the one out of Indiana here. You can still see it right there just east of Lewisport. And it's, again, right into Tell City. So let's kind of loop this and see where this is going as we get to the next 15, 20 minutes on this one here. Yeah, it's not as strong. I mean, look how bright those pinks were. Look at that loop on this near the community of grass we're showing. Woo, it's real bright. And then you get into Hancock County in Kentucky, and now you're not seeing as strong of a signal. It's not far from Hallsville, Kentucky, and Tell City, but you can certainly see right there along the river. We'll see how it tracks as it moves into a sparsely populated, less southern areas of Perry County. So it may be a little tougher to get some of these reports as they move on in. Ryan Hoke, I know you're standing by. What you got for us?
Yeah, we just got a wavy alert here on our Wave Weather Now live stream about Harrison County popping up a pretty significant power outage here. Nearly 6% of Harrison County now without power. That's over 1,600 customers without power there in Harrison County. So it's very obvious that these storms did cause some sort of disruption to the power, whether it be trees or power lines down there in Harrison County, just by that stat alone. Meade County, we are still monitoring you too as well. 2.2%, about 338 customers without power. Perry County, you guys have just been hit by multiple rounds of storms tonight, and you nearly have 10% of the county without power there. Now, granted, there's 5,100 customers that are tracked, so 484 customers will do that, but still, for the area, that is a lot of folks without power. So we're starting to see that stack up across areas west of Louisville, also tracking to our east as well. These are non-severe storms that moved through Shelbyville, but still about 2% of Shelby County now without power. And I also want to hit, of course, Oldham County and Clark County, about 1% out. That's going to be Oldham County. And then once we get up toward Clark County, Indiana, about 1% out up there as well. So a lot of scattered power outages with some isolated pockets of denser outages here now starting to show up basically from Meade to Harrison counties, thanks to the storms that went through there, guys.
Okay, thanks, Ryan. Keep on that. It's one of the good tools we have when you see some problems develop is when the counties really escalate on power outages. It gives us a good storyline. We haven't seen anything spiking overly high yet. That's good.
Right as you say that,
yeah,
they're upgrading the severe for Bullet and Hardin to 70-mile-per-hour winds with a considerable threat.
I saw that considerable pop up now. I didn't know if that was previous. I saw it continues on there. So
yeah, they're saying 60-knot winds right pretty close to the ground, right over the radar at Fort Knox.
Yeah, we'll have to go to the terminal, I think. I know it's not easy to look at to really see a lot of this. Let me see. I think we have that on here. I can't remember where that was placed at. We may have to put it in manually on that to see the terminal. I want to keep an eye on that. But it may not be easy to show on there anyway, but still, that's the best way to really keep an eye on these winds as they move in across areas right over the radar beam. Really tough to see there, but just southwest of Valley Station. So this is where, notice this yellow box has got more of a black outline to it that indicates that it's been an upgrade to the tornado possible and or a considerable tag on that, which will include the straight line of wind. And that's where we're getting that straight line of wind potential up to 70 as a reason for that trigger on that. So there it is, just east of Laconia and southeast corner, really, of Harrison County, Indiana itself. This is going to graze right over Dixie Highway, just south of the Gene Snyder. This is obviously Jefferson Memorial Forest region here, so this is going to be a very wooded area as it passes over, but it will pass right over West Point and Radcliffe, I mean, directly over it. So we're going to get some measured winds here very soon if we're not already in that area, especially around portions of Fort Knox, okay? So let's bring up the wind. This is based on just the radar we've got here locally right now at Fort Knox.
The terminal Doppler
You got
here.
the terminal up? Okay.
Yeah.
And this is a radar, by the way, that's the FAA controls this near Mount Washington. This gives us a much shorter range, Ryan, so it has a weird look to it at times, but it does help us in seeing areas that the radar beam it has a tough time seeing when the storms are right up on it like that at Fort Knox.
Yeah, and this is still tough to see, but you can see near West Point there, you've got a little bit of a signature there. I've queried this. It's about 34 miles per hour. Again, the terminal Doppler is located closer to Mount Washington. The typical radar we use is kind of closer to West Point, typically near Fort Knox there. So it's hard to tell. Again, the state has been having some problems lately here, but we'll continue to monitor this, see if anything peaks up, and I'll yell if anything of interest happens.
Okay, thanks, Ryan, for getting that up for us, because again, that's another tool we have to use sometimes when storms are in a metro area. This is common for big cities, especially, to have to balance out these wind fields so you can get the full spectrum of that. So I'm glad we have that backup just in case. So again, that stronger wind pocket Ryan was pointing out right over the radar dome. there at Fort Knox and Radcliffe and West Point area, up and down that little slither there of Hardin County. That's where we got some of the strongest of the winds. And we don't have anything measured right now that's severe. We're just estimating probably 30 to 45, but off the ground, the wind was showing a little closer to that 60. So that's the reason why that there was concern that could be brought down to the ground level. So it's more of a cautionary step. We'll monitor that. Since we get some especially measuring damage reports, we will pass that along. But that it's not necessarily a tornado idea here. This is more just straight line winds or a downburst signature that we're looking at. So we'll see what happens with the tornado warning because it's just about out of the warning.
It's about to expire. So
okay.
It'll be off the map here in just a few seconds.
All right. And then we'll have just the considerable severe thunderstorm warning tag here on this severe thunderstorm for Bullitt County and northern part there of Hardin County. And that will take us, so what time is that one? Is that 11:45?
Yes, and we still have that tornado warning for Perry.
Yeah.
The rotation's there. It's not as intense as it was like you were talking about earlier, but the rotation's still there. So we'll watch it for 15 more minutes.
Okay, I'll let you keep an eye on that one as we monitor that, moving into our western side. And really, we got to keep an eye, too, I guess, all the way back into Evansville because everything's been flowing in from Evansville. So if Evansville continues to tame down, that will help us out and tame things down locally.
But there's another tornado warning for the northern suburbs of Evansville. So
Carson's looking for some good news.
I'm trying, Brian. I'm trying.
All right, we'll get back over. It's not your fault. I'm just teasing you. All right, let's get back to the west, and you can see that's a new warning that Carson was talking about around Evansville that is formed. Again, these are all tracking. So as we animate this, you can see they're all just drifting just enough to be in our viewing area, especially our western side here of 65. There's not a lot of south motion here. You would want these to dive way south and be done. That's not happening. They're training over the same spots, heading along 64. Now there's a southward slow tick of the boundary. I mean, it's crawling southbound. It's still right through Louisville into Fern Creek, Okolona, Mount Washington. Very heavy rain through there all the way into Shelby County. That boundary is sinking slow enough that these cells rolling in from Evansville, see how quickly they pop on the radar? They're just feeding right into this line and merging actually with it. And that merging point is where we're getting some of that rotation that is showing up there. Do we have Corey Trent still? Is he still out spotting in that area? Okay. He's down right now. Okay.
Getting some gas.
Okay. All right. Thank you for the update. You can see the wind gusts, by the way, at all the, I think it may have been the highest 26.
It wasn't much.
Okay. Yeah. Not a lot of wind. That coming through. We did drop a good 10 degrees, though.
51 gusts at the mesonet with that storm in Hancock County. It's about to cross into Perry.
Okay.
So if it's not a tornadic wind, it's still strong winds.
Okay. All right. And that's the one that's right there near Hawesville, actually, is the area we're looking at for that potential strong wind gusts. I mean, close to being at severe limits, but not quite there yet. But still, either way, it's a little bit of a distance. Likely from the actual core of the storm there. So a little bit of the rear flank, you can see it with that little appendage right over Hawesville. That's where the wind's kind of bursting around that, and we should be able to track that. So let's bring that up. As it's getting a little closer to our area now, moving into the southern part of Perry County, and eventually we'll be talking about Breckenridge here coming up. Right over Hawesville, that's where that surge of wind comes in, and that's where you got that general rotation, but that surge of wind, at least now we know it's measured at least 50 miles per hour, maybe even higher in spots. Whether or not it continues all the way across Perry, I don't know. I don't know yet. It's something we're just taking scan by scan here. I know it's painstakingly slow, but that's kind of what we're dealing with on these setups here. And really, the slower it is, the better we're going to be on the severe side here. But as we mentioned before, we're going to be more of the threat on flash flooding. All right, so let's look at the radar trend. So I got that little bit of appendage located there, moving into southern Harris. It's right along the Ohio River. The Ohio River has been in quite the zone here lately. A lot of these cells tracking right along that. But the river has an odd shape in this region here, so it kind of bounces around between Kentucky and Indiana back and forth as it moves along into northern areas of Breckenridge County. So heads up in Breckenridge, southeast Perry, you may be next. They may issue another warning, at least a severe thunderstorm warning at the least, may come out for that just because of that strong wind. Over 50 being measured now on a mesonet, that may be enough to continue a downstream severe thunderstorm warning.
They seem to believe that this might be trending a little weaker, this storm, so I wouldn't be shocked if they went severe with a torr possible.
Yeah.
downstream.
That seems to be the trend on all of them. Been drifting down to another status of warning as they begin to weaken and then fade them out. All right, so there again is that rotating area that we'll be watching. Okay, so let's get back into Louisville and into areas just west of Louisville into Bullitt County, because that's where we're dealing with the other pocket of wind that has been showing up, that at times has been showing some signs of rotation. We had then more of a downburst signature to it, and that's on the southwest side of the metro. They did upgrade that severe thunderstorm warning to considerable as they increased the straight line wind potential to 70 miles per hour. I hear another alarm go off.
That is right as we were talking about, the new severe for Breckenridge and Perry.
Okay, so there we go, southeast Perry, Breckenridge, and that's just going to cover that rotating part around Hallsville just to make sure that that maintains the alertness, everybody downstream from it, just in case it were to tighten back up again and become a little bit more pronounced. But that warning is set to expire at midnight tonight for Breckenridge and into areas of southern Perry County. So 2 areas now is what we're down to for now of wind issues. One right over Fort Knox. You see a little bright green that shows up as you hit toward the radar beam itself.
And I've got the terminal Doppler up on that. Of course, it came up with a bad scan, but just to tell you at least, came up with a 51 mile per hour queried pixel here. So at least the radar trying to detect 51 miles per hour just south of West Point here. This is just east of Muldra here. So keep that in mind for folks in northern Hardin County. There may very well be severe winds moving through the very northern tip there.
Okay, and what we'll do, I know that radar takes a while to sometimes to come through. Let me show you what it looks like in the Fort Knox radar, and it's underneath all this mess, but it's right there where that pocket of green is located. That's where Ryan is measured, at least on the radar beam, not far off the ground, of about 50 miles per hour potential on that. Now, whether it's getting all the way down to the tree line and below, we don't know. That takes a bit of time to figure out, but at least we know that some of this gusts we could see out of this as it moves in. I don't know if it's going to get to the level of 70. That the warning's out for, but anytime you deal with a downburst, you always have that risk that it could certainly happen. We saw that on Preston Highway in Louisville a few weeks back with having the power line poles being tilted over. So you can get those little bursts like that. So you got to watch it as it drifts on the western side here of Bullitt County, right on the northern side there of Hardin County as well. Otherwise, I don't see any other damaging weather set up right now into the immediate Louisville area. Have we had an update at all on Clark County, by the way?
Nothing since that one report a little while ago. I'm trying to see.
Yeah, and they said no injuries with that. It almost seems like if a tornado touched down, which we believe it did, was out in the field, and it may not have hit anything. So it'd be interesting to see how they could survey that if we end up with an EF unknown sort of situation. That's something you see in the plains, but not here in Indiana.
Yeah, and interestingly enough, though, it was so close to the fairgrounds, right? In Clark County.
Yeah, it was just a couple miles north.
Yeah, hats off to them for reacting to that quickly before the warning came out. To get those folks to a safe spot just in case. But we'll continue to evaluate that. We do have our crews out, so as soon as we get more info, we'll pass that along. But these damage reports, especially this time of night, sometimes they can be up to 12 hours delayed. So we got to keep that in mind too. So we don't want to guess too much on what we think has happened here until we get all the data in. But we're just going with what we got so far in front of us, and those are the areas, the hot spots, if you will, of trouble that we've had tonight. Those are the ones we're watching. Okay, so we got the severe thunderstorm warning now. Again, to Bullitt County, this is out until 45 after, I believe, for the severe thunderstorm warning tag. And then Carson's been all about watching this one to the west because this has been a sneaky zone coming in from the Evansville area of these cells, Carson. And this is still our main tornado warning, but the appendage a little tougher to see.
But further west, Brian, there's another one.
You have to keep scanning?
Yes.
Oh, okay. Let's scan back over.
Just to the west, we've got another
I could have just stopped there, Carson. I could have stopped there.
All
right. Yeah, that one's not pretty looking there.
It's not pretty looking. It's the strongest one on the board right now.
Okay.
Nothing confirmed, but the rotations.
Well, it's the same community, grass. We just showed.
It's the same area.
The previous one,
between I-64 and the Ohio River, right there from Evansville to about Corydon.
Okay. All right. Let's bring up the wind field on that. That's our next one. We'll see if this holds. That seems to be, wow, that's a very strong signature there.
Radar indicated still.
Okay. We'll monitor that and see what happens.
Actually, right as I say that, no touchdown, but ham radio operator reporting confirmed rotation again. They're seeing it.
Yeah, it may be an environment, too, that's very tough to see all the way down to the ground level. They may have to wait for a lightning flash in some cases. So it gets dangerous, guys. We have radar data, but you can't always tell what's really happening. You saw that with Corey Trent's feed earlier. We saw the storm tracker. You can only get part of the story, not all of it. So it takes multiple things you got to have at your hands to solve these issues when they move in. But this is one that certainly it's rotating. We know that. That's very clear and evident on radar. Now, it's not technically all the way into wave country yet. It's going to be approaching Spencer County, Santa Claus Holiday World again. It was the north side tonight, and the south side, it's all over the place. But we'll see if these trend. It's still away. It may be a good hour, actually, before it even gets into the core of our county. So we don't know yet how it will look at that point.
And by that point, we may have that boundary keep sagging southward to where it kind of chokes it off.
Yeah, that would be nice.
Let's hope.
That would be nice because we need this one to end, that's for sure.
Tornado debris signature with that cell just now coming out.
So they've made it observed.
Yes.
Now, so it is confirmed. Tornado again for this is the one in Evansville.
Just northeast, yep.
Yeah, that we're watching there. So that's the one that is rolling toward Spencer County, Indiana. All right, otherwise, we have that one warning that looks like it's probably not going to survive. They probably will let that go. Around Hollisville, Kentucky. So we'll see that trend holds. Then we got the severe thunderstorm warning in and around Bullitt County, near Fort Knox. Wind gusts, just straight line wind concerned right now with that one. If you're east of Louisville, like it's raining like crazy, a lot of lightning in Spencer County and Shelby County. What's going on? Just heavy rain. We don't have any sign of anything severe happening here. And the environment is actually not as prime for severe weather here east of 65 between Louisville and Lexington. This is all heavy rain zone. This is where you're still enough of a wind being injected into it. Notice the wind in Louisville now is northeast. That's not a severe weather direction on that, so that's going to help us out on preventing that for a while. But you still got more of a south and southeast wind at times between Louisville and Evansville, and that's the reason why these just keep rotating. Keep on as they roll in from Evansville to run into that environment. And then notice the rain redeveloping here as we head into the overnight. And you know what? I was going to show you. Let's see if it's still up. Hold on one second. All right, here's the future cast, and this is going to be advancing. This updates every hour. So this is a snapshot of about 2 in the morning where we're at. And it shows some of those cells in Evansville at times kind of bend that line. But in general, it's probably lagging a bit on this location. I think it's a little bit more south than what you see. But it still does feed in more additional bands there into Indiana. That continues to 5 in the morning. I mean, this is the same spots. We're looking at 5, 6 a.m. Don't like that. More heavy rain signature all the way until mid to late morning at times before it finally comes to an end. So just an idea of some of the things we're going to be watching as this line progresses to the south. Flash flooding will continue to be one of our bigger threats in the area. Carson, got anything new?
Tornado on the ground.
Okay. That's the one heading towards Spencer County?
Chandler, Indiana, along Highway 62. So that's the strongest storm on the board still. Again, this is not in wave country. Let's be very clear about that. But this, another supercell that now has a confirmed tornado with it near Chandler, Indiana. That's northeast of Evansville, about to move into Spencer County, Indiana again. And it could be more trouble for Perry County, maybe closer to 12:30 tonight, Brian.
Okay, so if you know any friends or family there, you've already probably talked to them before this evening. They got another one they got to worry about as this tracks off to the east there. So don't know yet how it's going to be when it gets into wave country, but that's one that we got to watch. So we are just one tornado warning that is set to expire in 3 minutes, I believe, is the one located right there around Tell City, east of Tell City now, moving into the community there, Dodd, Addison, so it's east of Tell City and Hollisville at the moment, moving into southern Perry County. The storm structure not as impressive as what it was. Let's look at the wind field and see how that's looking on it, because that continues to be one of the issues we've seen kind of vary back and forth. And yeah, it's still got spin to it. Not as strong as it was by any stretch, but still got some rotation with it. I'm hoping it'll be, we can have to let the tornado warning go, but they may keep the tornado warning tag or tornado possible tag on this as it moves into the northern part of Breckenridge County. And that warning, I believe, goes all the way out to about 12 midnight.
Right at midnight.
Yeah.
New severe for Bullitt and Hardin. So they're extending that warning.
They're extending the warning out.
Yeah.
Okay. Let me bring that up real quick, and then Ryan will get to you with an update. Again, this is going to be out until 12:15 in the morning. No, it's not. Hold on one second. It's not taken. Give me 1 minute. Again, it's going to be for the rest of Bullitt County. So this is going to get you a bit more to the east and southeast of the current location. This is going to include a little bit more of, well, hold on. I'm sorry about that. It's kind of going haywire on me. Let's see. Hold on one second. Apologize. This is going to be right into the southern part of Bullitt County. Mount Washington's going to be included on this one as well as we head into the overnight hours. 12:15.
12:15
on that one. This, I don't think this is a tour pass, is it? I think it's a regular severe thunderstorm.
It is a regular severe thunderstorm warning.
Yeah, that'll be out again. We'll get rid of the board here so you can see that. 12:15, Lebanon Junction, Shepherdsville, Mount Washington. 60 is the wind tag on that one as it heads toward the Claremont Bardstown exit, Veterans Parkway, heading down toward Lebanon Junction. So very heavy rainfall moving into Mount Washington, but the potential for the stronger wind gusts to move out from Fort Knox into southern Bullitt County will still be possible. Sorry, Ryan, I had made you delay there for a second. What you got for us?
Yeah, quickly, since we're coming up on that tornado warning expiration, just want to go over rainfall real quick. Jasper, Huntingburg, there over 2 inches of rain. The Clark County Airport, 1.16 inches. These streaks of rain have been kind of going between some of the rain gauges here. That's why it doesn't look super impressive on some of the mapping here. 0.85 up in Prospect there, about 3/4 of an inch down near Valley Station in the PRP area. How much additional rainfall could we see overnight tonight? Well, some folks could receive another inch here, but notice the model trying not to douse central Kentucky quite as much. These storms may break apart and be less of a heavy rainfall threat. Let's see if that happens. Fingers crossed, guys. But fortunately, we're starting to see things wind down tornado-wise, at least.
Okay, as that tornado warning, I got Ray Country there, sorry. As that tornado warning expires, now it's 45 minutes after the hour. We're going to do at least a bit of news, an update on how things are trending from what we know so far that has evolved throughout the Sunday night as we wrap up some of the tornado warning coverage of things. And again, we can't roll out additional tornado warnings that could get issued as we head into the overnight hours and isolated cases here, at least for the next hour or two, especially for anything that rolls in out of Evansville. That's something we're going to be monitoring carefully on that. But what we're going to do is we're going to do just a quick update. Do we need to go to break at all first? Okay, we're going to go to break, and when we come back from break, a quick update on the radar trends, your news of the day as well, but also the latest from our reporters out in the field on this Sunday night. Stay with us. We're back in about 3 minutes.
Mic check, mic check. You're watching Wave News at 11. I'm Myra Ansari in for Alina Noakes. It's a wave weather alert day. We've been warning you about it for days now and brought you wall-to-wall team coverage from our meteorologists for more than 4 hours straight. Brian Good joins us now with the very latest on a very active forecast that we've had so far.
Oh, absolutely, Myra. In fact, as we continue to track these storms, we're not done with the severe warning sign thing. There's still a couple out there we're monitoring, and only one tornado warning that's out east of Evansville. We've been watching that, but the environment as they head east is for them to gradually weaken, and we're hoping that's the trend. Can't rule out, though, still some severe weather issues that may get issued on warnings on our southwest side here from Perry County, Breckenridge, where we currently have a severe thunderstorm warning, and then also into Meade. So that area of wave country we're monitoring. Otherwise, there's also a strong cell in Bullitt County that is racing into Lebanon Junction into areas just south of Highway 44, south of Mount Washington, but a burst of wind could get up to 55 to 60 miles per hour with that as it moves across Bullitt County. The rest of the area, it's more about flash flooding and more downpours that'll be developing in Indiana as we head into the overnight hours. Carson's got more on that trend as we head into the overnight. Carson Meredith, what you got for us as we head into this late Sunday night?
Yeah, we're slowly but surely, Brian, transitioning away from that severe storm and tornado threat. As expected, after midnight tonight, the focus is going to turn to heavy rain. Here's a look at Futurecast, doing a nice job showing the heaviest storms basically along I-64 at this hour. Those heavy storms will continue to try to slide southward through the night, but you still notice we get towards 2 or 3 o'clock tomorrow morning, additional downpours are still firing up to our north and west because the cold front hasn't moved through yet. So we still carry that chance for heavy downpours, a few thunderstorms through the overnight hours tonight over the same spots that have seen upwards of 2 to 4 inches of rain just so far this evening. We've had many reports of water over roadways. There's numerous flash flood warnings still in place. And as we go through the day tomorrow, right now we're hopeful to end the alert day at 6 o'clock in the morning, but there could still be additional downpours firing up through the rest of the day tomorrow. That flood watch continues until 8 a.m. tomorrow morning for all of our Indiana counties where the flooding issues have been at their worst so far tonight. Ryan Hoke now has some viewer photos and an update on power outages across the region. Ryan?
Yeah, you viewers at home have been very helpful to us tonight. You are our eyes on the ground here. Jenny Lind believes she may have caught part of this storm up here near Tisco, Indiana. We believe a tornado touched down north of Charlestown, Indiana, in eastern Clark County. This is potentially part of that. You can't see the bottom of it, so we don't know if that's the tornado or not. But what you can tell is that from Matt here near Bromer, Indiana, was able to see another one of these lowerings here, possible wall cloud out that way. Now, power outages. Let's get you the latest on what we know. And that is, of course, Meade County with 352 customers now without power. It's a pretty decent power outage there. Hello to folks out in Harrison County. You now have 7.6% without power. That's over 2,000 customers, about 2,173. Bullitt County now signing on for the first time tonight with a color on the county there, indicating about 1% without power, about 332. The Louisville area here, Jefferson County, we were spared 400 customers without power. That's about 0.1%. Let's get you finally up to Clark County. That's where you got about 1% without power. So these power outages pretty scattered across the area. You can see some of the wind damage reports sent in by our viewers, and of course all of the storm damage reports to our west. Guys, the tornado reports were mainly west of our area tonight, but of course our news crews are going to be investigating a little bit more some of that damage as daylight breaks, Myra.
All right. Thank you so much, Ryan. And we are following severe weather across Indiana. So this is video from Posey County, Indiana. Our sister station in Evansville is reporting that there have been confirmed tornadoes and severe weather through the tri-state area of Indiana. So far, no serious injuries have been reported. And take a look at this video from storm chaser Corey Trent. You've heard us mention his name several times tonight. He traveled throughout Indiana, Illinois, and Kentucky all night long, keeping track of the conditions and the storms to warn neighbors. You can see that lightning there and the danger that may have been headed their way. A big thank you to Corey for sharing his stream with us. We thank him for letting us also monitor his feed and share this video with our viewers tonight.
Let's do it in the basement. Yeah, it looks like it.
you just now tuned in, this is a live shot.
And weather also had people closer in our area seeking shelter. This is viewer video from Marysville in Clark County, Indiana. The video you can see is from Tunnel Mill and Marion Martin Road, and the lightning there as well. And here's another viewer video from Brandenburg. You can see the lightning illuminating the sky as the storms move through our area. We want to thank Carrie Ann and all of the viewers who send us videos and pictures when it's safe to do so. And the risk of heavy rain and flooding will continue through the morning commute, so make sure to keep the wave weather handy. And our app, Andy, will bring you the most up-to-date forecasts there on air and on wave3.com. In other news today, a man is under arrest after LAPD says that he stabbed and killed his father, then drove his blood-soaked car to his mother's apartment where he had a standoff with police. 36-year-old Christopher Doobie is now in custody, charged with murder, domestic violence. It all started just after midnight on Sunday when officers got a call about a person down in far southwestern Jefferson County. Police were called to the 13,000 block of Blakely Lane. That's where they found the victim in the road with cuts all over his body. He died there. Police say that the victim planned to meet with his son, Christopher, before he was found dead. According to police, he was meeting his son to calm him down, and police say that investigators tracked Christopher to his mother's apartment where they spotted the victim's car with a large amount of blood inside. Police say that there was also blood on the door of the unit that they found Christopher barricaded inside of. After hours of back and forth with SWAT team, they were able to arrest him. An arrest citation states that a knife with the suspect's blood and clothing items with a large amount of suspected blood, they were found inside the apartment. Police say that Doobie made several utterances that indicated that he was involved in a stabbing. He's due in court for arraignment tomorrow. A man is dead after a shooting in the Buchel neighborhood. This happened just before 2 Sunday morning on Landing Drive. That's close to the intersection of Bardstown Road and Faganbush Lane. LMPD found a man in his 20s with a gunshot wound. They say that he was in a car that hit a building. First responders took him to the hospital, but he died there. No suspects have been arrested yet. 2 people are hurt after separate shootings in the Highlands that both started as fights outside of nightclubs. The first one happened around 2:30 Sunday morning outside of Atomic. A 28-year-old man was shot in the leg. The second one happened just over an hour later outside of the Hub, just a few doors down. A 29-year-old man was also shot in the leg there. Both of them should survive. Police say that both incidents started as fights near the 2 popular nighttime establishments, and that officers from their summer task force, they were already in the area when the shooting happened. One person who lives near the crime scene says while LMPD is doing their job, the crowds are just too much for them.
I've had a lot of people say, well, what about that task force? That, well, they're doing their job. But how many cops can you could throw 100 cops out here, and what are they all supposed to do? You can't just stop every person on the street and say, I need to see your ID.
And no suspects have been arrested in connection to either of the shootings. And the summer task force stayed busy on Sunday morning as well. LMPD says that they arrested a total of 15 people. 4 of them were juveniles. All of their arrests have been between 2 a.m. and 5 a.m. on Sunday. All but 2 of them stem from fighting. The department also seized 4 guns. The Louisville Hospitality Association released a statement after Sunday morning's incidents. The seize of these crowds, quote, is negatively impacted multiple businesses on the corridor as they impede traffic and block entrances and exits. Further, the commission of crimes ranging from open containers, fights to firearms violations continues to plague the area. They went on to say that they are working with city officials and neighbors to identify issues and address them. And we've reached out to the offices of the Mayor Craig Greenberg and District 8 Metro Councilman Ben Reno Weber about the shootings and the violence, but we have not heard back yet.
All right, before we go tonight, I do want to mention the tornado watch for all of our southern Indiana counties has just been canceled. We keep or I should say everybody but Perry County in southern Indiana. The tornado watch has been canceled. We still have that watch in place for all of our Kentucky counties along the Ohio River, including here in Louisville, as well as Henry, Shelby, Spencer, Bullitt, Meade, and Breckenridge counties until 2 o'clock in the morning. We still have a couple of severe thunderstorm warnings in place, one of which for Bullitt County, another for Breckenridge County. We'll be watching those throughout the night. And if of course, any additional tornado warnings are issued, we'll be right back on the air to let you know. Here's a look at the full 10-day earliest alert. We keep the alert day in place until 6 o'clock tomorrow morning as these additional rounds of heavy rain move through the night. Just be careful as you're heading out and about. If you do have to head out and about overnight tonight, we quiet things down as we head towards Tuesday and Wednesday.
And no alert days for the week.
Once we get past tomorrow morning, we're in good shape.
We're in good shape. It's been a long night for you all,
It
but
certainly
thank you
has.
for keeping us and the viewers at home safe. You know, it is one of those things where we do want to keep people with the best information also while they're at home.
Yeah, we're not going to be going anywhere until all the storms move out. So if we have more warnings, we'll be here watching it for you.
Absolutely. And Tawana will be here in the morning when sunrise starts at 4:30 in the morning. So we'll have much more coming up then as well. We want to thank you for joining us. Have a great night.
All right, everybody. It's a wave storm tracking team meteorologist Ryan Hoke here. Let's kind of pivot here. We're going to at least try to get. Let's see if I can get another max in here. And let's see here. Oh, it won't let me do that. We'll at least try to continue this coverage a little bit here. You can see the new severe thunderstorm warning now for Breckenridge, Meade, and Perry counties. There is a tornado possible tag on this. This was that former supercell that went absolutely bananas just to our west. It is weakening as it moves into our counties. It hasn't weakened to give us an all clear on that just yet when it comes to any sort of severe threat, but nonetheless, it's at least to a point now where we are seeing, a severe thunderstorm warning level of rotation, not necessarily a tornado warning level of rotation. You see out to our west, this is near Boonville, Indiana, that tornado warning continues, but not for very long here. In fact, I'll query that, and you'll see that goes until 11:15 Central. That's 12:15 Eastern here. It's another 15 minutes on that guy. We'll see how that goes. You'll, of course, notice that these thunderstorms do continue south of Louisville as well. This is going to be the Spencer County area here. So that is, or not Spencer, that's Bullitt County there near Shepherdsville. So that's crossing I-65 right now. Let's zoom in on that storm a little bit more. We'll start querying underneath the hood here. Again, if you're just joining us here, we're transitioning from our 11 o'clock newscast this evening over toward live streaming here. And that's where we find, of course, these severe thunderstorm warnings that do continue here for just a little bit longer. So we're going to stay on here as long as we can just to make sure that everyone knows what exactly is going on here, trying to make that transition here. So there's that severe thunderstorm warning. Again, Shepherdsville under the gun there. You see there's a little bit of a wind shift in there. That's just west of Shepherdsville. It's about 30 miles per hour on the speed there. 12 miles per hour velocity. So still not that huge of a deal at this time. This storm formerly did have a tornado warning on it. That has been allowed to expire, and definitely so. New tornado warning now. This is going to be near the Santa Claus, Indiana area, just south of there. This may threaten Perry here just in a little bit. That is something certainly to watch. Let's see here. Let me notify our staff here. This tornado warning is just west of Perry County, and okay, let's see if we can get some more video sources in here as well. You see Bullitt County, speaking of, we were just talking about you guys, about 1.2% of Bullitt County is without power right now. It's about 487 customers in that region there. Let's see here. If we can get Corey Trent back up, maybe we can here at some point. He was our storm chaser that we had who was helping us out here this evening. Let's see if we can get that back up and running there. Don't quite see that in my... We'll try to get that when we can. All right, so you see the severe thunderstorm warning. That's 70 mile per hour winds, considerable on that. That's at the bottom of your screen here. That's going to be canceling Hardin County. So they've trimmed that back. It's this guy right here. Still a considerable damage threat on that with 70 mile per hour winds. Again, it's one of those things where you could get those gusts out of that, but the radar is not seeing that just yet because that wind energy really hasn't transferred down closer to the surface for the radar to see that at this time. Let's see here. Trying to keep up with all of our staff as well here. So that's what we're looking at is, of course, just south of Shepherdsville with that particular thunderstorm. That's one to watch. And then, of course, we've got the severe thunderstorm warning with a tornado possible tag. That's right along the Meade and Breckinridge County borders at this time. A tornado possible tag and a 60-mile-per-hour wind speed on that. Let's break into this thing on velocity. This bad boy right here. Kind of see it's very noisy. There's no defined, like, super fast, super tight couplet on that. Let's hone in just a little bit more here. And you'll see that it's still just there's definitely some wind in this guy. I mean, this sucker definitely has some wind, but it's not necessarily super crazy at the moment. You'll see about a 25-mile-per-hour gate-to-gate shear. That's the rotation, so about 25 miles per hour worth of rotation. You know, you could ride your bike faster than that, so it's not impressive like it once was. It definitely was impressive a little earlier this evening, that particular supercell thunderstorm. A supercell thunderstorm that's now moving through parts of Spencer and Warwick County, Indiana, I should say, just south of Santa Claus, Indiana, which is also in Spencer County. That's the home of Holiday World here. That storm in particular, that one is of concern. You'll see on the velocity here, not like it was before. It was a little crazy earlier this evening. And you'll see that as we zoom it forward to real time here, not quite as impressed with this one as I once was. I'm not so sure they'll continue the tornado warning downstream into Perry County, which is controlled by the National Weather Service office in Louisville. So that'll be a different Weather Service office. Maybe they'll have a different opinion on this, but you'll see that, you know, it was especially right about here. Certainly concerned about this guy and then this guy here, but those two areas of rotation have since kind of fallen out a bit as the storm has continued to press to the east-southeast. Now, note one thing. The storm still has a heck of a kidney bean-shaped structure here with that hook on it. That's a problem. So even though we don't have the rotation that we once did in there, it is still it's a problematic storm, especially from the from the rotation aspect of it there. Let's see here. So that's what we're looking at. That's the supercell out to our west. Let's give you a wide view so you get a sense of what's going on here. So let me clear some counties. Let's send some folks to bed. I'd love to do that. I'd love to be the one being sent to bed. Wouldn't that be nice? But we're going to be here with you with these storms throughout the night. So you'll see, once I get my handy-dandy drawing tool up and about here, there it is, that basically everywhere along and north of I-64 here, especially north of I-64, is good to go. You guys can go to bed. No problems north of I-64. We're done up there, all right? That's where most of the tornado watch has also been canceled. Now, if you're in this corridor right here, kind of just due south of 64, and this, let me redraw this because Louisville is very sensitive to this, right? Because we've got like 1 million people here. There we go. Right there. Yeah. So that's a zone that I'm more concerned about. That's like Shepherdsville, Bardstown, E-Town, Hardensburg, even Brandenburg. You guys are still kind of under the gun here because of that supercell. Really, both of those supercells to your west here. Louisville is pretty much in the clear for tonight, which is good. I think we'll be able to sleep soundly here in the city. But if you're down south of Louisville, we definitely still need to keep that in mind, that that's going to be kind of a problem here. All right. So you guys are going to be not in the clear for very long down there. You guys are still kind of under the gun for that. You'll see the individual warnings that do encompass parts of what looks like Bullitt County, and then, of course, Breck and Meade, and then just west of Perry County at this time. So those are the storms that we are tracking. A wild Carson Meredith has appeared here in the studio. We're just doing some
new mics in case we have to go back on.
Oh, is that for me?
Yes.
Oh, okay. Let's get the. Oh, look who we have here. Boom,
Hi.
just like that. We've
Hello.
got the names all screwed up, but I can fix
That's all
that.
right. That's all right.
So we're just kind of doing some chill casting here, if you will. Taking it down a step just because things aren't as crazy as they once were, which is good, but we still have that tornado warning west of Perry County that we're watching here. And we've been going over that with viewers and using your weather graphics. Hopefully that's okay
That's
with
fine.
you. Yours were the ones that I could get up
Sharing is
fast.
caring.
Yes, couldn't get Max 3 up here. So
Okay.
that's what we had to do. And both my phone and my iPad are about to die. So that's also
I don't
fun.
even know where my phone is. Oh well.
So that's trying to keep
Somewhere in here.
trying to keep abreast of everything on our kind of communal chat that we have, if you will. And that's been kind of a challenge here. So I'll get the mic back up and running here.
We have to swap out all of our batteries because we've been on for 5 hours.
Yeah, that's
So
a problem.
swap out the batteries, swap out the mics, make sure that we're still ready so Sunrise doesn't have dead batteries and when they start their news here at 4:30. So
if it looks like we're in the wardrobe department of a men's clothing store here trying on things,
we kind of are.
we're putting on our new microphones. Pea-sized hail in Frankfurt. That is the first hail report we've had all night.
Yep.
Which is a little surprising. I thought we'd have at least a little bit more of a pea-size hail report action than that. But
I'm going to go ahead and open up the.
go for it. Yeah, please take control. Knock us off the air with a simple mouse drop, right?
That'd be my luck.
That could be what happens here. Oops, mic is upside down.
So we still have the 2 severe thunderstorm warnings, it appears, for Breckenridge and Meade. Now that's a new warning, correct? They extended that?
Yes, yeah. So the Breckenmead warning is new. The Shepherdsville area warning, that's on life support. That still has that 70-mile-per-hour tag on it, but I'm not so sure if that needs that at this point.
Okay.
That may just be kind of an old thing.
Right.
So we'll keep an eye on that.
Okie dokie.
Yes, indeed. Let's see if I can clean up our look here.
Yeah, that's true. Okay. Let me get one more graphic set here.
Yeah, you're good. Let's see if I can. Oh yeah, you're using the mouse I need.
Sorry.
So it's okay. Do you want to be on Max 2 or Max 1?
I've got one open here. I got the
Okay.
severe show in.
That
so
works.
that'll
That
do
could
the
be
job.
anybody's show.
Yeah,
All right.
that'll do the job.
Makes sense in case we have,
Inside baseball,
in
everybody.
case we have to run around
After
again here.
midnight.
We're trying to figure out how life functions post. Was that 4 hours, 5 hours, something like that?
We went on at 7:15.
Yeah.
Ended right at midnight. So.
Yeah. So let's see if I can get our names at least right. That would be helpful. 2 keyboards is always fun.
We appreciate you all staying up late with us tonight.
Because that's our job, is to stay up late when things are rough. And here we are.
I don't know if you mentioned it. I was in the control room, but all of our southern Indiana counties except Perry are out of the tornado watch.
Oh, nice. Okay.
So
except Perry now.
Except
Okay.
Perry,
All right.
which obviously makes sense with this storm we're watching in Spencer County, Indiana.
In fact, let's highlight this tornado watch here. So just so you folks can know when to go to bed. I was talking about with our live stream viewers a little earlier that we basically north of I-64, we're in pretty good shape.
Yeah.
South of I-64 and really south of Louisville is where we're going to have some problems here for potentially the next couple of hours. I have a feeling by 2, we'll be in pretty okay shape, but we're going to have to probably wait until 2 or later to really get this to be in a better spot for us. Looks like some branches down in Shepherdsville there.
So as far as I can recall, we had the possible touchdown north of Charlestown in Clark County tonight.
Correct.
And there was a second one, possibly
Wolf Creek area.
Okay.
And that, I think there was some damage reported at least in the Wolf Creek area. I think that was like in Meade. Is that northern Meade?
I think so.
Yeah. So that was a spot that wasn't great. That was one that the debris signature was kind of iffy. We weren't real sure. It didn't really co-locate. Initially I said, hey, we have a possible debris signature. It was definitely locating the rotation on the velocity with the correlation coefficient. Those overlaid really well. I even dropped a marker on there on GR2 Analyst and did that. But a couple scans later, I realized that really didn't locate very well with the reflectivity. So that kind of,
but
they may have had something happen. So it may not have
it's
mattered.
interesting because the way when we were in the heat of the battle, as I always like to say.
Yeah.
It felt like a lot of the debris signatures were really noisy tonight.
Yeah, I would
Which,
agree with that.
you
There
know-
was clear stuff to our west.
Right.
But ours, I remember like one of the debris signatures was super kind of elongated looking.
Right.
Part of that was because we're far away from the radar. So the
Mhm.
radar bins or pixels, if you will, were kind of stretched out. So that
Right.
made sense. But I think it's just suboptimal conditions being far from a radar site, and these storms are kind of dying as they move in. So that's a thing too. Several reports of power outages from Breckenridge fire starting to grow in the Stevensport and Webster communities of Breckenridge County.
New severe is coming out,
There it comes.
and we'll punch that up.
There it is. Oh, it's that guy. Yeah, for Bardstown. So we were
Okay.
just talking about how Bardstown may need to kind of be ready for a new warning there. And that one goes until
1 a.m. it looks like.
Oh, there it goes. Yep,
Yeah.
1 a.m. Not for hail, but for 60-mile-per-hour wind. So they got rid of that considerable tag. They got rid of that 70-mile-per-hour wind designation there. More than 18,000 people within that warning at the time.
So this includes Bardstown, basically Balltown points north in Nelson County, and also includes the rest of Bullitt County. It just barely includes southern Spencer, but this is really a Bullitt and Nelson issue at this point. And this is just a typical severe thunderstorm warning that's with us until 1. I don't like the looks of that thing in Breck. Just the structure.
No, it's still, yeah. I mean, this has been doing this forever.
Yeah, it has.
For goodness sake. Yeah, that's starting to really go nuts.
Oh boy.
Well,
Heads up Clifton Mills, heads up Irvington, heads up Buck Grove, Flaherty. We need to pay attention to this.
Yeah, this doesn't look great. I have a feeling they're going to give that like one more scan and then make a decision on a red polygon on that. Let's see if there's any chatter here. I've got 6% on my phone. Whew. It's going to be a long night. But yeah, if you're, Basin Spring, Irvington, Clifton Mill there, Clifton Mills, Lodeburg,
yes.
Those areas all need to be taking cover right now, inside, away from doors and windows. Be ready to be in your tornado safe spot if necessary. We're getting close to that. It's very noisy.
It is.
And that makes this so tough. Let's see if we can query.
It's been like this for the last couple of hours.
There's a new scan.
I don't like that.
I don't like that even more now. Let's see if I can get rid of
Tell you what, I might run to the main studio for
I
a
think
minute.
it's time. 117 miles per hour gate to gate. Okay. Yeah.
I'm going to run to the main studio just so we can be ready to hit the button on TV.
Yep.
And,
that sounds good.
Ryan will stay here on the stream.
Yep. I'll stay here on the stream and I'll switch this over if you want to be ready on the wall.
Yeah.
You good with that?
Yeah. That's
Okay.
fine.
Sounds like a plan.
All righty.
Yep. Kevin Harden saying, prepare for possible tornado warning. So here we go. Carson's going to get into the studio here. Again, this is a storm that will likely gain.
Put me in play mode.
Yeah, I'll put you in play mode. Absolutely. You're in play mode. Thank you. Yep. Again, this is a storm with a potential for a tornado warning to be issued here. This is going to be near Irvington. This is going to be the northeastern part of Breckenridge County. It's a very kind of strange look to it, but it definitely has the rotation. It's got some fast radar indicated winds with it at this time. So once we go into wall-to-wall coverage, I will, of course, swap you over to our main studio where Carson Meredith will start our television coverage. And, of course, we'll repeat that here on the live stream, too. But we're not quite there yet. But we're just going to continue on with the stream until we get word here. Let me see if I can get. Let's see, we've got that router 2. Just making sure we're ready to go for tornado warning coverage if they do elect to put out a tornado warning for that. Again, this is the storm we're talking about. It's already got the severe thunderstorm warning. It's one of 2 severe thunderstorm warnings we have in the area right now. This is heading toward the Irvington area. This is Basin Spring. This is down toward the Corners area. This is just west of Big Spring. You guys may go under a tornado warning soon. Again, we're talking about Big Spring, Kentucky, Irvington, Kentucky, Basin Spring, Kentucky. Again, this is a very, just kind of a strange looking thing. There may be a little radar interference going on here. I am not quite sure, to be honest with you, but I don't like 117 mile per hour sampled wind speeds. That is just no bueno for anybody here. National Weather Service says, yeah, the lowest levels are really noisy, really struggling putting a tour there with the main circulation north of the outflow boundary. Thank you. Appreciate Evan Webb there at NWS Louisville knocking some sense into this. I just wasn't real jumping up and down about this needing a tornado warning, but boy, it looks weird. It just doesn't look right to me. And I think they're right on what they're saying, especially, in fact, let's query the velocity here. That does not match at all. Now that we've had some time to get acquainted with this thing, it's just not, it looks like almost like side lobe contamination. Pretty sure we're in side lobe contamination mode here. What does that mean? That means that the radar is essentially bouncing off other parts of the storm. The beam goes out, that's a good thunder here at the station. The radar beam goes out in kind of a narrow fashion, but it has these little side lobes of energy that also get sent out. Those bounce off of things, come back, and sometimes look like horrendous rotation. But you always have to look at and see where it is in comparison to the updraft of the storm. That is not co-located at all. It's out in front in the environmental wind. So there's another lesson for you in side lobe contamination. That may be very much what we're dealing with here. So it doesn't sound like we're going to be seeing much of the tornado warning potential for this in the extreme near term in the next couple of minutes. But I do have a feeling they're still watching it very closely. They could pop a red polygon in there at any one moment. So a little bit of, kind of radar meteorology here. we haven't forgotten about you guys. I see some folks saying, oh my gosh, they're still streaming. Yes, we're still streaming. What is this, hour 5, I think, something like that. So you get the idea that we're going to be here for the long haul as needed tonight. I am just so glad that so far, I think we're in good shape here when it comes to the rotation not making it to the ground here. So that's yeah, definitely some side lobe contamination. Typing that in the chat to our other Mets here. But when you see that kind of signature. Oh, hello, Greg. Oh, come on. I don't need anything from you right now. I think you're good. Yeah, of course. Say hello to 3,000 people watching. Greg is our executive producer who's here very graciously tonight trying to help us out with our coverage. So we appreciate him. Just making sure that we don't need anything in here. And so far, so good. This one storm, of course, near Basin Spring is the guy that we continue to watch. Looks like they have put out a new MD, the Storm Prediction Center, new mesoscale discussing the tornado watch that's still in effect. I do want to check on this guy here because this continues to be a mean-looking storm. This is near Lewisport, Kentucky. That still has some definite rotation. Now, see how this rotation is a little bit more defined, at least in my eye here. Like that's 54 mile per hour rotation. That's exactly what we're seeing here is rotation, whereas the other thing was probably side lobe contamination, not real rotation. But it gets your attention when you start sampling and querying the rotation. You're just like, oh my gosh, 117 mile per hour winds. It's like, no, that's side lobe contamination, and you can see it's already gone. So, looks like we do have a tornado warning. We were just talking about that. Carson Meredith is going to be getting on the air, so stand by. Tornado warning.
Good morning. Carson Meredith back with you. Back on the air now with the new tornado warning in effect for southern Perry County. We've been watching this supercell for the last hour or so as it made its way through Evansville, and it's still holding its rotation long enough to where we now have a new tornado warning for the southern half of Perry County. So this is going to include Tell City once again. This is going to include Lilydale, the Dodd community, right there closer to Cloverport there on the Ohio River in Breckinridge County. So this tornado warning is now with us until midnight tonight. It's the only tornado warning we have. We still have that severe thunderstorm warning for Bullitt in Nelson County, also a severe thunderstorm warning for Meade in Breckinridge County. But let's zoom in on this new tornado warning that's going to be with us for another 35 minutes or so. This is a severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado near Grandview, Indiana, which is in Spencer County. And earlier tonight, we did get a report from Spencer County EMA, Spencer County, Indiana, not Kentucky, of some tree damage from a possible tornado with a cell that moved through earlier this evening. And now we're dealing with this again. So we'll check the rotation on this storm. Again, tornado warning up now for southern Perry County until 1 a.m. Eastern time, but for Perry County, it's Central time. So until midnight tonight, and you still see that rotation. It's not as intense as it was making its way through the northern parts of Evansville about an hour ago, but that rotation is still there. So possible tornado near Grandview, Indiana. This is south of Holiday World. Here's Santa Claus. Here's Interstate 64. This is well south of I-64. It's basically right along the Ohio River right now. And this possible tornado is moving east at about 35 miles per hour. So we'll do a storm track very quickly on this particular tornado warning. Again, this is going to be with us until about midnight Central time, 1 o'clock Eastern time. And you'll notice this is mainly an issue for southern Perry County. So Tell City, you're under the gun with a tornado warning about an hour and a half ago. Time to head back to your safe place once again. We'll see this possible tornado in about 10 minutes in Tell City around 11:35 local time. Candleton, 11:38. Dodd, 11:44. Then down towards Addison as we get towards 11:50 on this now Monday morning, I suppose. So we're still watching this possible tornado basically about to cross the Ohio River. And this is a radar indicated tornado, so we haven't had any confirmed touchdowns with this particular storm. The debris tracker, what you're looking for, some of those brighter greens and blues tightly packed together, basically saying that what's going up in the sky or what the radar's picking up in the sky isn't rain. And we don't see that at this point. So very likely this is still rotation just spinning above the ground, but could quickly drop a tornado at any time. And these supercells, I suppose, they've been just south of the rain-cooled boundary from all the heavy rain and the severe storms we saw further north of I-64 earlier tonight. So there's still just enough instability to work with to where we have this tornado warning now up once again for southern Perry County. And this is going to go until 1 a.m., so another 34 minutes or so on this tornado warning. We'll pan the radar just to the east, and you notice just to the east, we've got another storm we're still keeping an eye on, moving out of Breckinridge County and crossing into Meade County, right over Irvington at this point. This particular storm has also showed signs of rotation. In fact, Ryan Hoke and I, if you were watching our live streaming coverage just a few minutes ago, we were watching this particular storm very closely because the rotation was persistent on it as well. So let's check the rotation on this storm. Still some gusty winds, no doubt, but nothing too terribly concerning when you're talking about a possible tornado touchdown, at least in the near future. So we're really going to focus now as we get towards Perry County here over the next few minutes, another 33 minutes or so on this tornado warning for southern Perry County. Let's go over to Ryan Hoke. Got more info for us, Ryan?
Okay, yeah, that storm, by the way, near Irvington earlier, that may have been what's called side lobe contamination in there that we saw some of that rotation with. So I don't think anything's made it to the ground there. And of course, I don't want to forget about folks who are in Nelson County, the Bardstown area. You guys have a severe thunderstorm warning with a tornado possible tag on it here. We call that like a junior tornado warning almost, not quite rising to the occasion of a tornado warning with the rotation, but the rotation is definitely still there. You see that moving now toward Cox's Creek, toward Bardstown. 1 a.m. expiration on that at the moment. Let's put a little bit of velocity on that so you can see what we're talking about here. And as you zoom in, this is near Scuffletown at this point. Some very broad, sort of not terribly strong rotation on this, which makes sense given the environment the storm is flowing into, Carson, because as these storms move east of I-65, they start to weaken. There's just not as many ingredients. The air is just not as unstable in that east of I-65 zone.
And we still expect the tornado threat to wind down within the next, hopefully, 1 to 2 hours as we get cooler air coming in from the rain-cooled air from the north. That'll kind of settle things down just a bit the further south we go. But we still have enough, just enough instability, rather, for at least these severe storms and this one tornado warning to continue. No reports yet as far as any damage with this particular supercell. We mentioned there was some damage near Grandview, Indiana, with another storm earlier in the night. That's where this possible tornado is now. About to move out of Spencer County, Indiana, crossing into southern Perry County. For Perry County, this is what, Ryan, the third or fourth tornado warning of the night for them?
It feels like it.
I'm telling you, it's been right between I-64 and the Ohio River where we've had numerous severe thunderstorm and tornado warnings throughout the night. Another check of the velocities. We keep an eye on this particular storm. You notice we got another view of the radar on the right side of your screen. And in that bottom right box you see, that's a live look at our coordinates SkyTrack camera. Obviously, coordinates right here. It's pretty far away to be looking at this tornado warned storm, but that lightning you see from our coordinate camera, that's pointing due south, maybe south-southwest towards that severe thunderstorm in Meade and Breckenridge County. But as far as the rotation is concerned with this tornado warning, it's been persistent. It's not too terribly strong, but it's still in a good enough environment to where there's just enough spin in the atmosphere to where we could have a quick spin-up tornado near Tell City. This also includes northern Hancock County, Kentucky. That's just outside of wave country, but if you know anybody that lives in that part of the world, might want to give them a call, let them know a tornado warning is out for northern Hancock County, southern half of Perry County. If you live along I-64 in Perry County, this is not a problem for you. You still have rain, you still have thunder, nothing tornadic though. This is really an issue for those of you south of Lilydale in southern Perry County. Tell City, of course, under that warning, Candleton as well. So we keep that possible rotation crossing the Ohio River right now. It's out of Spencer County, Indiana. It's crossing into northern Hancock County, Kentucky. And here in about 5 minutes, it's going to cross the Ohio River again into Tell City. So there's going to be some rotation moving over Tell City here in the next 5 minutes from this particular tornado warned storm that's going to be with us for now for another 30 minutes until 1 o'clock Eastern time, midnight Central time. So that's the tornado warned storm we have at this hour. We'll pan back to that severe thunderstorm warning that we have for Breckenridge and Meade County. And you notice this storm not looking quite as intense as it did earlier. Ryan mentioned we had a little radar contamination when we were looking at that particular storm. So maybe not necessarily the strongest rotation, but there were still some there earlier. We'll check the velocities again. Yeah, nothing too terribly concerning when it comes to a possible tornado, but there could still be some gusty winds, certainly along Highway 60, right on that Meade-Breckenridge County line. That severe thunderstorm warning goes until 12:45 this morning, so another 13, 14 minutes on that particular warning. So severe thunderstorm warning for Breckenridge and Meade. We've got the tornado warning for Perry that we're going to go back to next. But I do want to mention one more time that severe thunderstorm warning we still have for Bullitt and Nelson County. And it's actually just for Nelson County now. This goes until 1 o'clock on this Monday morning for 60-mile-per-hour winds as well. Ryan, do they still have a tornado possible tag for this Nelson storm?
So they do have a tornado possible tag on that. Again, that's until 1 o'clock in the morning. And in fact, I can kind of break that down just a little bit here. There's a little burst of wind
near Cox's Creek.
Exactly, just north and west of there. I don't think the rotation's anything significant. It's kind of in the wrong part of the storm as well. But we will continue to monitor that, especially for Cox's Creek, for Bourbon Springs. This is going to be central Nelson County. We'll have, when you see that 4 box up on the screen again, you'll see the Bardstown SkyTrack camera is now up there facing to the north and west, so we can see that storm moving in to Bardstown proper here. So we haven't forgotten about you folks in Nelson County. Your environment is just not as volatile as what's going on to the west with that, of course, tornado warning that's out in southern Perry County.
Yeah, and that's where the action's been all night, right? West of I-65, basically in southwestern Indiana. That's where the dynamics were at their best today. That's where we had the most amount of instability while it was still daylight, of course. Now that the sun's gone down, we've lost a lot of that instability, but we still have enough spin to keep that one tornado warning in place for southern Perry County. So we'll zoom right back into that severe thunderstorm or tornado warning, I should say. Got another 27 minutes on this. Haven't received any reports of Still, no reports of damage or anything of that nature with this storm. But Tell City, time to head to your safe place again. We know you're getting tired of it. The kids probably just went down for the night trying to sleep. Now you got to wake them up, take them to the basement. It's been a long night for sure, but we're going to ask you one last time, hopefully, to go to your safe place as this possible tornado is about to cross the Ohio River, back into Tell City, back into southern Perry County. That rotation still there. It might be a tiny bit stronger on this latest radar scan, but it's still there. So we keep the tornado warning in place. It's in northern Hancock County right now. It's going to be crossing the Ohio River in the next 2 or 3 minutes. So I would imagine if we have any kind of trouble in Tell City, we'll know about it pretty quickly. Candleton, you're also under this tornado warning. Again, this is not an issue for those of you up towards I-64 in Perry County at the moment. Check
I'm
the
picking
debris.
up about, looks like 50 to 60, maybe even 70 miles per hour of gate-to-gate shear, but it's really tough because that's in the very upper reaches of the storm. We're so far from the radar site here, so can't really trust these numbers too much. It's also very noisy. All these rotation signatures have been very noisy tonight just because of that distance from the radar that we've been here.
Yeah, the radar beams go in a straight line up into the sky. The Earth curves, so the further you get away from a radar, the harder it is to tell where that rotation is, whether it's high up in the sky or further down low. And, you know, it just gets really messy as you get further away from a radar when you're trying to point out rotations or any kind of debris. Speaking of debris, this just looks like noise at this point. Again, when we're looking for possible tornado debris, you want a concentrated area of a lot of greens and blues. That's basically the radar saying, hey, I'm picking up on something in the sky that's not rain or it's not hail. But in the case tonight, it's mainly just not rain. And so far, we're not seeing that concentrated debris signature just yet with this particular storm. But we keep the tornado warning in place. That's with us for another 25 minutes until 1 o'clock Eastern time, midnight Central time. And you notice the further east this storm goes, the more it loses its structure bit by bit. So we do expect these storms to move into a less favorable environment to become tornadic, or better yet, to become severe. So again, the later into the night we go, the more likely we'll see these storms at least go below severe limits. But we'll still keep that tornado warning for the southern half of Perry County until 1 o'clock, until the top of the hour, early on this Monday morning.
And Carson, we should say too, for folks who are watching from the Louisville area, we are in the clear. Louisville's fine. Almost all of southern Indiana is fine, minus maybe the extreme southern tip of Harrison County, and even then that's a stretch. It's really Perry County, south of Perry County, that we're seeing the problems here. It's Bardstown, it's areas closer to southern Meade County, E-Town. You guys are still kind of exposed to this volatile atmosphere. North of this purple line I've drawn, which includes Louisville, Shelbyville, Clarksville, Jeffersonville, up toward Goshen, and of course LaGrange, Corydon. You guys are all fine. If I just named your city, you're in great shape here. It's really like E-Town and Breckenridge County out toward Hardinsburg that we're really seeing more of that risk for the rest of the next hour or two, Carson.
Yeah, you beat me to the punch there, Ryan. That's exactly what we were zooming out to show. Again, along and north of I-64, all clear. Don't be surprised if you hear some rumbles of thunder tonight. We've got additional downpours moving in from western Indiana. They are not going to be severe, but as far as that severe threat, again, along and north of 64, we are in good shape for the rest of the night. This is slowly but surely sliding south of I-64.
It's like we got a new warning coming out. This is going to be Breckenridge, Hardin, or excuse me, that's the wrong one there.
We'll go ahead and zoom in on
Breckenmead, the severe thunderstorm warning.
Okay. Yeah, it also does include parts of Hardin too.
There you go.
So Four Corners, Rineyville, Radcliffe, you're in this new severe thunderstorm warning. Flaherty, let's get up towards Grahamton along Highway 60, Buck Grove under this severe thunderstorm warning. This also goes until the top of the hour, till 1 a.m. It still has that tornado possible tag with it as well. So there's 3 distinct storms we're tracking right now. Of course, we got the tornado warning for southern Perry, new severe thunderstorm warning for Meade, Hardin, and Breckenridge. That severe thunderstorm, by the way, does not include E-Town. E-Town, you're not under a warning. Still pay attention to this storm. We might get a good look at this thing from our E-Town SkyTrack camera here in the next few minutes. But E-Town's not under the warning yet. This is for northern Hardin County, up towards Radcliffe, Rineyville, and Four Corners. We've also got this severe thunderstorm warning for Nelson County that expires at 12 11:45 this morning, I do believe. Or no, that goes until 1 a.m., excuse me. So all of these warnings go until 1 a.m., until the top of the hour. Let's zoom back in on that new severe thunderstorm warning, and then we'll go back to the tornado warning in Perry. So here's the new severe thunderstorm warning for Meade, Hardin, in that extreme northeastern portion of Breckinridge County. But this is kind of becoming more of a Meade and Hardin issue at this point. Let's check the velocities, make sure the rotation is not tightening up anymore. Perhaps just a little bit, right along Highway 60. Still not too terribly strong, but something is still there when it comes to, if nothing else, just strong gusty winds. And that severe thunderstorm warning is primarily for 60-mile-per-hour wind gust. And we'll have that tornado possible tag because there's still been some indications of at least a little spin with this particular storm as it's moving out of Breckinridge County. Breckinridge County, I know you're still technically in a severe thunderstorm warning, but the bulk of this storm is moving out of Breck and into southern Meade and that northern part of Hardin County. So that severe thunderstorm warning goes until 1. The reason we're back on wave on the television side of things, though, is this tornado warning for southern Perry County. And I see a debris alert on my system, Ryan. I don't know.
I see it too. I just was getting ready to investigate that.
Let's look at this. Well, maybe right here just west of Tell City, but it's so noisy, though.
That's not co-located with the
No.
reflectivity at all here on Max 2.
And
I'm starting to think this is a false one.
Yeah, and keep in mind, we mentioned a moment ago, this is really far away from the Fort Knox radar. So we're getting a look at this storm a little bit higher up in the sky. So the radar might not necessarily be picking up on actual debris. It just could be picking up on some kind of noise that might be in the air.
Yeah,
So,
I think this is noise
I
east
agree.
of the updraft base. I mean, it literally could be a flock of birds getting inhaled into the updraft.
Truly.
I mean, that's almost what it looks like here.
Yeah, and sometimes our graphic system mistakes something like that, like wildlife or birds or what have you flying, trying to get out of the storm or something like that. It mistakes it as debris. But based on what we saw in the debris tracker, I'm looking at Ryan's source on Max 2. I'm looking at mine on Max 1. I just don't see any debris just yet. And the Weather Service does not seem to be too worried about any debris at this point either. But nonetheless, we keep the tornado warning in place. Let's go back to the velocities, go back to the wind. And you can still see that rotation is right along Highway 60, about to cross into Perry County again, crossing into Tell City. Cannleton's right about here. There's Tell City. This is northern Hancock County where that rotation is at the moment. And this storm's moving east, right, Ryan?
Yeah, pretty much due east at this point.
Yes, and that's been the common theme with these storms tonight, moving east or east-southeast. So southern half of Perry, if this rotation can hold on long enough, it could be a problem for northern Breckinridge County as we go through the next, let's say, 30 minutes, get closer to the top of the hour. But for now, it's just a tornado warning for southern Perry that is with us until midnight tonight Central Time, 1 o'clock here in Louisville. Just updating the warning, kind of trimming it up just a little bit, but you still see Tell City. We need you in your safe spot now. Cannleton, same story. Still tracking the potential tornado over Tell City, moving east at 30 miles per hour. And Ryan, I see you're doing a storm track on this.
Yeah, so there's that 30 to 35 mile per hour speed on this guy here, and that's going to put it into the following communities at the following times. This is going to be Cannleton at 11:48. This is going to be Dodd at 11:58. These times are all central since we're in central daylight time here in this part of the world. Addison, 12:04 a.m., and this is going to be Ammons, Kentucky at 12:11 a.m. So this is tracking almost due east at this time. Clifton Mills is in this. This will likely just skirt north of Hardinsburg. So if you are in Hardinsburg, this is not a U problem right now. However, these storms, these supercell storms, have been known to make right turns. Some of these have tonight, and then it would become a U problem in Hardinsburg. So stay alert there in Hardinsburg. You guys aren't in this yet. In fact, we don't have anybody in Breckinridge County under a tornado warning at this time, but this is kind of your earliest alert to the potential for this tornado warned supercell storm to potentially continue its warnings all the way through Breckinridge County.
A new report just came in from Kevin Harnett, who's working remotely tonight, still working with us, and we appreciate all the reports. Du Bois, Indiana, flooding on the roads completely underwater between Ferdinand, or County Road 1100 South between Ferdinand and Highway 50. And that's going to be the storyline as we go through the rest of tonight. Once we get rid of these severe thunderstorm and tornado warnings, it's going to be about the flash flooding. So if you absolutely have to be out tonight, whether you're working a third shift, whatever the case might be, please, especially in southern Indiana, use extreme caution. If you encounter floodwaters, you don't know how deep it is, and it's hard to see floodwaters in the middle of the night. So just turn around. Don't even risk it. But if at all possible, you don't have to be out tonight, just lay low. It's 12:43 on a Monday morning in the middle of June. Hopefully everybody's just staying safe at home this evening. Notice those flash flood warnings still continue across much of southern Indiana at this point. But the reason we are here on the TV side of things is this tornado warning that is now in effect for Perry County until the top of the hour. So another 17 minutes on this. We'll zoom back in on this rotation on this storm. Still has that supercell look to it. In fact, the structure is looking a little bit better on the last scan. And I would imagine that means the rotation is still there. And sure enough, Ryan, I think that looks a little bit stronger, at least on this one scan.
It does. I do want to caution, because Kevin was talking about 77 mile per hour, winds on this thing. I'm looking at a different display here, and some of that is outside of the reflectivity on the exact same time scanned. So we need to be cautious about that particular part of this here at this time.
Yeah, we've been dealing with this kind of contamination with the radars throughout much of the night. We don't want to get too deep in the weeds on it, but sometimes the rotation or potential rotation may look really, really intense when in fact the radar is just kind of getting a lot of interference from various other factors. So it may not be quite as intense as what it looks like.
And something to keep in mind too, Carson, is red is going toward the radar in Tell City. Red's going away, green's going toward us there. So you can kind of see how it is at least the correct directional setup there, but it's just not completely, kind of inside of where the reflectivity is.
Right.
So a little bit of concern with that. And why we're even saying this is because sometimes the radar can falsely give you a sense of rotation that's outside of the actual thunderstorm, and that's caused by this contamination that we were just talking about. So we're trying to be careful with that.
Yeah, and that's been an issue that we've had throughout the night, just trying to delineate, okay, is this just the radar contaminating or is it actual rotation? And that issue is still with us tonight. Let's go ahead and do another storm track on this as we continue to monitor this tornado warning. It's moving east at, I believe, 30 or 35.
I think 35 is last I saw.
That's been the general trend throughout the night. So we're going to track this further east in case it makes its way into northern Breckinridge County if we get a new tornado warning extended into northern Breck. Candleton, possible rotation knocking on your door here in the next minute or two at 11:46 Central Time towards the Dodd community in about 5 minutes, 11:51. Addison on the other side of Perry County along the Ohio River, 11:56. And then potentially getting towards Irvington on the other side of Breckinridge County after midnight local time, so closer to 12:15.
Quarter-size hail in Tell City per Custer Fire Department.
That's the first severe hail report we've had all night.
No kidding.
We've had a lot of pea and sometimes nickel-size hail, mainly just pea-size hail throughout the night. So, yeah, this supercell still holding strong as it makes its way through southern Perry County. And we'll keep that tornado warning in place. Still some rotation. It's going to be persistent. It has been persistent for the last couple of hours, and it keeps doing so as it slides eastward, crossing the Ohio River now, crossing into Tell City, near Hawesville, Kentucky once again. And we'll wait and see if the Weather Service decides to extend this warning into Breckinridge County or if they just decide to maybe go with a severe thunderstorm warning. We'll know that decision here shortly. But again, time now 12:47. Go back to the regular radar and then we'll zoom things out because you'll notice that for the northern half of wave country, we're winding things down when it comes to the severe weather concern. North of I-64, got some heavy downpours moving back into Lawrence and Orange County, Du Bois County too, Jackson County, right there along the Scott-Jefferson County line in Indiana. Yes, we have heavy downpours sticking around, but the severe weather threat continues to dwindle, especially north of I-64. Here in the metro, we're severe clear. Can't run a few more thunderstorms through the night, but the severe weather threat is starting to wind down. We're really focused on these areas just south of I-64, so basically between 64 and the parkways. And these storms continue to move into an environment where they're just not going to be able to maintain their strength long term. How long will it take for these storms to finally weaken? We think by about 2 o'clock in the morning, these should start to fade when it comes to the severe weather potential, but they're still staying severe at the moment. 3 warnings in effect, 2 severe thunderstorm warnings and that 1 tornado warning for Perry County. All of these warnings set to expire at 1 a.m. or midnight Central Time. Let's zoom in on that Nelson County storm real quick. We don't want to forget those of you down in Bardstown. This is just a severe thunderstorm warning. And it has that tornado possible tag. We had that little bit of wind punch near Cox's Creek a few moments ago, last time we looked at this storm. And you can still see a little punch of wind just southwest of Bloomfield, kind of straddling along the Bluegrass Parkway and Highway 62. Nothing screams anything imminent when it comes to tornado potential right now in Nelson County. So just a severe thunderstorm warning at this point. We've got very heavy rain moving through the northern half of Nelson County. But again, there's nothing immediately concerning when it comes to a possible tornado. Heaviest rain certainly moving through Bloomfield right now. Heavy rain continues in Cox's Creek and Bardstown with this severe thunderstorm warning. We'll pan over to the west. We'll talk about the severe thunderstorm warning for Meade and Breckinridge County, or Meade and Hardin County, I should say. And then I'll go to Ryan for an update on the tornado warning we have. You see this severe thunderstorm warning? Southern Meade, not an issue for Brandenburg. This is more of an issue for Flaherty, also down towards Radcliffe in northern Hardin County. Rhineyville, Four Corners, this storm may just barely miss you to the north. It'll be a close call. Definitely a light show with this storm, no doubt. Let's check the velocities on this. You can still see a little punch of gusty winds, basically right over Flaherty, about to move out of southern Meade County towards Radcliffe, right there along Dixie Highway in Hardin County. So that's the situation with the 2 severe thunderstorm warnings we have. Ryan, you got an update on the tornado warning we have?
So near Hawesville, this is going to be right on the Ohio River here between Tell City and Hawesville. We continue to see this rotation. The radar, of course, trying to pick up 70-mile-per-hour wind shear, or basically, rotation within the storm here. So we're concerned about that for certain here. That's a little bit better located with the actual reflectivity here, which is a bit more of a sign that we may have a problem. Thankfully, not seeing debris or anything like that just yet, but this is right on the Ohio River. Let's zoom on in.
Got a new tornado warning for Breckinridge.
All right, new tornado warning downstream for Breckinridge. This is a good call. This is starting to look a little bit more organized. This is right on Cannleton. Cannleton, you need to be in your tornado safe place right now. 70-mile-per-hour rotation right overhead. That's going to be a big problem for northern Breckinridge County there. Looks like this is going to be for the Hardinsburg area. We were talking to you guys about how this could start to make a bit of a right turn. That's what we're seeing now, Carson.
And when we see that right turn, that means the storm, like you talked about, it's starting to get its act together. That rotation is starting to intensify just a bit. So the Weather Service has decided to extend this tornado warning basically down Highway 60. This is now starting to shift to the south and east just a bit. This tornado warning does include Hardinsburg. So if you're in Hardinsburg, now's the time to get everybody up. Head down to that safe place, small room, lowest floor, near the center, and away from windows. This technically does not include Irvington just yet, but Irvington, you need to watch this closely as the storm keeps trekking eastward. This tornado warning goes until 1:30 Eastern Time, 12:30 Central Time for those of you watching us tonight in Hardinsburg, also in Cloverport in Breckinridge County. If you live anywhere along Highway 60, west of Hardinsburg in Breckinridge County, you are now under a tornado warning until 1:30. This is still a radar indicated tornado. So that means we don't have a confirmed tornado on the ground, but there is a potential that we could have one here in the next few minutes. So let's zoom back in on that storm one more time. We're going to look at the velocities, and then we're going to check our debris tracker once again, because this storm is still holding on as it continues to make its way eastward. So you see that possible rotation. It's basically right along the Ohio River. The worst of the rotation is now east of Tell City, southeast of Tell City. It's right along the Ohio River between Tell City and Dot. Cloverport, get to your safe place now. You probably got another 5 to 7 minutes before this possible tornado moves overhead. Hardinsburg, time to get to your safe place as well. We'll check the velocities one more time. There you still see that rotation right along the Ohio River. Reds, winds moving away from the radar, greens, winds moving towards the radar. That's where you get that twisting of the wind. That's where you have that possible tornado. Ryan, do I see a 70-mile-an-hour gate-to-gate shear there?
Yeah, it's been showing that there for the last couple of scans, and that is in the right part of the storm, so that is very concerning. Again, this is going to be the Cannleton area, trying to cross back across the Ohio River once again, heading down toward Breckenridge County here, so this is a big problem.
Okay, so no reports of a tornado touchdown just yet. No reports of damage with this particular storm. Still not seeing a pronounced debris signature, so let's hope that trend continues. So this is perhaps just a rotating funnel cloud or a wall cloud overhead, but we're going to keep that tornado warning around for at least another 35 minutes or so until 1:30 our time here in Louisville, 12:30 for those of you watching us tonight in Perry and Breckenridge County. Again, this is a rather strong storm that's just held on for several hours. And this is, if there's any good news with this setup tonight, with this severe weather, this is the last severe supercell that we have to track, at least as it stands. Once we get these last 3 severe storms out of our area, or once they start to weaken, then we'll see that risk for severe weather fade, and we can just focus on that threat for heavy rain and flooding through the rest of this overnight period and into tomorrow morning. Zoom back out on the full view. We don't want to forget those of you with those severe thunderstorm warnings further to the east. We still have this warning for southern Meade and the far northern portion of Hardin County until about 1. So another 6 minutes on that severe thunderstorm warning. And we got a severe thunderstorm warning for northern Nelson County up towards Bloomfield, Cox's Creek, mainly north of Bardstown. That also goes until 1 o'clock this morning. But we're really going to hammer in now on this tornado warning for Perry and Breckenridge because the storm continues to strengthen. That rotation still, it's pronounced. It's tightening up just a little bit. And while these storms are still moving into an environment that's not as favorable for tornadoes, that risk is still going to be there. Part of the reason why there is nothing happening south of this tornado warning. So the good inflow winds with this storm, they can just keep feeding right into it and keep that tornado risk going for quite some time. So we'll check the velocities once again. You still see those reds and greens, those bright reds, bright greens right there between Tell City. Here's Dodd, small little community right there along the Ohio River in Perry County. New update just came in. Notice that rotation still hanging on right over the Dodd community in Perry County. This is going right along the Ohio River. Here's Highway 60. Here's Tobinsport, Cloverport, right across the river from Tobinsport as well. This tornado, if we've got one, is moving south and east at about 30 miles per hour. And this warning is still with us until 1:30 this morning here in Louisville, 12:30 in Breckenridge County. No updates from the Weather Service, so that's a good sign. Ryan, do you have any new information?
No new info here. We haven't heard anything, which is some good news. It does, like the overall trend of this has been to weaken it, which is good. The overall presentation here on reflectivity is still pretty impressive, but under the hood, if you will, when you trying to query the velocity, definitely still some rotation there, but when you actually look at what the values are, we've come down from 70 to 65 miles per hour. So that's an improvement, not much of one, but at least trying to very slowly weaken this a little bit as it moves into Breckenridge County.
Yeah, we'll keep that warning up for another 34 minutes or so, it appears, and we'll stay with you as long as that tornado warning is in place. Do want to mention that severe thunderstorm warning we had for Nelson County is now off the board. So that severe thunderstorm warning for Nelson County has been allowed to expire. So we've got one severe thunderstorm warning for Meade and Hardin, and we also have this tornado warning in place for southern Perry and a good chunk of Breckenridge County. Again, this tornado warning does include Hardinsburg, it does include Cloverport, it does include Tobinsport right there along the Ohio River. Irvington, technically not in the tornado warning yet, but you still really want to pay attention to this. It's not a bad idea to maybe start heading to your safe place in Irvington should this tornadic storm hold together here over the next half hour. We'll pan the radar further east as the storm keeps moving east at about 30 miles per hour. The lightning count has gone down just a little bit. We saw that lightning count way into the triple digits earlier tonight. With this particular thunderstorm, about 88 lightning strikes with it. So we'll keep an eye on that. The lower the lightning count goes, the weaker the storm is becoming, generally speaking. Let's check the velocities on this one more time. Then we'll check the debris as well. Still that rotation, and this doesn't look like contaminated data, at least at this point, as this particular rotation keeps sliding south and east, still right along the Ohio River, right over the Dodd community there in Perry County. Tobinsport, getting close to you. Cloverport might go just north of you, but it's going to be a close call. It'll cross the Ohio River for good here in about 5 minutes, 5 to 7 minutes, and will make its way closer to Hardinsburg as we get closer to, let's say, 12:10, 12:15 Central Time tonight. So this tornado warning continues for southern Perry and basically the northern half of Breckenridge until 12:30 local time. Real quick, I'm going to pan back over to the Hardin County severe thunderstorm warning, Meade and Hardin County. That is set to expire here in a minute or so. And you can still see there's a little pocket of wind moving out of Flaherty in Meade County, crossing over Dixie Highway towards Radcliffe. But we'll see if the Weather Service decides to keep this warning. Haven't gotten any reports of wind damage or power outages or things of that nature, unless I've missed something, Ryan. But hopefully we can get this severe thunderstorm warning off the board here momentarily.
Yeah, it'd be nice to at least kind of pare this down into just the tornado warning that we currently have there in northern Breckenridge County. I've been checking for reports from our partners at the National Weather Service, and so far not seeing much in the way from them. It's hard because we're so late at night. I mean, it's 1 o'clock in the morning Eastern, 12 midnight Central Time here, and it's hard to get these reports in because you can't see a whole lot because it's dark. Folks may not be up, they may not be paying attention, and that's kind of what we're here to do is try to get everybody woken up and say, hey, look over here. We've got the tornado warning, and we have to make sure that folks, especially Cloverport, Tobinsport, out toward Hardinsburg, Clifton Mills, know that this is the time to be paying attention. Give those folks a call if you happen to know anybody there. Hardinsburg, if you know anybody in Addison, if you know anybody in Cloverport, they need to be up and paying attention to the Wave Weather Now live stream, Wave News, and of course the Wave Weather app, Carson.
Yeah, we've had almost 40 warnings tonight, Ryan, between severe thunderstorm and tornado warnings.
20 severe thunderstorms, 17 tornado warnings.
This has been a long night. And
wow.
Again, we were able to get that little reprieve there for about 30 minutes between 11:45 and 12:15 without any tornado warnings. But now we've had this tornado warning with us in Perry and Breckenridge County for another half hour now. So let's zoom back in on that tornado warning. Again, if you're just now joining us, it's 1 a.m. You're watching Wave News coverage of severe weather. Tornado warning in place for southern Perry County, Indiana, as well as Breckenridge County in Kentucky. This warning is with us for another half hour until 12:30 Central Time. Perry and Breckenridge County are in Central Time. The storm structure does not look quite as impressive as it did a few moments ago, but let's check that rotation. Again, Tell City will give you an all clear. The rotation has passed east of Tell City, and the severe weather threat is fading. Still some showers out there, but the severe weather threat is cleared Tell City. So we can give you guys an all clear in Tell City. Let's check the velocities near Tobinsport. That's where that possible rotation might be. This is an older radar scan, so I'd imagine the possible rotation is right here, just northeast of Tobinsport at this point. I think any tornado potential is going to stay just barely north of the heart of Cloverport. But if you're in Cloverport, we still want you to stay in your safe place. This tornado warning continues until 1:30, and it's moving to the east at about 30 miles per hour. Looking at an update from our friends at the Weather Service office here in Louisville, just kind of talking about the environment that we have right now. And as we expected, the instability is really starting to go down, especially as you get closer to I-65. So hopefully, Ryan, once these last two storms get closer to 65, they really start to run out of gas, and we can start to see the severe weather threat of this alert day finally come to an end.
Yeah, running out of gas is a great analogy for this because the fuel is really just lacking. In fact, there's the latest scan near Tobinsport. There's just not a whole lot left of that rotation. It's still there, probably still merits the warning for at least a little bit longer. Give it a few scans to see if it pulses back up again, but that's 22 miles per hour. Remember, we were querying about 70 miles per hour of rotation a little bit earlier with this storm when it started to get its act together, really start to tighten in on itself and get a little bit more impressive here. So far, we've had no debris. We've had no reports of tornadoes touching down here. And some of this, with this particular storm, by the way, no reports of tornadoes tornadoes touching down with it. And some of this may be attributed to the overall stabilization of the atmosphere that's starting to take place. You may be getting a little bit of a stable layer underneath some of these storms. Fingers crossed that's maybe what's happening here. But you get the idea that we're literally kind of at the last little gasp of this severe weather event from a tornado standpoint here, probably within the next 20 minutes or so.
Just reading more of that discussion from our friends of the Weather Service, they're mentioning how the best shear, the best spin in the wind, and the best instability or storm fuel, it's in Perry and Hancock counties in our coverage area, or at least nearby. So as these storms keep sliding eastward away from those better storm ingredients, we would naturally expect these storms to weaken just a bit. Speaking of, that severe thunderstorm warning we had for Hardin and Meade County is now off the board. So no more severe thunderstorm warning for Meade or Hardin County. This is the only show in town, friends. Here at 103 on a Monday morning, we've got a tornado warning up for parts of Breckenridge and southern Perry County. And I will tell you, this particular storm, it wanted to go more southeast down Highway 60 towards Hardsburg as it was trying to ramp up a few minutes ago. But now that it's starting to weaken just a bit, it looks as though we're going to see more of an easterly track with this storm. So if you're in Hardsburg, I still want you to stay in your safe place, but the data continues to trend that this might be more of an issue north of Hardinsburg. We'll keep an eye on that closely. Let's zoom in and do some street tracking. Street level tracking there in far northern Breckenridge County. Of course, this is a pretty rural part of wave country, but every life is precious. So if you're here, Sample, here's Highway 259, here's Freimeyer, there's 376, takes you to Addison. There's the Amons community. Here's Cloverport. Again, that rotation going to go just north of Cloverport. Here's Highway 60.
Warning coming out for Nelson and Washington counties in Kentucky.
We'll check on that. And I would imagine that is the storm near Bloomfield. Yeah, it is. So this is the severe thunderstorm warning now up for, let's see, northern Washington County and that far northeastern corner of Nelson. This also includes Anderson and Mercer counties. Those communities are covered by our sister station in Lexington. But for us, we keep that severe thunderstorm warning now out for northern Washington and northeastern Nelson counties. That goes until 1:45 this morning. We'll pan the radar so you can see that storm in full. And this is a classic severe thunderstorm warning, 60-mile-per-hour winds, but you'll note that tornado possible tag, or that's another warning, excuse me. That's for another warning further to the east. For Nelson and Washington County, this is indeed just a typical 60-mile-per-hour wind and quarter-size hail severe thunderstorm warning. And you notice Bloomfield isn't even in the severe thunderstorm warning. So this is really for that extreme northeastern corner of Nelson County. Bardstown, this is not an issue for you. Bardstown's way down here. Here's the Bluegrass Parkway. So just that far northeast corner of Nelson, northern Washington County. This includes Willisburg. We keep that severe thunderstorm warning up until 1:45 this morning. So we got two warnings now, one severe thunderstorm warning. And of course, the reason we're on the television side of things is this tornado warning for Breckenridge and Perry counties. There you see that tornado warning still in place. So we'll go zoom back in on it, check the velocities, check if we see any debris. I doubt we do at this point. But we'll keep an eye on it because the tornado warning is still in effect.
Yeah, no debris at this point. The velocity is just,
it's not there.
It's hard to see anything at all at this point. You know, we did have some impressive scans before with this storm. And if we kind of pair it back in time here, and I'll move this over so you can see what we've been tracking here. When it was near Tell City, you know, there were some questions about right here west of Tell City, like what were we seeing? What part of the storm was this in? But by the time it got to Tell City, it became a little bit more impressive here. And, you know, just for a few scans looked like it was something, and now we're back to a whole lot of nothing. It seems at this point the rotation has likely fallen out of this storm. We'll see if it tries to pulse back up again. But when you compare it to what the actual storm structure looks like, it's still pretty impressive when it comes to the actual, like, you know, reflectivity on here. We've still got that hook shape on there. So this is not to be discarded just yet. It is just at this current moment. We're not seeing a whole lot going on under the hood with this one.
Yeah, it's still a good looking storm. When you look at the regular radar, it still looks mean, but you see the velocity behind me, and there's gusty winds, don't get me wrong. And there's still a little bit of spin, but it's just not quite as intense as it was when the tornado warning first came out about 45 minutes ago. Nonetheless, we keep the tornado warning in place until 12:30 local time for those of you in Perry and Breckinridge County. No new information yet from the National Weather Service. Let's see. Just a little bit of lightning with this particular storm as it makes its way northwest of Hardinsburg. So if we've got any rotation, it's near the Addison community right there along the Ohio River. It's going just north of Cloverport at this point.
And speaking of that area, we do have Corey Trent, by the way, in Irvington. If the control room can get that, spun up for us so that we can show that feed, that would be great. But Corey Trent, our storm chaser tonight, who's been gracious to us here in Irvington, will be able to provide us with a little bit of video, perhaps.
So there's that rotation. Thank you, Ryan. I didn't realize Corey was still out there for us tonight. He's been tracking a lot of these supercells. They move through one after another throughout the night. And we had some interesting looks earlier tonight, Ryan. I think that was in Harrison County along 135.
Yeah, that was, we're starting to see some lowerings, and that was a problem. That's typically kind of indicative that you've got some rotation in a storm like that. You're pointing out the rotation out near Addison.
Yeah, it's still there. You mentioned the regular radar, which you have behind you there. It still has a good look to it. The rotation's just not as intense as it was earlier, but it is still there. So we'll keep the tornado warning in place for another 22 minutes, 21 minutes now as we hit 9 minutes after the hour. Here's Highway 144 in Breckinridge County, kind of wraps around the Ohio River, north of Highway 60 up towards Addison. Here's Sample. Here's Highway 259. Here's US 60. Cloverport right here. You go, I don't know, 3-4 miles north of Cloverport, if that. That's where we may have some of that rotation still holding on. It does not look as impressive as it did when the tornado warning came out. It doesn't look as impressive as it did 15 minutes ago, but there is still that possibility for maybe a quick spin up here as this storm eventually crosses the Ohio River for the last time in its life cycle into northern Breckinridge County and out of Perry County. Check the debris. There's nothing there. So we don't believe there's a tornado on the ground at this time. Could there be a quick spin up? Sure. But when we're looking at the debris tracker, there's nothing that screams right now we have a tornado on the ground. You see the red box, the red tornado warning box getting adjusted just a little bit. Notice Perry County, in fact, is now completely out of this tornado warning. So if you live in Perry County, Indiana, you're all clear. The tornado warning has been canceled for you. This is exclusively now an issue for Breckinridge County until 12:30 Central Time. Weather Service still watching a storm 7 miles northwest of Hardinsburg. So Hardinsburg, right down here, just off our map, 7 miles to the north and west, we still have that possible rotation crossing right over Highway 144 at this point. So here's 144. There's Highway 60. If we've got a possible tornado, it's about a mile north of that intersection between 144 and Highway 60. Cloverport, you are now all clear from this tornado warning. That rotation has gone just to the north and east of town as expected. Check the velocities once again. This is an outdated velocity scan. We'll get a new update here momentarily, but still nothing overly alarming at this stage of the game. So that's the only tornado warning that we have in Wave Country. Do want to mention again as we take the map full real quick, still have that severe thunderstorm warning for Nelson and Washington counties in Kentucky. That too goes until 1:45 this Monday morning. And you notice all these flash flood warnings right along and just north of I-64. This is where we saw buckets of rain earlier tonight. The rainfall rates were off the charts, Ryan, with these storms earlier tonight. And that's the main issue now north of 64.
Okay, we've got Corey Trent's live stream up in this middle box just under me here. He is headed west on Highway 60 toward Hardinsburg at this time. You can see all the lightning there. Again, this is a live view of the tornado warned storm that we're now taking full on your screen here. This is Highway 60 in central Breckinridge County, heading into the Hardinsburg area. We're still a bit away from the storm. If I have to, kind of estimate here how far he is away, it looks like if I can kind of measure here by the distance here, he's probably a good maybe 10 miles away from the storm at this time. Okay. So maybe 10, 15 miles away. So he can certainly see the lightning, but it's going to be hard to see some structure until he gets a little closer in. But as that storm moves east and he moves west, he'll intercept it pretty quickly here. So probably in the next 5-10 minutes.
Yeah, so he's going to be able, you said, about 10 miles from the storm?
Somewhere around there.
Okay.
Give or take.
So he's got a really good vantage point as he's driving up Highway 60 on this thing as it's going to the north, by and large, of Highway 60. So hopefully we can get some good views of that. You can see all the lightning with this storm still holding on. But again, Corey Trent, thankful for having his live shots throughout the evening. It's come in handy, there's no doubt. Even in the darkest of night, when you can only rely on lightning to see anything that might be fishy going on in the atmosphere, we're still watching it, and we appreciate Corey being out with us so late tonight. So again, he's down along Highway 60 near Hardinsburg, looking north and west into this possible tornado. Let's go back to the velocities. And again, this tornado warning is exclusively now for Breckinridge County for another 17 minutes until 12:30 Central Time. The rotation's still there. It's very noisy, which means there's nothing overly tight. There's nothing that indicates a tornado is occurring at the moment, but that rotation is still there. And like we mentioned, the further east these storms are going to go tonight, they're going to move in a less favorable environment, not only to be producing tornadoes, but to even be severe. So we're going to get to a point, hopefully within the next hour, to where we're just talking about some loud thunderstorms for the rest of your Sunday night and into Monday morning. But for now, we keep that tornado warning up until 12:30. Possible tornado just south of Addison, just crossed Highway 144. It's going to be moving through those northern parts of Breckinridge County here at this late hour. Let's zoom in. I'm going to do another street level view of some of the neighborhood streets that are in the path of this possible tornado. And then, Ryan, I'm going to go to you for an update on that Nelson and Washington storm here in just a second.
Can do.
Here's Highway 259. Here's Sample, Mystic. We haven't called out you guys tonight. If you're in Mystic, we still want you in your safe place. There's Highway 86 that goes through Mystic. Lodiburg, forgive me if I'm mispronouncing that. Clifton Mills right here just off the map to the east. If you live in those parts of Breckinridge County, you've got very heavy rain. You're probably hearing a ton of thunder, seeing a lot of lightning. Just off to the west, there's still just enough rotation where we may have a quick tornado here develop in that northern part of Breckinridge County here over the next few minutes, Ryan.
Okay, there are only 3 warnings within the Commonwealth of Kentucky right now of the severe tornado variety, and 2 of those are in our counties. One of those 2 warnings is a severe thunderstorm warning now that's moving through Tatham Springs. This is just north of Willisburg. This is heading through northern Washington County, Kentucky at this time. This is now mostly out of the Nelson County area here. You can see there's definitely some wind packing in this thing. There's this near Tatham Springs here, about 35 miles per hour on the kind of away side of things. The toward part of it, maybe about 8 to 10 miles per hour. So we're really just at that baseline severe thunderstorm warning with this. This is the least impressive of the 2 warnings that we're monitoring here. Lightning, small hail, gusty winds up to 60 miles per hour, probably going to be more commonly 30 to 50 miles per hour. Now moving toward Cardwell. This is Hardesty is in the warning, but I think it's going to miss you just to the north. Willisburg, you guys might take this on the chin. So hello, Willisburg, Kentucky. It's getting ready to get pretty loud and very heavy rain outside your window here in just a few minutes, Carson.
All right, good stuff, Ryan. Thanks. That warning is until 1:45. The Weather Service is watching maybe a little downburst moving over Fort Knox. Nobody lives in that part of wave country because it is on the installation, of course, but we're watching that one thunderstorm crossing out of Hardin into western Bullitt County, southern Bullitt County, maybe some gusty winds for those of you near Shepherdsville, Bernheim Forest, Lebanon Junction, that's southern half of Bullitt County. Not a severe storm, but something we're still watching. We keep the tornado warning in place for Breckinridge County until 1:30 Eastern Time, 12:30 Central Time for those of you in Breckinridge County. Now, before I zoom back in on the tornado warning, I want to draw your attention to additional heavy thunderstorms that continue to develop to our north and west. As we have expected, leading up to this alert day, as the night was going to go on, we would slowly shift away from the wind and tornado concern, more into a risk for flooding. You note flash flood warnings continue for Crawford, Harrison, parts of Floyd, Clark, Scott, Washington, and Jefferson counties in southern Indiana. As we go through the rest of this night, the severe weather threat will be winding down, but with these heavy storms moving over areas that have already seen several inches of rain just tonight alone, it's not going to take much more rain to cause new flooding concerns. And that's really the big reason why we keep our wave weather alert day in place until at least 6 o'clock Monday morning. And we could still have more downpours to deal with after 6 o'clock Monday morning. So slowly but surely, we are shifting to a flooding threat, but we still got the tornado warning. So let's zoom back in on that tornado warning for Breckinridge County, northern Breckinridge County especially, until 1:30. And it still has a decent structure to it when you're talking about could it be potentially producing or does it have that capability to produce a tornado? Let's go to the radar view, or the velocity, I should say. And, oops, that was the debris. I don't see much debris. Yeah, there's still some rotation. But see, that's the thing, Ryan. It's hard to tell if it's rotation or if it's contamination, especially as it gets closer to Fort Knox.
It can be tough. Yeah, I think in this particular instance, this does line up okay.
Yeah.
It's not perfect, but nothing ever is, right? And you may have the radar scans being taken at slightly different times. That can sometimes happen in our system here. So I would say certainly the storm still bears watching. It is just not like it was earlier. But boy, that reflectivity presentation here with that hook on it, that is not what you want to see at 1:18 a.m. Heading into central Breckinridge County here when folks are trying to sleep. So again, if you happen to know anybody, Hardinsburg, Clifton Mills, anywhere south of Sample, I think Cloverport's kind of in the clear now, so they're in good shape. But if you know anybody in those other areas, give them a call. Say, hey, it's time to make sure you're up and at them.
Yeah, we got that possible rotation right here. This is just south of Addison, just southwest of Sample, Irvington, Garfield, that eastern part of Breckinridge County. You're technically not in the tornado warning yet, but the National Weather Service has been rather cautious tonight, understandably so, with potential tornado warnings. So we'll have to wait and see if they decide to extend this warning further east, because like Ryan mentioned, this storm still has a decent looking structure with it.
Let's take Corey Trent's live stream full here if we want to. He's kind of stopped at a position looking straight into the updraft face of the storm. It looks like if my kind of headspace is correct on where he is and what he's looking at. But you'll see a lot of lightning. It's kind of hard with the bright lights of what looks like a radio tower nearby in the distance there. But you can certainly see, turned off his headlights, so it makes it a little easier to see with some of those lightning flashes. Maybe a little bit of a lowering there.
I was wondering that.
Like kind of the top right-hand side of your screen a bit over the tree line. You can only see at night these lowerings in these storms and the potential for any funnel clouds when you have lightning. And the lightning is what illuminates the base of the cloud. It's what shows, kind of what we're seeing in real time there, but you only get snapshots of that. He's turned on his headlights again there. It looks like he's on a farm road toward a farmstead there.
Yeah, so, and that's the hard part of nighttime storm chasing, as you and I know very well, Ryan, especially chasing out in the plains.
Yeah.
Good lightning strikes there. Wow. But also, the big difference with us here in wave country versus storm chasing in the plains is we have a lot of hills and trees. And that makes it very difficult to chase any kinds of storms
Just between
around
Irvington and Hardinsburg right now.
Okay, between Irvington and Hardinsburg. So, yeah, he's got a good view of this looking west-northwest, I suppose, somewhere along Highway 60, I'd imagine, in that part of Breckinridge County. So we appreciate Corey. He's been showing us his live stream throughout the night. It's been incredibly helpful, especially with that supercell we had in southern Harrison County earlier tonight, which same story with that one earlier, Ryan. It had such good structure with it for quite some time, but it was just never able to really produce a long-lasting tornado. And don't get me wrong, I'm not complaining about that at all, but these storms have been rather impressive throughout the night. Anything of concern with that severe storm for Washington?
No, not at this time.
Okay.
The structure looked a little better, kind of more of that I don't even want to call it symmetrical, but it just kind of had more of that signature looking shape to it, that kind of kidney shape that we look for in a severe thunderstorm for any sort of rotation. But if you look under the hood, everything's pretty slow when it comes to wind speed. Willisburg, you guys are getting it right now, as we said you would. That is now moving in. The spot that we're watching on this storm, if there is to be a spot, is this little nub right here. It's kind of that hook shape at the bottom edge of it. That is a new radar scan here, so we'll see if there's a new velocity scan that comes with it. Not really. So this is a storm that continues to have our interest, but it doesn't have, as much oomph as the storm to our west with the tornado warning on it. And we still also continue to watch the downpour, really, that's over the Fort Knox area. This is parts of Bullitt and Hardin counties, and you'll see that things are not all that impressive there either. So we are in pretty good shape with those two storms. I think we'll be able to escape any major consequences with those. It's just this guy out here in northern Breck is just not wanting to completely go away just yet.
Now, as it stands, the Weather Service does not believe they're going to extend this tornado warning east.
Okay.
So,
which makes sense. We just haven't had any reports out of it. The velocity has fallen out of it.
You can have a good-looking storm on regular radar all day, but if it doesn't have that rotation with it, if it hasn't produced any damage, if there's been no confirmed reports of any touchdowns, then at some point those tornado warnings will be allowed to expire. So as it stands, hopefully we can drop this tornado warning in about 10 minutes, or 7 minutes, I should say. Although right as I say that, Ryan, do you see that newest report in the chat? Maybe we can confirm that before we address it, but there's still some rotation here. So we're going to keep an eye on it. In the middle box, you see Corey Trent's live shot. He is between Hardinsburg and Irvington. They're in eastern Breckinridge County, and he's probably looking west-northwest into this rotation in Breckinridge County. The bottom right, I'm trying to see which SkyTrack camera that is we have punched up. I think it's Bardstown.
Yeah, we got Bardstown punched up for that.
So what you're seeing in the bottom right box here is our Bardstown SkyTrack camera looking towards that severe thunderstorm in Washington County, Kentucky, north of Willisburg. But go ahead, Ryan.
Yeah, so at this point, there was a report of sort of a lowering in this storm, perhaps from just a few minutes ago, not long ago. Hard to say. Again, we're at night. Visibility is low. The storm structure itself, while looks impressive on the reflectivity, the velocity just doesn't really owe to any sort of actual continued tornado threat, which is why NWS Louisville doesn't believe they're going to go tornado downstream. I'll be frank, we get a lot of reports of wall clouds. They happen a lot. Those are somewhat common. Not saying this is a false report or anything like that, but often you'll see at night that, sometimes you'll get scud that arranges into a structure that kind of looks like a wall cloud. Sometimes you can see other types of clouds within the storm that may look like a wall cloud. It's hard with the visibility here. So, we don't want to discount the report, certainly don't want to, but at this time, it just doesn't match up with what we're seeing on the radar at this point and what the National Weather Service is also thinking too.
All right, so we're about 5 minutes away from the expiration of this tornado warning, hopefully at about 12:30 Breckinridge County time, Central Time, of course. Let's do a big picture view. We'll zoom things out all the way, kind of give you that wide view of where we're heading for the rest of this Monday morning now, I suppose. One severe thunderstorm warning for northern Washington County. Technically still includes that northeastern corner of Nelson, but the storm is out of Nelson. It's into northern Washington. And even then, it'll be out of Washington County momentarily. So that one severe thunderstorm warning is with us until 1:45. We've got the tornado warning for Breckinridge County until 12:30 Central Time. And again, we've had perhaps one or two reports of a lowering, maybe a wall cloud with this storm, but the rotation just has not been too terribly strong here over the last half hour or so. And again, the further into the night we go, and as these storms slide eastward, they'll continue to lose that punch that they need to maintain that severe strength. Having said that, we still have flash flood warnings in effect for Crawford, Harrison, Floyd, Clark, Jefferson, Scott, and Washington counties in southern Indiana. All of those flash flood warnings continue through about 2 o'clock this morning, but you still notice to our west and northwest, more showers and thunderstorms keep firing up. Again, the cold front is still to our north and west, so it's going to be a loud night for some of you. You're going to have more rounds of heavy rain, not necessarily severe weather, not necessarily tornadoes, but additional showers and storms will continue to move in from the north and west throughout the night. And especially if you saw several inches of rain earlier this evening with those severe storms that we were tracking, it's not going to take much more heavy rain to cause additional flooding. So if you don't have to be out at 1:30 on a Monday morning, just lay low, try to get some rest for the rest of this night. And if you do have to be out, be extremely, extremely careful. It's so tough. It's almost impossible to see floodwaters this time of night. So the tornado warning for Breckinridge County
just expired
is going to be allowed to expire. So no new tornado warnings. And that tornado warning for northern Breckinridge County is about to be off the board here in about 2 minutes. So again, as we go through the rest of the night, we transition slowly but surely. We're still seeing that transition now away from severe storms, away from damaging winds and tornadoes, to more of a heavy rain and flooding threat. So we are going to keep our wave weather alert day in place until at least 6 o'clock tomorrow morning, as that risk for more heavy thunderstorms moves in. Again, the ground is just so incredibly waterlogged, going back to all the storms we had Wednesday night into Thursday morning and all the heavy rain storms we've seen so far tonight. Additional flooding issues could develop as the night goes on. Go ahead and plan on giving yourself plenty of extra time to get to work tomorrow morning. An extra 10, 15 minutes, not a bad idea at all. But we'll keep these scattered showers and storms with us through the rest of the overnight hours. Tawana Andrew will be here on Wave News Sunrise here in about 3 hours or so with the latest updates on recapping the storms that we've seen so far tonight, as well as the latest on the heavy rain threat that we'll continue to see through the rest of this overnight and into parts of your Monday morning. We'll start to wrap things up, hopefully go back to regular programming right at 1:30 if we can. Go back to Ryan as we have some final thoughts. We hopefully wind down our coverage for the night, Ryan.
Yeah, we're going to be winding down our coverage here probably right at 1:30 just because of the warning being able to expire here. And that's where we are going to find the potential of course, for continued thunderstorm action with this thing as it moves into parts of Meade County, as it moves into Hardin County. But I think the tornado threat has largely subsided with this. So I really think that we're kind of at the tail end of the worst of this here. And our plan for the rest of the evening, by the way, because this tornado warning is getting ready to completely fall off the board here at 1:30, despite NWS trying to expire that early here. We will continue on our live stream if there is a tornado warning. We're going to give us a little downtime here, prepare for sunrise, that severe thunderstorm warning that's in northern Washington County. That storm is exiting right this second. So we're going to enter a phase of this, Carson, where we have 0 warnings, and we're going to let all of the streams and our coverage kind of fade away here. But we will be here, and we will be here if of course, we have severe thunderstorm warnings or tornado warnings overnight tonight, if there are any additional. But for now, I think we can rest a little bit.
Yes, we can. And we thank all of you who have been watching us going back to 6 o'clock this evening when Brian and I gave you our first update of the evening. We started our nonstop severe weather coverage at 7:15, and we've been going now for over 6 hours. But we are going to wind down our severe weather coverage for the time being. We're still here. We're not going anywhere. Ryan and I are going to stick around for a little while longer. Tawana Andrew is going to be coming in shortly to take us through the rest of the overnight and through Wave News Sunrise tomorrow morning. Get some rest. The tornado warning for Breckinridge County has been allowed to expire. Just don't be surprised to hear some thunder and heavier rain throughout the night. And be careful as you head out early Monday morning. For meteorologist Ryan Hoke and the entire Wave Storm Tracking team, I'm meteorologist Carson Meredith. We'll send you back to regular programming.